Now, we are not planning to develop a new map. For 5, along with all the new features and visual improvements, there's a possibility that the minimum system requirements could increase slightly to support those changes. That said, we're not aiming to drastically raise the specs, we're working to keep them accessible. Having teammate kill or knock notifications appear in the center of the screen feels really uncomfortable. Please consider removing the notifications, or at least adding an option to turn them off. We added those kill messages because we felt it was important for players to be quickly aware of their teammates' actions. We are doing our best to keep them as subtle as possible, but we know it is a fine line. We will continue to closely monitor player feedback and make adjustments wherever needed, so please bear with us. We will do our best to find the right balance, so we would really appreciate your continued feedback. Based on the Unreal 5 preview that was recently shown, Erangel seems to have a much warmer tone overall. Is there any chance the visuals might be adjusted to bring back the colder, moodier look from around the 2017 early access and official launch period? I completely understand and relate to this question. I would also love to see Erangel keep more of its original atmosphere. That said, since we're still in development, we're currently testing different lighting setups and other visual elements, so nothing is final just yet. But I really do feel the same way. And I personally care a lot about preserving that early Erangel vibe. I miss the Erangel from the early access and original launch days too. We will do our best to capture that feeling again. I would love to see a custom match exclusive team deathmatch mode with more flexible setting options. It would be really fun to have a TDM mode where we could choose from various fun weapons like handguns, crossbow, or even overpowered modes from the old war mode, along with level 3 gear and care package weapons. It would be nice to add it to custom match, but we think UGC might be a better fit. UGC is currently being built on a TDM foundation, so we'd love for you to try creating fun modes with it. If you feel anything's missing, feel free to share your feedback. We're open to adding more features, so go ahead and give it a shot. Let the clans enjoy competitions and have a scope, a goal. Give clans a system to compete against each other divided by nation, continent, and world. It would be really amazing to see different clans competing across tournaments and ladders. I totally agree, there is definitely a need for clan battles to give players more opportunities to compete. There's value in building stronger bonds within clans, and having friendly competition between clans sounds great too. We've been thinking about hosting clan battles as events, but as for global competition between countries or continents, that's a bit tricky. We all have different ping. For example, players in the US and South Korea can't really compete fairly. So instead of building it as an in-game system, we're planning to approach it as event-based content. We actually started testing this out a little bit last year, and we're planning to continue and expand on it. This year as well. You're in, right? We can count on you, right? Thank you all for showing so much interest in the 2025 roadmap, for all your great questions, and for your continued support. This is actually my 3rd dev drop, and I've been getting some questions that really hit the mark, and others I honestly didn't see coming. We're still shaping things as we go, so please bear with us. Episodes 4, 5, 6, we've got more coming, so please keep the feedback coming too. Thanks again. Hello players, this is Kim Tae-hyun, Director of PUBG Battlegrounds. Welcome to the third episode of Dev Drop. In this video, I'll be going through some questions about the 2025 roadmap. I'll also touch on topics that are not in the roadmap but might be on players' minds. Hope you enjoy it. Questions and feedback that aren't covered in the video will be answered in a blog post. Shall we get started? Let's go. With or without Unreal 5, I feel the developers need to take a step back from content for a month and focus purely on game optimization and fixing stutters. We actually have many different teams. There's a team working on Unreal Engine 5, another team focused on optimization, and teams that handle live service content and various updates for PUBG. So even if we pause work in one area, it doesn't necessarily mean we can immediately shift focus to another. We would love to say everything is working perfectly, but we know there is still work to be done, especially on optimization. We understand player concerns about optimization, given the recent Sanhok issues. We made some optimization improvements back in April, so we hope you give it another shot. Of course, we'll keep working hard to improve performance moving forward. Really looking forward to 120 FPS on console. That's all I've wanted since the game came out. Wait a second, about this comment. Pretty sure we've never officially announced this, so we're not exactly sure where that information came from. But as of now, we haven't made any decisions to confirm 120 frames per second support. We would need to explore the technical feasibility through development first. We know there are a lot of expectations around the shift to current-gen consoles. We'll do our best to figure out how we can meet them. Despite the long-standing dominance of the AR meta, weapons like the M16A4 and SCAR-L have remained underused for years. I believe it's time to either enhance their strength or rebalance them in some way to make them more viable. There are several different aspects to consider when balancing weapons. We've seen quite a few discussions and comments about weapons such as the M16A4 and SCAR-L, and many players have been asking us to improve underused weapons in general. While we do make gunplay adjustments every 2 months, it's difficult to single out just one or two weapons. Instead, we follow a broader balancing plan and adjust multiple weapons together. The reason we recently rebalanced shotguns and SMGs is that we also consider balance across weapon categories. We've been tuning things across the board. As there are subcategories like 5.56mm and 7.62mm weapons even within ARs, there's no single correct answer. But we assure you that we'll keep fine-tuning the overall balance. I've seen the video and the latest dev talk. Oh, thank you so much for checking them out. I am touched. I'm a bit scared to see destruction being added to more maps. The performance issues in Sanhok with destruction have not been fixed. There are two types of destruction in the game: terrain destruction and building destruction. To explain a bit more, terrain destruction affects only the terrain, while Sanhok's destruction also includes destructible buildings. When we mentioned destruction in the roadmap, we didn't mean that Sanhok's destruction would be applied to every map. We meant that terrain destruction, which was first added to Rondo, will be expanded to other maps. There are currently no plans to bring building destruction to every map. And we will need to resolve optimization issues on Sanhok first before considering anything like that. That's something we may look at much further down the line. Don't worry, we won't do it. Keep the bots how they were. It's casuals. It's where those who aren't as skilled can come and play daily. Let's see. I think we got two questions here. One about bots and another about the casual mode. First off, let's talk about bots. Our goal isn't to make bots stronger or threatening in any way. Instead, we want their movement and behavior to feel more natural, so that they can better fit into matches and provide a smoother, more enjoyable experience for players. We want them to act as a support element, like oil in the engine. As for casual mode limits, we know there are players who only play casual mode. These players log in, play their 3 matches, and then log off. While raising the limit could help boost playtime, our goal is to encourage players to gradually transition from casual mode to normal match. That's why it's not easy for us to simply raise the cap. That said, we have been discussing this internally. We are exploring different ways to expand the limit, and already have a few ideas in mind. We will share more once we have a clearer direction. Passes need to be more appealing, especially the survivor passes. Without the provided schematic, I do not think most players would even consider purchasing them. For passes, our intention is for players to enjoy the game a bit more, with fun missions that give various rewards. We hope more players can have fun clearing missions and getting rewards through the pass. Ideally, we want the pass to feel rewarding and enjoyable, a fun system where players look forward to the next unlock. Also, remember how the schematic wasn't there at first? I actually fought for it and earned it. Even getting just one in was tough, but of course it doesn't have to be just schematics. We'll keep exploring different ways to make things fun and do our best to bring good news. If UGC is introduced and becomes more mainstream, we expect to see an increase in creators producing a variety of content. Some maps could gain widespread popularity, similar to user-created maps in other games. Right now, our UGC system is still in alpha. Once it's live, we'll start by looking at how players engage with it, whether creators are making content, and how everything comes together. We haven't planned any specific benefits or incentives for creators just yet, Since we're currently focusing on ensuring that everything related to UGC works smoothly, UGC will be launching soon, and if you have fun creating with it, we'll follow up with some exciting plans and updates to share later on. While we understand that optimizing existing maps is currently the priority, when will development on a new map begin? Also, with the introduction of Unreal 5, will the minimum system requirements need to increase accordingly? Seems like there are two questions here about a new map and about minimum system requirements with Unreal 5. As of now, we don't have any plans to develop a new map. Last year and this year, we've been more focused on improving existing maps rather than creating new ones. So for now, we are not planning to develop a new map. As for system requirements, of course, we would love to keep things optimized for the setups players are currently using. But with Unreal 5, along with all the new features and visual improvements, there's a possibility that the minimum system requirements could increase slightly to support those changes. That said, we're not aiming to drastically raise the specs, we're working to keep them accessible. Having teammate kill or knock notifications appear in the center of the screen feels really uncomfortable. Please consider removing the notifications, or at least adding an option to turn them off. We added those kill messages because we felt it was important for players to be quickly aware of their teammates' actions. We are doing our best to keep them as subtle as possible, but we know it is a fine line. We will continue to closely monitor player feedback and make adjustments wherever needed, so please bear with us. We will do our best to find the right balance, so we would really appreciate your continued feedback. Based on the Unreal 5 preview that was recently shown, Erangel seems to have a much warmer tone overall. Is there any chance the visuals might be adjusted to bring back the colder, moodier look from around the 2017 early access and official launch period? I completely understand and relate to this question. I would also love to see Erangel keep more of its original atmosphere. That said, since we're still in development, we're currently testing different lighting setups and other visual elements, so nothing is final just yet. But I really do feel the same way. And I personally care a lot about preserving that early Erangel vibe. I miss the Erangel from the early access and original launch days too. We will do our best to capture that feeling again. I would love to see a custom match exclusive team deathmatch mode with more flexible setting options. It would be really fun to have a TDM mode where we could choose from various fun weapons like handguns, crossbow, or even overpowered modes from the old war mode, along with level 3 gear and care package weapons. It would be nice to add it to custom match, but we think UGC might be a better fit. UGC is currently being built on a TDM foundation, so we'd love for you to try creating fun modes with it. If you feel anything's missing, feel free to share your feedback. We're open to adding more features, so go ahead and give it a shot. Let the clans enjoy competitions and have a scope, a goal. Give clans a system to compete against each other divided by nation, continent, and world. It would be really amazing to see different clans competing across tournaments and ladders. I totally agree, there is definitely a need for clan battles to give players more opportunities to compete. There's value in building stronger bonds within clans, and having friendly competition between clans sounds great too. We've been thinking about hosting clan battles as events, but as for global competition between countries or continents, that's a bit tricky. We all have different ping. For example, players in the US and South Korea can't really compete fairly. So instead of building it as an in-game system, we're planning to approach it as event-based content. We actually started testing this out a little bit last year, and we're planning to continue and expand on it. This year as well. You're in, right? We can count on you, right? Thank you all for showing so much interest in the 2025 roadmap, for all your great questions, and for your continued support. This is actually my third dev drop, and I've been getting some questions that really hit the mark, and others I honestly didn't see coming. We're still shaping things as we go, so please bear with us. Episodes 4, 5, 6, we've got more coming, so please keep the feedback coming too. Thanks again. Hello players, this is Kim Tae-hyun, Director of PUBG Battlegrounds. Welcome to the third episode of Dev Drop. In this video, I'll be going through some questions about the 2025 roadmap. I'll also touch on topics that are not in the roadmap but might be on players' minds. Hope you enjoy it. Questions and feedback that aren't covered in the video will be answered in a blog post. Shall we get started? Let's go. With or without Unreal 5, I feel the developers need to take a step back from content for a month and focus purely on game optimization and fixing stutters. We actually have many different teams. There's a team working on Unreal Engine 5, another team focused on optimization, and teams that handle live service content and various updates for PUBG. So even if we pause work in one area, it doesn't necessarily mean we can immediately shift focus to another. We would love to say everything is working perfectly, but we know there is still work to be done, especially on optimization. We understand player concerns about optimization, given the recent Sanhok issues. We made some optimization improvements back in April, so we hope you give it another shot. Of course, we'll keep working hard to improve performance moving forward. Really looking forward to 120 FPS on console. That's all I've wanted since the game came out. Wait a second, about this comment. Pretty sure we've never officially announced this, so we're not exactly sure where that information came from. But as of now, we haven't made any decisions to confirm 120 frames per second support. We would need to explore the technical feasibility through development first. We know there are a lot of expectations around the shift to current-gen consoles. We'll do our best to figure out how we can meet them. Despite the long-standing dominance of the AR meta, weapons like the M16A4 and SCAR-L have remained underused for years. I believe it's time to either enhance their strength or rebalance them in some way to make them more viable. There are several different aspects to consider when balancing weapons. We've seen quite a few discussions and comments about weapons such as the M16A4 and SCAR-L, and many players have been asking us to improve underused weapons in general. While we do make gunplay adjustments every 2 months, it's difficult to single out just 1 or 2 weapons. Instead, we follow a broader balancing plan and adjust multiple weapons together. The reason we recently rebalanced shotguns and SMGs is that we also consider balance across weapon categories. We've been tuning things across the board. As there are subcategories like 5.56mm and 7.62mm weapons even within ARs, there's no single correct answer. But we assure you that we'll keep fine-tuning the overall balance. I've seen the video and the latest dev talk. Oh, thank you so much for checking them out. I am touched. I'm a bit scared to see destruction being added to more maps. The performance issues in Sanhok with destruction have not been fixed. There are 2 types of destruction in the game: terrain destruction and building destruction. To explain a bit more, terrain destruction affects only the terrain, while Sanhok's destruction also includes destructible buildings. When we mentioned destruction in the roadmap, we didn't mean that Sanhok's destruction would be applied to every map. We meant that terrain destruction, which was first added to Rondo, will be expanded to other maps. There are currently no plans to bring building destruction to every map. And we will need to resolve optimization issues on Sanhok first before considering anything like that. That's something we may look at much further down the line. Don't worry, we won't do it. Keep the bots how they were. It's casuals. It's where those who aren't as skilled can come and play daily. Let's see. I think we got 2 questions here. One about bots and another about the casual mode. First off, let's talk about bots. Our goal isn't to make bots stronger or threatening in any way. Instead, we want their movement and behavior to feel more natural, so that they can better fit into matches and provide a smoother, more enjoyable experience for players. We want them to act as a support element, like oil in the engine. As for casual mode limits, we know there are players who only play casual mode. These players log in, play their 3 matches, and then log off. While raising the limit could help boost playtime, our goal is to encourage players to gradually transition from casual mode to normal match. That's why it's not easy for us to simply raise the cap. That said, we have been discussing this internally. We are exploring different ways to expand the limit, and already have a few ideas in mind. We will share more once we have a clearer direction. Passes need to be more appealing, especially the survivor passes. Without the provided schematic, I do not think most players would even consider purchasing them. For passes, our intention is for players to enjoy the game a bit more, with fun missions that give various rewards. We hope more players can have fun clearing missions and getting rewards through the pass. Ideally, we want the pass to feel rewarding and enjoyable, a fun system where players look forward to the next unlock. Also, remember how the schematic wasn't there at first? I actually fought for it and earned it. Even getting just one in was tough, but of course it doesn't have to be just schematics. We'll keep exploring different ways to make things fun and do our best to bring good news. If UGC is introduced and becomes more mainstream, we expect to see an increase in creators producing a variety of content. Some maps could gain widespread popularity, similar to user-created maps in other games. Right now, our UGC system is still in alpha. Once it's live, we'll start by looking at how players engage with it, whether creators are making content, and how everything comes together. We haven't planned any specific benefits or incentives for creators just yet, since we're currently focusing on ensuring that everything related to UGC works smoothly. UGC will be launching soon, and if you have fun creating with it, we'll follow up with some exciting plans and updates to share later on. While we understand that optimizing existing maps is currently the priority, when will development on a new map begin? Also, with the introduction of Unreal 5, will the minimum system requirements need to increase accordingly? Seems like there are two questions here about a new map and about minimum system requirements with Unreal 5. As of now, we don't have any plans to develop a new map. Last year and this year, we've been more focused on improving existing maps rather than creating new ones. So for now, we are not planning to develop a new map. As for system requirements, of course, we would love to keep things optimized for the setups players are currently using. But with Unreal 5, along with all the new features and visual improvements, there's a possibility that the minimum system requirements could increase slightly to support those changes. That said, we're not aiming to drastically raise the specs, we're working to keep them accessible. Having teammate kill or knock notifications appear in the center of the screen feels really uncomfortable. Please consider removing the notifications, or at least adding an option to turn them off. We added those kill messages because we felt it was important for players to be quickly aware of their teammates' actions. We are doing our best to keep them as subtle as possible, but we know it is a fine line. We will continue to closely monitor player feedback and make adjustments wherever needed, so please bear with us. We will do our best to find the right balance, so we would really appreciate your continued feedback. Based on the Unreal 5 preview that was recently shown, Erangel seems to have a much warmer tone overall. Is there any chance the visuals might be adjusted to bring back the colder, moodier look from around the 2017 early access and official launch period? I completely understand and relate to this question. I would also love to see Erangel keep more of its original atmosphere. That said, since we're still in development, we're currently testing different lighting setups and other visual elements, so nothing is final just yet. But I really do feel the same way. And I personally care a lot about preserving that early Erangel vibe. I miss the Erangel from the early access and original launch days too. We will do our best to capture that feeling again. I would love to see a custom match exclusive team deathmatch mode with more flexible setting options. It would be really fun to have a TDM mode where we could choose from various fun weapons like handguns, crossbow, or even overpowered modes from the old war mode, along with level 3 gear and care package weapons. It would be nice to add it to custom match, but we think UGC might be a better fit. UGC is currently being built on a TDM foundation, so we'd love for you to try creating fun modes with it. If you feel anything's missing, feel free to share your feedback. We're open to adding more features, so go ahead and give it a shot. Let the clans enjoy competitions and have a scope, a goal. Give clans a system to compete against each other divided by nation, continent, and world. It would be really amazing to see different clans competing across tournaments and ladders. I totally agree, there is definitely a need for clan battles to give players more opportunities to compete. There's value in building stronger bonds within clans, and having friendly competition between clans sounds great too. We've been thinking about hosting clan battles as events, but as for global competition between countries or continents, that's a bit tricky. We all have different ping. For example, players in the US and South Korea can't really compete fairly. So instead of building it as an in-game system, we're planning to approach it as event-based content. We actually started testing this out a little bit last year, and we're planning to continue and expand on it. This year as well. You're in, right? We can count on you, right? Thank you all for showing so much interest in the 2025 roadmap, for all your great questions, and for your continued support. This is actually my third dev drop, and I've been getting some questions that really hit the mark, and others I honestly didn't see coming. We're still shaping things as we go, so please bear with us. Episodes 4, 5, 6, we've got more coming, so please keep the feedback coming too. Thanks again.
off, and we will continue on today. And joined here by Yolo Leo. So Leo, good to have you on, mate. Obviously, you were here yesterday, and looking forward to day number 2.
Oh, yeah, I am absolutely ecstatic for day number 2 as well. I mean, it's a good day or a good weekend for PUBG action as well. I'm actually dressed for the occasion because currently here in Malaysia, I'm feeling a little bit festive as we have a festival going on here today. But also glad to be excited for day number 2 itself.
Looks like it's still daytime over there as well, so you've still got the rest of the afternoon as well after this. It's a bit later here in Melbourne, 8 p.m. Of course, as we kind of kick things off, yeah, 2 hours different. Yeah, you're full of sun in the background. I don't know how that works, but obviously yesterday we kind of kicked things off, Lee, and obviously Zanshin kind of stole the show. They kind of came out of nowhere, top of the spot at the moment. Obviously, there's still quite a lot of PUBG to get through as we head into day 2. Things always chop and change. Some teams perform well day 1, and then maybe not so much on day 2. But I want to ask you necessarily, because you were here, what kind of caught your eye the most from day number 1 as we kind of have a look at the overview?
I will definitely explain a little bit more later on, but let's just quickly go through like the overview. For any of you guys who just recently joined the stream, especially if you guys missed on day number 1, don't worry, this is exactly what you guys need to really know here. So initially, for this Open Qualifier, we had another Open Qualifier with 128 teams, which by the way, I'm still very baffled about that, Zena. So the fact that I thought usually there was the typical 64 or 80 teams participation, but actually 128, which then went through a little bit of a grinder here as we went through the semi-finals, when we got towards our top 32, and the winners of that will be our top 16, which is pretty much split up between both Group A and Group B, which is our current top 16 for this grand finals.
Yeah, it's grand finals for another qualifier that leads into the main event, right? Like it's a tricky one to kind of wrap your head around, but yeah, quali into finals, into grand final, then back into another qualifier. It's the old PUBG special when it comes to APAC. So many different regions to kind of break through the world. But obviously when it does come to the grand finals tonight, right? And of course then tomorrow night to kind of close it out. There's a lot on the line. Yeah, making it on through over to that APAC qualifier isn't going to be easy. I think when you kind of look at a lot of the teams participating in this tournament as well, a lot of old names, a lot of names that have been around for probably close to 7-8 years at this point that have been able to really maintain really solid stability. But there's also a lot of new names when it comes to this region, and certainly Zanshin's one that catches my eye, number 1 at the moment. A couple of names there that for me I haven't necessarily seen before, especially in comparison to some of the other names.
Yeah, literally half of the lobby were returning teams from currently existing teams from previous tournaments as well. Some more new ones like Zanshin, for example, is, like you said, totally topping the leaderboard here. And which later on we're going to be checking out the leaderboard, which I will tell you this right now. I would have loved to, just to answer your question previously, I would love to say that there was no runaways, but I couldn't be more wrong. Zanshin has been winning majority of the rounds yesterday here. 3 chicken dinners. They did get all the way to the 2nd place in one of their 4th games as well. Pretty much on an absolute hot streak. That the rest of the team are slowly catching up to this, particularly Raw Esports, Kiowa Esports, slowly catching up to the ladder. I am a little bit concerned for teams like some more consistent teams like Savageman Esports and Happy Squad, because I know what exactly they're capable of. So I'm hoping they actually can try to pick things up here today.
Yeah, and I think as we get to the leaderboard now, you're absolutely spot on when it comes to Zanshin and their ability to run away with yesterday. Not only picking up 3 chicken dinners, but it's the kills that they're getting alongside those wins as well. 12, 12, and 9. It's really solid consistency. It is also just one day. So now the onus is on them. Can they back it up into day 2, keep the ball rolling? Done plenty of tournaments, seen teams absolutely get out of the blocks perfect, nice and early, and then things start to crumble away. The good news for them though, and you can see here on this leaderboard screen, top 2, gold. What does that mean? Of course, you then qualify straight into the finals of the APAC qualifier, skipping a large portion of that tournament to follow this. So it's a nice reward. It's not absolutely necessary. If you do make top 10, that's really the aim of the game. That's the goal here, Leo. You've got to just get into that top 10, get to the next tournament. As we have a look at our map rotation for the night, we begin with Miramar and then Rondo Tago in the middle and into Erangel, of course, a little bit of a reversal from day 1. But yeah, I think when you kind of think about like a Zanshin, right? In a normal tournament environment where if it's about winning and coming first, by no means would they be clear and locked in with 2 nights to go. But in terms of top 10, they got a 50-point gap, 2 nights to go. So if you can extend that gap by the end of tonight, it becomes pretty much impossible for you to probably then miss out on the APAC qualifiers at the end of tomorrow night. So it really puts themselves in a great position at minimum to make that APAC qualifier.
I mean, I guess you could also say this, the same could be said for some of our teams that's currently coming up the ladder, right? Especially if they're not really getting the ball, not really get things rolling in the next few games, or like just for example, if they will be playing our upcoming at least three matches here, and there is still like this point deficit of 30 to 40 points, then yeah, it gets pretty hard. Then some teams might just have to forego aiming for that first two spot. But it's also like you mentioned as well, if the goal is just to qualify, then sure, top 10 would be the way to go here. But if you want to try to aim for that first two spots, then we would, or at least I would be expected to see a lot of these teams really picking things up here today.
Yeah, and you should always aim for the top two spot. Worst case, you aim for it, you fall short, you finish third, fourth, or fifth, you're going through to the next qualifier anyway. So yeah. Exactly, it's totally fine. I think when we had a look at the leaderboard, and I just kind of continue to touch on it a little bit because we spoke about the top end. I want to kind of speak a little bit about the bottom end of it, and it's actually a bit of a logjam. Yeah, typically, of course, it's only one night, and by the end of tonight, it's going to become a little bit more stark in terms of who's potentially going to be missing out. But considering 10th right now is on 25 points, last place Roman Kills on 15, that's basically nothing, right? Like with two full nights to go. And it means that all of our teams, all 16, have certainly still got an opportunity to make it into the top 10. That's the fun part, coming into a night number 2, for example. You know, night 1's all about who gets out of the blocks, who's the ones that are going to set the tone in the lobby. Well, night 2 is now about the teams that didn't quite have the best night last night. Can they rebound? Can they find a solid performance tonight, get themselves into the top 10, for example? So, you know, I'm looking at Happy Squad, I'm looking at Monk, I'm looking at Roman Kill, all of those kind of teams that are not in the top 10 right now, certainly strong enough, good enough to get in there. Who are they going to dislodge? We'll find out tonight. And then, of course, tomorrow to then close it all off. You can see, of course, over on the left, match 7 out of 18. So 6 games tonight, 6 games tomorrow night, top 10 move on. So I think when you kind of come into a night like this for these teams, you don't have any of those kind of nervous feelings. In fact, you probably feel better coming into night 2 than you do even night 1. You've got that feel of the lobby now. So all these teams now have a really good understanding how the lobby's playing out, what they need to do, either improve upon or keep going at the pace that they're going at for the teams that are doing well.
Yeah, it's really a different kind of ball game, especially or two kinds of horse races. So for the teams that's trying to qualify for at least for the bottom part for top 10, then there are teams that's actually trying to qualify for the first 2 spots as well. But, you know, I really love the fact that you actually brought up with the fact that, you know, which is we have seen from throughout the entire history of casting PUBG as well. We have seen teams who's like explosive on the first day, right? But the real question is, I'm not trying to jinx Zanshin. No way in any way I'm trying to jinx Zanshin anyway. But I'm just saying to the fact that as you're being explosive on day number 1, how consistent can you be for the next 2 days here? Like you mentioned, if they're able to maintain this consistency for day number 2, sure, you somewhat solidify yourself in a top 1 spot here. But if you were to drop the ball slightly, then it does give it a little bit of an opportunity for some of the team, particularly like Roy Esports, like Kiwa Esports, who's currently certainly growing stronger by the moment here. But Kiwa Esports, on the other hand, rather impressive so far, as they may not have been having the best placements throughout day number 1, but they were able to maintain that top 4 merely just on kill score alone. The consistency among all 6 rounds, if you do the total math and calculation, is practically on average they have 7 kills per round.
So let's head into match number 7 as we kick things off here. Grand finals for the rest of APAC Open Qualifiers. Decent playing path on the lower side, south side. You can still very much get up north though if you do drop down, find vehicles. Otherwise, long parachuting will be the play. In terms of, I guess, teams to keep an eye on, obviously you're always going to look at the teams at the top. Can they have a good second night? But it very much night 2 always then starts to bring your attention a little bit more to the teams that certainly didn't perform as well yesterday. And you kind of want to look at the ones that maybe finished strong. You look like Nirvana Rebirth Soldier, right? 7 kills in the last game. Can they bring that sort of firepower on a more consistent basis? You kind of look at Roman Kill, finally got themselves in the last game last night into the top 5 for the first time, and that is a doozy of a circle to begin out in that eastern side. I'll tell you what, that's bringing back memories of the old days. When we head on over to those islands, it can certainly get a little bit hectic. By no means a guarantee that we go there, but always fascinating if we do. But yeah, you kind of look at the teams that, hey, who started to kind of get going at the end of last night? Palladium actually on our screens, you know, 4th place in the last game, 2nd place and 6 kills in the second last game. So a bit of Miramar form. You try and bring that then into this particular night and try and build on that and bank on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just pretty much like where we're going through when we're just talking about the maps alone, right? Maps like Erangel and Marama, this maps has been here since the very beginning of all the PUBG as well. So these guys, a lot of these teams, whether it's pub games or on a professional level, these guys have played this map so many times at the point where even when you see those kind of circles as well, everyone at this point, everyone knows what needs to be done. Everyone knows what needs to do. Everyone knows where to go, especially when you want to try to farm points, especially just getting a good view on those rotation path, etc. particularly as well when you get to those circles. We haven't got to see a circle like towards Los Leones. I think it's been a while since we had that final circle towards Los Leones, but might be even a little bit of a slim chance as well, since the circle is somewhat cutting towards the edge of it as well. So I don't think we'll see Los Leones at any time soon for the final circle at least.
So we see Zanshin on our screens right now. Of course, great night last night. Pretty much no pressure on them, right?
Yeah, no pressure.
In some ways, there's two ways. If I'm this team and I'm thinking about coming into night 2, how do I want to play, or what's our philosophy? The first train of thought is kind of just carry on from what we were doing yesterday. You don't have to really change too much. Certainly no pressure as well now when you've already got 78 points. Again, first and second is certainly something that you do want. So you don't want to really, you're not in a position where you kind of just pull off a little bit and you think, okay, we can play super safe. We don't have to go for a lot of kills. Let's not try and go out early and let's play safe. Let's get late game. They're still in a really solid position in which, because you've got such a large lead, you actually should just double down and keep playing aggressive, keep trying to dominate this lobby, lock in a top 2 spot, because PUBG is the kind of game where if you can actually not play, we're talking about in the play-ins in the APAC qualifiers to come, you don't want to be in play-ins. You want to be straight into the finals. And so second and first is very much something that you do want from this. So for Zanshin, I think, you got, a 26-point gap over to OBS. I think that's pretty decent. You kind of just want to keep building on that.
But you see, that's the problem, right? We throughout the entire teams, or at least from day number 1, I could be wrong. Day 1 could be like a warmer round. Everyone's just trying to get a good feel on which team likes to go where whatsoever. But we haven't seen like any team that's really just being really explosive, not really snowballing, not being really hyper aggressive. Something like what we were seeing from Decima Gaming or X Fury in particular as well. They were always on the hunt, even in previous APAC tournament as well. So we didn't really, me and Sir Cloud yesterday, we really didn't see that kind of aggression here. It's usually just teams that's just trying to get to that middle of the spots, getting those vantage points, just securing themselves down. That's pretty much how Zanshin was pretty much able to secure most of their victories yesterday as well. Just mostly getting to those to the center part of the map, getting those mid spots, nice vantage points. And once they set up that trans position, they were so great at just really defending their territory. And that's where they start punishing a lot of those teams. I guess you could say in a way, sure, the circle did favor them in some of those maps here. And I totally agree. Some maps, like particularly yesterday in the map of Erangel, when the circle went all the way to military base at the high peak of the mountains, where Zanshin was already initially based at, it was tough to go with here.
Happy Squad on our screen. Couple of absolute legends, really, of this region in CJ and Elgin bots. Drive on by here from Aya. Not going to be able to connect. A bit of early aggression. Certainly not fights that you necessarily want to take over onto this western side of Impala, out into the fields at this point, phase 1. You don't really need to obviously go for broke, send it in. I think for Happy Squad, it's very much just trying to scout out, see what's available, see where the pressure is going to come from, what they can take in terms of compounds, in terms of position, then spread out and get information. It's all about really phase 1. Get that information as best as possible. Get early good positions as well. And you kind of then also banking on this circle, not going to the islands, which statistically is a pretty good bank on that. You pretty much 9 times out of 10 want to just say it's not going to go there, it's going to come back inboard, let's get a position for that shift. And that's what the teams are going to be talking about. The other part of all of this as well is this Impala side of the map has actually a lot of this kind of terrain as well, where you can parachute down, play a high ground advantage for a long period of time. This is actually a really, really good spot that's been picked up here by Kiwa.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too surprised with people, especially the teams that actually drop towards the north or southwest side of the map as well, the left side of the map as well, using the E-picker to try to get to the nice zone here. But beautiful slice, by the way, to set things up here. Then definitely Kiwa Esports make their intention pretty clear on this side of the map.
Yeah, and really their goal now is to just kind of sit, get some knocks. Finding kills here is going to be very difficult. If they do find the kills in the first 2-3 phases, I mean, that's a tremendous job. This is really for late game. This is really just for the long portion of the match. Sit above, try and get some shots. If you can get it down out in the open, you can then convert. But it's these kind of shots over towards X-Men, for example. Even if you do get the knock, they're in a building, they're safe. Or they're behind cover, they're behind a wall, they're safe. So very difficult to actually get those kills confirmed. But for Kiwa, the other part of it is actually also managing your ammunition. It's very easy to sit here and just start peppering away, but you have to really think about these shots and think, is it worth peppering someone like Upchen in a building where if I get the knock, I probably can't get the flush? Right. I've only got 71 bullets in the back pocket here for Trick on the SKS. So you got to think of these things. It's only phase 1. It's early. It's still 2.5 minutes till phase 2. Naturally, that's something you can think about. So unless there's people out in the open, you also want to be popping tires, of course, and we saw them do that before. That's really going to be their train of thought here. Otherwise, they're going to be sitting pretty for the next 5 to 10 minutes.
I mean, that's also somewhat of the problem, right? Especially with teams taking the E during the E drop as well. But due to the initial flight path as well, and with the current circle placement as well, it's not very easy for a lot of these teams to just blindly decide where they want to drop, because it's so easy for them to just somewhat tell, okay, there's most likely a team there. The flight path was someone around the vicinity as well. Teams would have most likely occupied it. They're already keeping an eye on those rotational paths as well. That's why it's a little bit of a tough time. Kiwa Esports, I don't think it's not just Kiwa Esports. I think a lot of the teams who's going to plan to take the E pickup, emergency pickup as well, just probably have to really check on their resources, or at least some of their income as well. But it's like what you said, if they choose to find an opportunity to pop tire, to do a little bit of a dot damage, or they see there's an opportunity to go for the kill, then why not? But other than that, pretty clear to just pick things up there. But with their position on the mountain, by the way, and it's Kiwa itself, I'm getting a little bit of like a flashback back then. Like, this is exactly what they did to Decima Gaming or X Fury last time. Because Fury couldn't do a thing. Kiwa was just on top of those kind of mountains, and Fury, all that they could do was let's just look straight up to them. Flower was just wondering, like, how do we get these guys down? And they were just constantly just throwing nades and utilities upon them. And this is Kiwa Esports, who had a lot of resources at the time. They had they always focused around those mid spots, find a nice ditch for themselves here. They were able to just really farm things up, which is why I was quite shocked from day number 1 performance. It was a totally different place than how Kiwa Esports used to play in previous tournaments here, where usually they try to secure those mid spots as quickly or as early as possible here. But yesterday was not the case here. It was just literally scaling from one edge to another. But I guess it's just day 1. They're trying to get a little bit of the feel of how the team usually wants to play around. That's pretty much what happened on the map, our first map of Erangel, where we had a few teams just pretty much dropping at the same spot, and then I think we had 5 teams eliminated around phase 1. That was like the fastest thing I ever expected on the map of Erangel.
Yeah, Miramar's really the opposite. I mean, we're 10 minutes in, we haven't had a single elimination just yet. Sparkling making his way up over towards Kitsune. And it seems like this is very much spotted. You can actually see in the minimap the shots over towards Kitsune. So this is going to be an easy kill for Buck. This should be the first death of match number 7. And I should add, by the way, I know I'm coming in tonight, and you guys maybe spoke about this yesterday regarding Monk and the boys with their funny names, obviously mimicking TL. But yeah, I do know these guys. I've already said to Hiker, I said, I'm not calling you by your real names. If you want to go in with Luke 13 and Purdy Squirty and all of these names, that's what you're getting. I'm not calling you Hiker and Nikos and Akita and Rip. Not happening. That's it. That's the one reference point. That's all they get. And now it's over to the funny names that they're obviously having a little bit of fun with, which they do find the opening kill of this match. And phase 2 has also shifted a little to the south. The islands are still in, but not by enough to see us actually head over there for this match. That's going to be an easy drive-by for Luke 13. 279 is going to go down. There's a second kill for Monk. And to speak about them, Leo, in the pre-show, this is a team that obviously they can get rolling, not the night 1 that they would have wanted to have. And certainly a team that can get very much firing, good firepower, can get a lot of kills, and doing so over on the north side of the phase 2 circle.
I mean, that was my expectation as well. I mean, at first, I saw the name, I saw the team name as well on the roster. I was thinking, okay, it's probably another new team. Then when I got into a little bit more deeper, I see it's Nikos, I see it's Hikerman, and the first thing that comes to my mind is, what's with the name again? And I love that he actually explained it just now, because me and Sir Cloud yesterday were absolutely clueless. Like, why would you go with this kind of name into the tournament here as well? But with that kind of reputation, especially since it's X Fury members as well, I had some kind of expectation that we're going to be seeing some mad strikes, absolute mad strikes. But of course, a nice quick drive by. ES not going to be able to get any knocks, unfortunately, here. But did manage to send the message pretty clear that this territory is currently their own here. See someone hold their ground.
Yeah, it's not territory, though. That's super safe, right? Very vulnerable out in the open. As more teams are rotating by, you're going to get into more fights. It works for now. CJ playing back. He can play the hard anchor, try and get some fights in. Obviously for Jeff and co, trying to just scout out, find a position here on a little bit more southern side from the previous circle. Center up here for phase 2, which really, when you kind of think about this sort of circle, right, it's not a full phase 2 circle. So much water. It's a 50% phase 2 circle. So we're kind of 2-3 circles ahead right now. So less space, hence more fighting. Miramar map, depending on where those circles can be, certainly can be far more slow paced, plenty of room for everyone, playing dips and valleys and cliffs and mountains and all the terrain that Miramar has to offer, buildings included in that. Yeah, but because of this circle shift, now you're getting these more awkward fights. You know, you're out in the road, you're out in the field. You don't really want to be in these kind of positions. You can also lose a lot of your vehicles. Tires get popped. You're not safe. You haven't got much cover in terms of buildings. And more teams are going to be rotating by as well as they make their way out of cities like Impala, which were more central phase 1. No longer as much here phase 2. 30 seconds till the P3 pop. Happy Squad, of course, just trying to make sure they keep teams at bay. And it's Ayo that pushes up, looking for the down, can't find it. So Tsuna actually in the kill feed gets rid of Leo. So a couple more deaths. 4 have now been eliminated as we are 15 seconds away from phase 3.
I mean, I don't blame what EA is also trying to attempt to do it as well, right? Because you're somewhat trying to be decent neighbors to each other, since there's just not really much spots or much compounds you can really play with around this kind of territory as well. With the flight path, and the flight path initially as well, a lot of teams initially would have already secured a lot of this, or at least the better compound or the more secure compound of cities like Impala for themselves as it is. Rotational path is also somewhat limited for a lot of these guys as well. We'll end up seeing a lot of teams will be playing a lot for the edge here, and oh man, this edge fight, especially towards the northern hemisphere here, is going to be pretty tight for a lot of these guys here. I'm looking about like 6 teams that's going to be trying to contest for control for that northern edge here. Whereas on the other side, Zanshin, as usual, so far being once again favored by the zone, getting a nice central part of that next phase circle here, alongside with at least 4 or 5 other teams here. But I wouldn't be surprised if Dream Bounty Hunter or DBH in this particular here would like to at least secure the south side here. But Paladin and Knight will try to greet them in kind eventually.
Decent spray onto Zhao Feng, who got kind of stalled out. Trade back though, drop shot successful. He's going to go down for Zanshin. Xuan's going to hop out the other side. Zhao Feng is actually knocked over at the back towards the tree. Ken's trying to get involved as well. The circle popped has certainly caused a bit of a fight here over on the western side. That's up close. Ken's with a good zoom in and gets the kill. That's the squad wipe for Zanshin. And they do lose at least 1, but you know, you get the 4 kills, you lose the 1 player into phase 3. A lobby that's starting to rotate and fight, that's going to start to lose members. This is a good position as well for the 3-man Zanshin. I think they'll be pretty happy with the way that that fight did go down against Dream Bounty Hunter Gaming. You take that win. I was actually also going to mention on the phase 3 pop, the irony in a team called Unlucky getting a very lucky circle shift 2 in a row after phase 1. They played the south side. Bang, south, bang, south. So they've got themselves a good feed here. Currently in 9th place. This could be a really good start for night 2 for them.
Yeah. Even Zanshin's fight in particular as well, they were just so a little bit too hyper aware, a little bit too hyper alert at this point, right? When the circle gets a lot more tighter, a lot of teams get a little bit more closer than usual as well. A lot of teams more aware. I think Zanshin was not concerned about any team really crashing into them in particular here. And I believe after experiencing from day number 1 as well, they didn't really encounter any like aggressive mad fraggers as well. So I think at the point, like I said before, they're really great at just holding down the position and defending territory. So as long as they just know someone coming by, they're pretty much ready to greet any threat in kind. Happy Squad on the other hand, still playing around with the dishes, but it looks like it's unfortunate for Chen here. 2 members instantly gets removed from play. Couldn't see a Monk here. Looks like Monk compared for day number 1. Seems like they're finally coming back online. Yeah,
that's a good fight to win against X-Men. They got them done pretty quickly. Didn't really lose anyone besides 1 knock. You get the revive. You got a couple more kills already. And just like that, you start to scale up the leaderboard oh so quickly from 14th to 11th. Now you're only 2 points away from a qualifying position. Eldrabot's with a good chance here. That's a slow-moving vehicle, but the shot's not landing. And the Mark 12 is a decent weapon. Only the 4X has a chance. Lands the headshot there onto Maple. That's not too bad from Eldrabots. These are not difficult shots to hit. Long distance, moving vehicles, and Maple does go down deep into the blue, and CJ is going to finish him off. So some good shooting from Happy Squad. 2 kills early on, a couple more ahead as well. More shots landing. 10 Trip able to land his Mark 12 shots, gets the kill into Pankska, and that's Happy Squad finding their 3rd kill.
They are smiling with glee as they're just farming points, which is practically what they really require right now if they really want to try to get into top 10. They're pretty much at the, I believe, at the total leaderboard we saw just now as well. They're pretty much like just borderline. They're not really in the clear either way as well here. So farming whatever points they can from any stragglers is just trying to farm into the zone. That's pretty great for them as it is, but they're not really out of the woods just yet. They are somewhat getting some control on the north side of the circle here, but that doesn't really mean they have full control of it yet. It's just looking for the impending doom that currently, as they have to descend the hill, noticing a lot of teams in their respective compound here with all the commotion they're committing at the north side of the circle as well. They practically know exactly who's going to be coming in. They're prepared to greet them in kind here. I do love the due diligence coming from Arjun bots here. Still checking in their backside here. Just make sure there's no additional team that will try to be sound of a nuisance or any straggler that's going to be creeping out from behind them. You know, at first I thought Roman Kill was actually going to try to bet that the circle might go towards the island. It was actually a pretty interesting bet here. Because I think I just saw 1 or 2 boats initially, and then I thought, oh, maybe they're just doing a long rotation down. But actually, they stayed at the island for quite a bit, actually, before this phase 4 circle came in.
Should mention as well, we started the lobby tonight with 63 and you just saw unlucky with 3. Unfortunately, a PC player issue means that they are down 1. Good shots from Psycho. Blessed is going to go down and not able to be finished off just yet. But yeah, I thought what Happy Squad doing there before as well. It's very much a standard for a team of that caliber, clearing out the back, making sure no one comes in. You're playing the phase 4 circle on the north side. You're hoping for a couple of shifts, but otherwise, if there's no one there, you know you can push in more comfortably, more safely. We follow this nade. Needs a good bounce, does bounce, but actually goes over the top. Doesn't matter. Psycho got the double, and that revive was never on from Moshing. He gets punished for that, going for Blessed. And it is going to be Palladium, and we'll actually get the squad wipe onto the Oceanic Rifles. They are out in the open. You can't just go prone, although at least visibility becomes an issue. Setsuna gets tagged back by Killaroo, forced to move out of that window momentarily. Not a good spot to be in. And Miramar, in a nutshell, when it comes to these fields, yes, you can go prone, loses a bit of that visibility. Sometimes there's a small little dip, small little ridge that you can play behind. As Kiwi Esports playing now on the beach side, over towards the cliffs, over on the east. The phase 4 circle about to expire in the next 14 seconds, and it will shrink in again. So far with the map playout, a lot of teams on this more northern and eastern side of the map. So if this goes south, southwest, or even centers up into the more open terrain, yeah, I mean, that's going to be perfect then for Zanshin. So if this goes north, it doesn't quite, okay, a little bit more to the west, but look at the open fields in that circle pot. 2 large open fields, Zanshin around the middle of it. So that's the lobby leaders getting a really good circle shift for phase 5. And the teams that are on that outskirts now have to wrap and they have to then push in. That's going to be difficult to do so and get in alive. And then it's like, where do you really go? You're pushing into fields. There's not really a lot of buildings, not a lot of cover. So expecting a lot of terrain, field play, cliff play, trying to just maybe see if you can find a bowl, find a dip. Otherwise, it's going to have to be clear the edges, sweep. This is an outside game here for this match to start tonight.
Yeah, and the terrain is not really forgiving, and it's not well traveled as well. Difficult circle for a lot of the teams who weren't previously, or at least initially, wasn't really based inside the circle in the first place as well. So, like you said, a lot of edge fight here, a lot of edge control here, and it's not really a lot of cover either as well. It's just mostly like just slight incline hills here. But most as a team just constantly just trading blow for blow here and trying to find some great success. We do see Leo coming in with a beautiful nail on top of EI as well, but they really can't show themselves too much as well. Every time they try to go for a peek, there's a potential of another team trying to go to pick them from the other side of the map. Once more, trying to set up the deploy of shield to see if they can try to reset and re-engage back to Happy Squad.
Yeah, I mean, Happy Squad have to push in, so that's their issue here. They need to be aggressive, but if you push over that hill, you're going to be moonlighting. It's going to be a lot easier for Monk to then shoot up to you, because then it's a standing still target. And then when you push over the hill, you're not exactly sure what you're looking at when you peek over. Where are they? What's their position? Even if they're out in the open, you need to kind of navigate quickly. And they're watching that hill. They're watching that push. Unlucky again, as the 3-man squad able to get a couple of kills over on the south side. Art God's still alive on very well behind them as Roman killed down to just 1. You still got Palladium as well. They could look to try and wrap in on this, go for a third party. The 10 trip also gets caught, so Happy Squad getting quite unfortunate with these circle pops. Knocked down onto Spark Queen though, so it can divert the attention now of Monk away from being aggressive. For Black, play defensive. You want them to push into you. You don't need to push into them. They have to come to you first. 45 seconds until phase 6. ArtGod does get the free kill onto Overly. They did not clear out the final member of RNK. And ArtGod's going to go for a very aggressive wrap into the blue. And he may catch off guard Asper, who's got no idea that that player's coming in from behind. ArtGod did get caught, though, by Killaroo. Really good game sense. Switched on, saves them from losing Asper. Gets the kill, down to 9 teams remaining. Now on the precipice of that final 8.
I mean, this is one of the few things you can do as the solo player, right? If you can do as much damage as much as possible, whether it's you'll be farming points, I think it's still just pretty impressive for a solo player as well. But then, although on the other side, we do see Paladin and Knight still struggling as there's only one member currently still alive and ready. If he's able to just somewhat get out of that precarious situation, try to go for the revive, if it's allowed to as well, that'd be pretty great. But unfortunately, that's not going to be the case as they're going to be finally removed from play. Going to succumb to the zone here. Not going to give anyone the opportunity to farm off those elimination points. The same goes for Hardware as well, being the calls being made for multiple teams towards the edge right now. It all comes under the team who's currently based at the center of the circle, and once again, Zanshin bless once more here. The circle's been favoring them quite a few bit for this past round, even including yesterday as well. But looks like Runux, they do have an eye on their next target. He's going to be the next of Happy Squad here. Not really in the clear, not really in the circle as well. They do want to clear out the edge here. Is the battle between Happy Squad and the Samurais.
Happy Squad can't push this, though, so they're in an awkward position. If they fall back, take the fight with Monk, there's a chance they allow ISG to then push out, get the third party from behind.
No.
That's a good long-range shot. Man's going to go down, courtesy of Shoehorse. Runax also getting involved. ISG have to make a decision here. It's kind of what they want to do. Pushing into Happy Squad isn't going to be easy. You're pushing uphill, and I don't think Monk's going to be the kind of team to actually push over the hill for the third party. They like their position. They like this phase 6 circle pop. As Simoy going to get knocked down for Kiwa. Obviously, a lot more teams here on the south side as well that do need to navigate their way in, which Zanshin, by the way, have got the absolute god spot. Main compound, really the only one inside of this phase 6 circle. I'd be very surprised if they don't go on and win this game from here, but they're not going to get as many kills as these teams on the outer. Justice, Pibby going to lose that battle. Still got 2 up, though, and they do get the wipe on to Kiwa. So 4 kills go the way of JFT. Can they get the revive? Smokes go out. Shoehorse has got 1 more available, but certainly cautious. Knows that Zanshin have eyes towards that location, but Zanshin are never going to push out of this compound. They've only got the 3 players. You hold, you don't push out. Maybe phase 7, phase 8, you could go for wraps. You could start to push in for third parties. But right now, it's very much hold. And ISG have made that decision. They will push in towards Happy Squad. Algin Bots with the nade goes over the back of this small building. Runax caught raining down the hill, and that's the issue for ISG. You're out in the open, and suddenly Feven is the only one remaining.
He's just trying to hold on the line as well. No one wants a slice of even for sure here. We'll find that tag. It looks like Sparkle on the other side. We're going to be able to find the remaining member here, instantly eliminate him from the playing field here while they try to hold on the line here. But you know, just to come back on what you mentioned about our ISG, right? So ISG so far has been the kind of team that's been playing pretty slow, even from the previous tournament as well. I do wish they were a little bit proactive because I really believe they have the capability. This young squad of players here that has such great potential to push forward. Just with a little bit of aggression and confidence, I can tell you this, they'll definitely be a force to be reckoned with for sure. But other than that, it's just been a team who's been playing pretty slow, trying to go for those placement points, and even some of their kills so far you see from their recorded history as well, just usually just pick-offs from towards the last circle as well. But once again, the circle,
really good circle for Zanshin.
Oh, man,
they love this circle. Compounds stay in. They can make sure that when phase 7 concludes, there's not anyone wrapping on the west side or the south side. They can then push out freely, knowing no one's behind them. Yeah, they win this game 9 times out of 10, and it's a no longer full health lobby either. No team has got 4 players up. 3 is good enough for both JFT and Zanshin. Yeah, Monk have got the 2 players, but they're split. So Luke and Purdy cannot play off of each other right now, completely split. Luke probably more worried about ISG. He can't peek over, though, because of Pivy. So Justice helping out ISG somewhat, despite keeping them locked in on this bowl. And then you've got Roy. Decent spot, but again, only the 2 players, and they're also kind of split right now. So it's very much a wounded lobby. There's the push over the hill from Roy. Setsuna and Edking going to go down. Monk have got themselves up to 13 kills, but there was a knock onto Purdy, and this is not going to be a revivable situation at all from Luke. Luke's going to be very much a solo. Nicel to finish it off for Zanshin, and this is where you start pushing out. That's a really, really good effort for Nicel to push out. Knows that they're safe, doesn't have to worry about has anyone got eyes on their location? They hear the shots. They know the actions on that north side and eastern side. Good push out, good kill. They go up to 6. Do need to be careful that they don't oversplit though. Like Juan's pushing close by to Elder. I can see on the minimap. You know, if he gets knocked, he's probably dead. So they've got to be careful with splitting up too much. So you only got 3 players.
The same goes for Nice as well. Even from yesterday's game on the map of Marama, he really closed out the round in such a strong manner alongside as they play this body system alongside with Pre-Cell. But so far, they just really try to split themselves out here. Despite having the compound, they just do not want to keep themselves within the vicinity as well. They want to cover a little bit more ground as they scout things out here. Especially when we see coming in from Zhao, one of the members from Zanshin as well, spreading towards the eastern side of the circle here, because they just don't have a lot of intel here. It's a little bit of a decent amount of hills, decent amount of cliffs here. They do hear the audio cues, but they just don't spot any players at the moment here. We do see PV keeping an eye towards the compound here, but barely misses over one of the Zashin players here. But they do spot him in time, but instantly was able to get the train on trend.
Yeah, that's a really, really good kill from Pibby. Not so much just the spray, but the game sense, the way he's clearing the positions. He checks long angle first. Clear. Okay, now it can push up, clear the close rock. Chuan goes down, and you get punished now for the aggressiveness from Zanshin. You had the 3 players up. You go for a massive split. Look how far away Nicel is now from Ken's. And look how far away Juan's dead body is from the other 2. So they tried to control the zone as much as possible with Compound rather than playing together and sweeping across and clearing out, and they get punished for it. And JFT suddenly have really got a solid foot in the door in terms of taking this match from here. They're playing close. They've got the eastern side locked down. They know where ISG is. They know where Zanshin is. And they have a really good read as well on Monk. So they know the lobby. They know the positions. 5 kills. Can they get the win from here? It's on for JFT.
Well, they do. They are still holding on the line here. No one's going to make any desperate attempts at the current moment as well here. We do see one of the players still playing around a compound here, just being on Overwatch at the same time. We do see Alder did manage to spot one of them. We'll try to get a couple of pot shots if the situation allows it to do so.
Yeah, but it's not in. Well. So JFT will be aware of that. That compound's no longer in Phase 8 and certainly Phase 9, right? So they know full well, okay, there's one. We know where ISG is. We know where Monk were. And certainly can't get to them because of the 2 teams in their vicinity. So JFT have got really good information. Information is key when it comes to PUBG. The more info you have, the more likely you can then get a win off of that info and play off it. And JFT is smart. They're not just rushing this. They've got the info. They'll see the smokes. They know that Ken's is going to make the run from the compound. They'll have a good idea where Nicel and Ken's is, trying to get the spray down onto him as he's making a way out of the compound. They did land a tag, but not enough to get the elimination. And I think Luke was also just spotted by Shoehorse. Again, they did know where Monk was earlier in this match.
The situation really calls to see which team is really
big knock from Runax.
Oh, that's insane.
Yeah, that's Shoehorse probably overextending on a 2-1 split because he knew where ISG were. And when you have that info, you don't always have to play aggressive off of it. So now Alder, Pivy feel forced to go for this push, and they've thrown it. They've absolutely blown it. There's a really good opportunity in this match. Luke will collect a free kill as well onto Ken's, who was knocked, and suddenly we're down to a 1v1v2. ISG, who were pinned Leo for so long in this match, not only get themselves out because of that nade from Runax, but now in a position to actually win this game from a very difficult position. This would be an amazing way to start night 2.
I really want to try to hold on the line here, but Runax did manage to spot them out of the edge here. We do see the pre-defensive smoke trails being set up for the team, and they will try to find some dominance as they try to get a little bit more control as they make their way towards the center of the circle here. But of course, it's naturally all about that timing, right? That third body timing here. Luke so far has been trying to keep himself in the dark for as long as possible as well. He did show himself 1 or 2 times, but he's someone just really good at just fading away here. So currently, Feven having the responsibility here, but can he get that knocked here as he did for JFT? But he's so low, but can he succeed? No, Luke finds a shot first.
Yeah, big kill from Luke. 14 kills now for Monk. Does go down, but you take a top 3, 14 kill game. Absolutely huge performance to start the night for Monk. From outside the top 10, now into the top 7, and it will be a 2v1. Nicel can't get close enough. Blue Zone nade also not going to reach. Nicel needs to be overly aggressive here. Pick this rock quickly. That's a low health Feven. He has to heal quickly. Runax goes prone. No, that's not what you want to do. You're the front man. You've got to play contact. Runax has played that poorly. Need to be aggressive. Allow his teammate to get the heal off, who has finally been able to do it. But Nicel's just better. That's a really, really good way to take out game number 1 of the night here for night 2. Zanshin do get the win. It felt that way early on, Leo, considering they had the main compound. They got some good circle shifts. But once they lost Xuan, I felt like maybe they lost a little bit of that capability, but credit to Nicel in the end, able to get the win. But it felt like the kind of match where at one point it was winnable for JFT, it was probably winnable for Monk at one point. Certainly at the end, ISG in a 2v1 winnable, and all of them just unable to get the job done. Zanshin with another win, continuing their form from yesterday.
No, I mean, it's really, it felt like they really was able to recover from that initial loss on Joanne as well. JFT definitely had a little bit of control, but it felt like everyone really did their part as we slowly lead towards the final circle, right? Everyone was able to find the necessary amount of opening, everyone was getting the necessary amount of trade, everyone was being very opportunistic in those kind of scenarios as well here. Especially since this, you know, in the end, it's still a team game here, so all the components really fell together. But anyway, let's quickly check out the highlights, see what really went down. Side of the map as well, the left side of the map as well, using the E picker to try to get to
the... It's going to be an easy kill for Monk. This should be the first death of match number 7, but not by enough to see us actually head over there for this match. That's going to be an easy try.
We'll try to greet them in kind eventually.
Decent spray onto Zhao Feng, who circle popped, has certainly caused a bit of a fight here over on the western side. That's up close.
Didn't agree any threat in kind. Happy Squad on the other hand, still playing around with the dishes, but it looks like it's unfortunate for Upchen.
Finish off, so some good shooting from Happy Squad. 2 kills early on, a couple more ahead as well. Unlucky with 3. Unfortunately, a PC player issue means that they are down 1. Good shots. You're not exactly sure what you're looking at when you peek over. Where are they? What's their position? Push into them. They have to come to you first. 45 seconds until phase 6. Ardgod does get it. He may catch off guard Asper, who's got no idea that player's coming in from behind. Really good game sense. Switched on, saves them from losing Asper, gets the kill, down to 19, but they're not going to get as many kills as these teams on the outer. Just a decision. They will push in towards Happy Squad. Algebot's with the nade goes over the back of this small building. Runak's caught raining down the hill.
Misses over one of the Zanshin players here. But they do spot him in time, but Isli was able to get the...
Don't always have to play aggressive off of it. So now Alda, Pivy feel forced to go for this push, and they've thrown it. They've absolutely blown it.
Responsibility here, but can he get that knocked here as he did for JFT? But he's so low, but can he succeed? No!
Yeah, big kill from Lu. 14 kills now for Lu. Runex goes prone. No, that's not what you want to do. You're the front man. You're going to play contact. Need to be aggressive. Allow his teammate to get the heal off, who has finally been able to do it. But Nicel's just... So the highlights there for match number 7, certainly a wild one towards the middle and end of that particular game. The circle really giving us a solid one there on Miramar. Miramar can sometimes play rather slow, rather passive. Really, it's all circle dependent on Miramar more than anything. And open fields, certainly a lot more fun to watch than, you know, mega terrain battles or mega building battles, for example. And honestly, for Zanshin, yeah, I mean, you can certainly say early on, some of the early circle pops allowed them to get that main compound, kind of sit pretty, and then pop out at the end. But again, it did feel like they made good decisions for the most part. I think that they obviously lost 1 in a battle where they got 4 kills. That obviously sucks. So then they had to kind of slow things down naturally. I think the big takeaway is Monk. Absolutely from that match in terms of the kills that they were able to get. 14 overall. They got a top finish as well. Absolutely skyrocketing up the standings just from one match. And again, it really highlights in PUBG, just one game can sometimes really transcend you up a leaderboard, either if you're looking for a qualification spot or a top spot, doesn't really matter. And that's why when you kind of look at the teams towards the bottom, are they capable? It's what I always kind of pose the question, Leo, is are these teams capable of a match like that? And coming into tonight, Monk was certainly a team that we said in the pre-show, they're capable. They can do this. They can have a game like that. They go and do it. They just couldn't get it done last night. That's fine. You have a rough night. But then the way that they've started tonight, I'm expecting them to kick on.
Yep. I mean, I'm also expecting, like I mentioned before, so same goes for teams like X Savage Man Esports and Happy Squad to slowly pick them up, because I really believe in their potential and capability as well. So hopefully they really start picking up, because, you know, it's still early in day, it's still just one match in day number 2. We still have like 5 more matches to go, so anything can really happen to change. Just for JFT in particular here, they didn't really have the best run in previous tournaments here, but in this tournament, however, in day 1 and even the starting of day 2 as well, very impressive work. They're really, although it's, you know, slowly but surely, they are growing by the moment, by the rounds as well, and slowly climbing up their leaderboard as well. And even getting all the way to that third placing here for day number 1 is rather impressive as well. But of course, although yes, unfortunate that we did have one of the members in the she lost out from a beautiful nick coming in for Runox from the Irohani Perpetual Samurais during the last few circles here. But you know, it's that kind of gamble, right, where if you succeeded, that's great, you gain control. But if you fall instead, then that's just one of those unfortunate scenarios. But you know, PUBG has always, or at least this kind of battle royale kind of scenarios here, there's a lot of unpredictability and nothing is really set in stone here. So it's been pretty great so far, at least for match number 1 at least.
Yeah, I think in that particular instance for JFT, you're playing a 2-1 split. If you're the solo, you've got to be very careful. You're always going to play life first and then find kills second. And I think for Shoehorse, again, we didn't really get to see his POV, so very difficult to kind of touch on what he ended up doing. But naturally, they knew where ISG were. They had them pinned down. There's probably a hint of aggression that wants to come through from Shoehorse, you know, a peek over or whatever it may be, but he just cops a nade. So it's not the worst death because he hasn't got, it's not like he was running down and got sprayed down because he just got over aggressive and, you know, was ill-disciplined. Sometimes you just get naded, and it's a really, really good name for ISG. That quite literally got them out of a hole. The damage in this game is actually quite fascinating considering the actual amount of damage between Zanshin and Monk is pretty much neck and neck, despite the fact that Monk got a vastly amount of superior kills. But I guess it's also just playstyle difference. Monk's playstyle is very much going to be that roam game throughout that match because they didn't have a key center point to play off of in the first couple of zones. You're driving around, you're roaming around, and you're constantly playing edge. You're going to get more kills off of your damage. Whereas for Zanshin, if you're playing compound, you're going to still get some damage. You're going to be peppering away. Long range shooting, getting knocks here and there doesn't always then translate into kills. But Nicel was able to translate his damage into kills. He got 7 of the 11 for Zanshin in that match, and more importantly, got them the win, as the last 2 kills, of course, were in the 1v2. So really, really good performance from Zanshin. I didn't get to really see them yesterday, obviously. So I was kind of looking when I was coming into tonight and prepping and kind of looking at what happened last night. I was like, oh, Zanshin, who are these guys? You know, they got 3 wins. And the way that they played that match, it's not fancy PUBG. It's nothing extraordinary. But they did the basics right for the most part. The one caveat is maybe, you know, Juan got caught on the rock, didn't have really good cover. But even then, you know, if you're sitting prone, you're just watching the angle, you're not really doing a whole lot wrong. He didn't get over aggressive. He didn't push out from the rock. He just got cleared. He got cleared and it was a good spray down by JFT. I think it was Pivy. So, you know, again, you don't really put too much emphasis on him doing anything wrong. And it's 99 points. Now it's 99 points. Now you're 60 plus points clear, you know, of Palladium in 11th. Again, if you're thinking about just qualifying, you're pretty much fine. You're probably in. But for top 2 now, you've still got a 32-point gap to second. So I'd be very surprised by the end of tomorrow night if Zanshin aren't in the top 2. Funnier things have happened. Teams can sometimes just go on an absolute Ice Age moment where 3-4 games and it just doesn't click and suddenly you lose that advantage.
Cold, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It feels cold. But I will say, this is a lobby that looks quite even. And in those even lobbies, it's a lot harder to lose that spot if you're at the top. Top heavy lobbies, you know, if Roy, OBS, Kiwa, you know, if they were a lot closer and the bottom teams weren't really picking up points, yes, you could probably see a Zanshin lose their spot. But look at the placement difference. I mean, Kiwa's only got 7 placement points to 46 of Zanshin. That is a gulf. That is a huge gap. These guys are staying alive and they're getting kills. They're doing both sides of PUBG perfectly right now. It would be a choke, honestly a choke, to not finish top 2. I know there's a lot of PUBG to still play, Leo, but that's just the position that they put themselves in, you know, getting closer to halfway.
Yeah, I mean, as long as if they keep going with this kind of play style, right, they'll definitely be able to secure top 1 or at least top 1 or 2 for sure here. But you know, like you said, anything can really happen for the next few days. So as long as they keep up this momentum, I think they're pretty much in a good space. But for the other teams that currently the bottom half of the leaderboard, right? There's no real like massive distinction like how we see for the top for Zanshin and Roy for the rest of the team, right? Like 50-point deficits or 40 points deficit, that kind of thing. Pretty much like half of their total points. We don't see that kind of thing towards the bottom half of the leaderboard here as well. Feels like everyone still has a chance to really just rev things out, to really catch up to the on top of the leaderboard, to really try to make it towards at least to that top 10, right? Because you really just want to at least try to qualify towards the play here. At least that way you can really get the ball rolling here. Happy Score on the other hand, while despite them able to at least increase their placement points for the map of Marama, despite all the, let's be honest, it was a tough transitioning for Happy Squad as they was just trying to get control on that north side of that circuit. It was also same goes to the side for Monk as well, but in the end, Monk was the one that came out the major victor for that north side of the circle and towards the end here. But Happy Scout will be knocked down a pack here all the way to the 13th rank in the leaderboard on the other hand here. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly get back to our second match here. Still going to be the Dusty Dunes of Marama here. Let's see whether the flight path is going to be pretty great so far. I don't think we have fantastic flight path even during day number 1. We have really awkward angles here, so I mean still able to satisfy for most teams here, at least for day number 1 here. But let's see for day number 2, and it looks like a pretty great one right across the middle. Everyone should be able to go exactly where they intend to go.
Yeah, very solid plane path here. I don't think you have to really dig too deep into this. As you said, pretty much central for the most part.
But I am interested to see whether Roman Kill actually dropped towards the prison island. I believe Roman Kill yesterday, could be the flight path as well, but there was that one round where they really dropped towards Protona. It was the only team that actually dropped towards those islands. But I guess that's not going to be the case this time, since they didn't really drop off early here.
Yeah, I mean, it could be an alt drop, could be plane path dependent. Drops can be very much fluid. I think the best teams, while they have their hard drops, and as long as they're not getting contested, 90% of the time they will go there. But you do have to have a little bit of fluidity. You have to have secondaries. You've got to have plane path variation drops. There's a lot that kind of goes into it behind the scenes. When you've got teams that are well coached, well prepared, they will have pretty much all bases covered. And that's where, if it goes to if you think, okay, well, this plane path, and with the way the game's going, let's go Partona. You can make those decisions if you're well prepared. Otherwise, it really just depends. As you said, could be plane path dependent. Circle pop. Over towards Chumasera. So now we're going to get really the beauty of Miramar, right, is with the way that the terrain works, it's almost broken up into like 3 sections where you've got the eastern side fields, the Chumasera Death Valleys, and then on the north side you've kind of got the more mountain cliffs and buildings terrain. And now we head over to Chumasera, and it's probably my favorite side of Miramar. I think the Death Valleys are really fun. There's really good god spots that you can get. And I think that for teams that are already there, you also get the benefit more than maybe some of the other locations. Thinking, for example, something like the Impala side, if you've got field position, it's not that great. But if you've got top Death Valley positions and you can control a large portion of that area, that can be a really critical key ingredient to getting a win on that side of Miramar. Now, it can, of course, continue to shift up, and I've seen these go to, Monte Nuevo, or over towards the northeastern side. They can pull away, but I'm very much hoping we stick around that Chumasera area, which if that is the case, those teams that are on the more north, very much far northwestern side, when they're making their way in, you've got to be cautious of teams setting up roadblocks. You've got to be cautious of teams already in good power positions and elevated terrain positions. And certainly there's certain pathways that you just now can't really go through the way you would really want to. So very curious to see how match 2 is going to go. Of course, our final Miramar for the night, and then we switch over to the tertiary maps to follow. But yeah, the other thing as well, I didn't really get the time during the break to kind of talk about the leaderboard, all of the teams. One team that caught my eye was the X-Men. 2 placement points. It's the worst in the lobby so far after playing 7 matches. 2 placement points is not enough. If you are getting the kills, that's fine. And fortunately for them, it's a top 10. So top 10 is a very generous, qualifying position for a tournament in PUBG.
Agree.
A lot of tournaments are, if it's a qualifier, sometimes it's top 3, top 4, top 5, whatever it may be. But top 10 is, of course, for something where it's a qualifier, basically into a qualifier, sure. And it means, though, that for a team like X-Men, you're getting the kills. You can't stay alive. You're not getting late game position, and that's not going to fly in the APAC qualifiers. So it's less about the current issue, which is will they or won't they qualify. I think they're good enough that they will. They're getting enough kills. They're doing enough in that category that they're obviously in 9th. But what happens in a couple of weeks' time when you're in that APAC qualifier and you're playing against some really, really good opposition from Thailand, Vietnam, etc.? It's just not going to be able to work. But why? If you're not able to survive in this lobby, not only are you barely going to be able to survive in that lobby, but you're also then not going to be able to get kills as easily in that lobby. So something to consider for X-Men here. They need to more so turn around a bit of that form, survivability, make sure they're working on both sides, both placement and kills.
But you see, that's the thing, right? Which I was telling Sir Carl yesterday, because yeah, sure, top 10 very generous, because so far, like you mentioned as well, we were so used to the idea with it. Usually it's just top 3, top 4. Even the last tournament, which was the Master Series, was practically just top 6 teams as well. But Savage Men, interestingly enough, right, for all of these APAC qualifiers, right, Xenox, they have always been able to qualify, but it's just borderline. It's just borderline qualification here. They're always the 6 teams. I'll say they're the 5th team. If it's a top 4, they're usually the top 4 teams, which is why I'm somewhat confused on the fact that, okay, is this the kind of team where they're pretty content with as long as we get through to the next level? And then when we get to a more high stake gameplay, that's only when we really step things up here. Even when I see in their previous tournament, when they went against the likes of Daytrade and all the other Thailand and Vietnam teams as well, sure, they really didn't get far. Their positioning was still within the top 10 or top 12. But other than that, still got a decent amount of kill elimination points as they really accumulated for themselves here. But while we're just currently looking at the circuit, right, I would love the Death Valley. I know you also mentioned you would have loved the Death Valley as well. But can you imagine if we just continue to shift a lot more to that western side of that circuit, right? And if we just hard shift towards that western side, or at least the left side of the circuit, right? We're just looking at if you just look at the roads, there's only 2 roads. There's practically only 2 roads that really gets to that area entirely, right? If you're not going to get roadblock, you want to go off road, then it's going to be entirely a different kind of battlefield. So everyone's trying to fight for the mountains, but we don't see a lot of teams playing around the mountain, except for the center, at least the mid part of the circle here, because a lot of teams are just a little bit concerned where it's high mountains, it's really steep hills here, steep mountains here, really steep slide of those hills. So it can be quite punishing as you try to descend upon here. By the way, beautiful caught up by Spark Queen here. Getting really nice intel, was able to catch someone who's playing solo on the other side here. A little bit too far from the rest of the squad here, so that's going to be a nice elimination and a pickup for Spark Queen.
Yeah, very good job the way that they're able to kind of do that as a team as well. Someone gets the tag, draws attention, and then it's an easy push over for Spark Queen. You take the kills, and I think for Monk, that's probably their mindset coming into tonight, is just try and flex a little bit, walk around the lobby, get kills, be aggressive, you're capable, very much seasoned veterans at this point in their careers. They know how these lobbies play. They know that you need to be aggressive, take space. You can't just kind of go for, positions. You don't want to just send it. You really want to farm these teams that struggle to get into key positions. So if you think about naturally in PUBG, the top teams historically will go deep positions. They'll go early. They'll get the power positions. The weaker teams will loot a little bit longer. They'll rotate in a little bit later. So if you kind of have that information and you understand how these lobbies work, Monk can then look to abuse that. And I think that's a little bit of what they were able to do in the previous match, probably what they want to do a little bit here. Already spread out. You've got your guns. You've got what's necessary. You don't have to overloot. Let's go and catch these teams that are going to be rotating in late. Let's try and even just mess with their rotations as well. It's kind of what's happening here for UG. I will say, they're wasting a little bit of time here. That first kill's great. They get the first kill, but now you're taking some long-range shots. You're really hoping for a long-range knock. Those are not easy to get. Kind of a low percentage play. I'd rather see Monk start to get into more powerful positions, but because they're already in phase 1, and the way that Death Valley works, they're coming in way too late for that. I think they're, again, just going to look to play edge, which is why they're sitting around there just shooting.
No, but I guess someone plays into their playbook as well, right? They're pretty confident in the fact. I think, like you mentioned as well, not a lot of teams actually utilize this because of the fact that they're not as confident with their firepower or their spray control when they go head-to-head with another team, right? So I guess this only somewhat applies to teams like Monk as well. And they're fine with playing around the edge as well, just from the flight path, from the circle. They're not really going to, like you mentioned, going to those power positions as well, those mid-circles. It's because they really know a lot of teams has already pretty much occupied as well. It can be quite detrimental as they slowly get towards those kind of positions, towards any compounds or any potential roadblocks here. They do not want to attempt to lose too many members before they get towards the last stage, especially since this is day 2 now, where you start farming, where you start trying to get as much points as possible here. But we do see a little bit of a Max Payne situation.
Wow,
they do a bit of a drive-by. They managed to get 2 for the knock here. Very impressive here, but very painful for Panadium and Knight as they try to get to that circle.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate for Suspect and Asper hunted down, and really good shooting from Pivy. That's not easy to get a double like that so quickly. But the AUG spray is very much good. And poor Maple, we just saw actually in the previous map was in a similar position where slow-moving vehicle shot out dead. And in match number 8 now as well, a UAZ that's slow-moving going backwards and dead in the pickup. Psycho also gets run over as well. So that's JFT finding 3 kills on a roaming Palladium who are just sitting outside the top 10 right now. That's a huge shift over to Chumacera. So it's not it's not a full Death Valley match, but it's still a really, really good circle here for some engaging fights. And it can slow down a little towards the late game. If it does go into Chumacera, obviously you've got a bit more of a POI that can house quite a couple of teams, take key positions, hold angles. So it's certainly going to be a very different Miramar to what we got from match 7, which was very much playing out into those open fields.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, good stuff for JFT, and I think they're following suit for what Monk is also doing tonight. You know, it's just roam around, find kills.
I mean, this is the best you can. I guess you can say the best you can really do at this current moment in time, right? You rush towards the center. There's a high chance you run into a roadblock. May not be the most ideal and most advantageous kind of situation as well. So roaming around, if you're competent with the firepower, this might say just roam around the edges, try to find any stragglers midway as well, catch them off guard as well. If anyone's not too prepared for you as well, as long as you're pretty confident with your firepower, then I guess you can really take those fights head on. But you know, like, wait, hold on the phone, Monk. Try to make the mid rotation, gets caught up midway. That's unfortunate. I was about to discuss that even if you don't necessarily get the knock from those long range shots as well, if you're just able to just whittle down resources, right, as we saw you get to that last circle, that seems pretty great every single time. But if you get that knock, like that knock on Monk, which is unfortunate as he was trying to get that rotation towards that edge of that circle, yeah, then it's always better every single time.
Yeah, get some armor damage, get rid of some meds, absolutely. I think that's Sparkwing just being way too aggressive there on a bike, pushing into the open. And to be fair, I think with Monk, right, they're coming in, they're clearly, I hope this isn't really taken the wrong way, but they're not a full-blown serious outfit, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't be trolling with the names and things like that. They're going to have some fun. They're still trying. They want to win. They want to qualify. They want to go all the way. But it's a completely different, you know, comparison from them versus other teams where they're very much carefree. Zanshin just clearing out JFT, who very much just crashed it in, didn't have full info. That's just classic PUBG. Send in, team there, well prepared, well set up. Zanshin again showing really good basic fundamentals. They're doing a lot of the basics right, and that's why they're first. You know, again, it's not super flashy, it's nothing special, but a team sends it into your compound, though, you've got to be prepared. Nades out, defense. You know, it's punishing them. And it was also only the 3 members for JFT as well, so less, you know, bodies to deal with. But a really, really good clear of an early send, which doesn't happen all that often. I think it was just very much a compound that maybe there was no information for JFT, and the fact that Zanshin were here. But yeah, I mean, going back to Monk, you're playing carefree. That's the key takeaway. And more teams should really have that mindset. You know, JFT are playing like that. Monk are playing like that. You know, you don't want to put pressure on yourself. You don't want to feel worried as you're roaming around or trying to play edge. Teams sometimes can get very, you know, jammy where it's like, we've just got to try and get a compound and sit. You know, you're playing scared. You don't want to do that in a lobby like this. No disrespect, but you want to dominate this lobby. You want to go for kills in this lobby. You want to be as best prepared going into the APAC qualifiers by playing some really serious powerhouse PUBG. This is not the lobby for you to play scared or you know, play for late game positions or compound feeds. And Happy Squad's again another team as well. We saw a little bit of that in the previous match. They will roam, they will go for kills, they will hunt, and that needs to be the way that you play in the rest of APAC qualifier lobbies. That's a good nade. They're on the wrong side of the hay bales though, and E pickup will arrive. 10 Trip will get the kills though.
Oh,
so
no.
Close. It's the issue with the E pickups. At that point, you just got to not take it, but you also then kind of have to. Blue zone's in. 10 Trip is watching. He gets the double kill. Really, really good work from him and Happy Squad.
You know, YouGaming just had the same experience yesterday as well. Just every time they actually take the E pickup, there's always going to be like a team nearby to actually just punish them pretty hard. This time was pretty worse than yesterday's one, because yesterday at least they just lost one member. The other member almost got knocked down, but he just barely just able to skim through away to safety here. This time they lost 2 members here. That's gonna hurt them quite a bit, as well as they were trying to find a drop into a very high contested location as well. Which, by the way, despite the terrain that we're looking from the minimap, right, it's still within the view and visual, or at least the scope line for all of these players, and that kind of distance is relatively easy for a lot of these players to actually knock someone down with ease, with no trouble at all here. Q1 Esports, on the other hand, this time was able to get the comfortability of the zone here. So although they did manage to get one kill, at least one elimination point for themselves here, but I believe this is just probably something along the way during the exchange, during mid-rotation.
Oh, hello.
Here.
That's, good information for Egbar.
Yep.
But his team is not remotely close. Now, Kiwa have been very good with their kills, less so with their placing. And it's a bit of discipline there for Egbar. I mean, I actually was just about to look and see how many nades he's got.
He's only got 2, I believe. Yeah.
If he's got 2 nades, he probably could have gone for something there. But, you're taking a 1v4, even from high ground position, even with nades, even catching them by surprise. It's not worth it. All it takes is you start throwing a couple of nades, one person, stays up, looks back, gets a kill, and then suddenly you lost your life. So, he makes the disciplined approach. He gets information. It's still good information. The other caveat as well is 50 seconds till phase 4 pop. So a lot of teams aren't going to get aggressive 30, 40 seconds out from the next zone pop. You've got good position on the northwest side. What happens if the circle shifts that way and you've just lost the player? You've lost now potential to win the game. So... again, you don't want to be making the big move. It's also why, if you watch PUBG enough, the lobbies with 30 seconds till the zone pop, everyone's pretty much set. Now you've kind of, that phase of the round is over, essentially. Unless you're Monk. Monk are different. They're a different breed. They just do what they want. Luke goes for a peek over, gets the headshot onto Runax. I mean, getting more here is going to be very difficult. They got good position. This is a good fight. The only unfortunate reality of this is you only got 2 players, now 1. You're outnumbered. And all it takes is 1 spray back from the other 3 players that are still up. So, unfortunately for Monk, they've tried to emulate what they did in match 7. It hasn't worked here in match 8. Only the 2 kills. Luke's dead here. He doesn't get out of this position alive, surely. I mean, if he sits in here, that's great. But yeah, Xiaowei is not going to allow that. And DBH will take the kill. Monk out in 14th. And yeah, no surprise to see Monk and JFT, 2 teams on the room early, out early. 5 kills between them. It's just the reality. Sometimes it works. Sometimes you have a 14-kill game and you finish 3rd or 4th, and then at the same other end of the spectrum, you go out in 14th and the 2 kills.
I guess the same could be applied whether you have just a good game or you don't, right? Whether is it depending on your circumstances or the circle benefiting you or not here. But I can tell you this, Luke was just hoping for a nade. If he just had a nade, because he just felt like he could just really nade them all. He did have a molly, but not necessarily enough, as you mentioned, from his current circumstances. But Zanshi, on the other hand, still pretty comfortable within the zone. They are still somewhere around the edges here as they slowly make their way in. But looking for the other team, it looks like UG was somewhat eliminated away. I think we somewhat missed out on the, or at least I missed it out on the kill feed here. But All Bloods this time, still holding up their ground. They're currently ranked 3rd. They're currently ranked 3rd in the leaderboard as well here, especially since after their previous experience from last night, the last map of Marama, the last match of the night there as well. They were the first team to actually drop down, and that didn't exactly go according to plan, as they actually crashed into Roy Esports yesterday as well. So match 1, I think match 7 that we had just now initially as well, they did somewhat make things up for it, but of course conflict still back in here. It looks like Happy Squad is putting the pain on QO Esports at the moment here.
Yeah, and you want to finish this off with your Happy Squad. Don't allow them to get out. Trick's playing over at the back, so kind of playing Overwatch, but he can't do too much to help. Good shots from CJ.
Great.
That is some really good shooting with the Mark 14. The 6X does really help out, but that is some really sharp shots. Now knows where Egber is as well, stuck over towards the hut. And he has the 1 frag grenade, throws it in, although I don't know if that's going to connect, considering he should be inside the hut, so it does explode on the outside. Could have gotten a little bit closer. So there's another blue zone nade as well. So now he's going to be forced out of the hut. Egber's just ticking away right now. I think he's going to try and heal this one. I think he's going to go down. Nade from 10 Trip will connect. Some really solid pressure from Happy Squad. 5 kills for them and looking good to start night 2. They're doing good things. You think about where they started kind of yesterday in terms of the leaderboard at the end of, obviously, last night. 12th, 19 points. Now you're already up to 31. So early on, Leo, it's night 2, game 2. but that lower end of the leaderboard from yesterday is starting to pick up the pace, as unfortunately Turtle can't win the battle against E, and Zanshin will get another team out of this lobby. And only as we're now heading into phase 5, we've only got 10 teams remaining. It's actually quite a heavy loss of life for this second match in comparison to the first one.
Yeah, I think it's because of the nature of the circle, right? You just really want to try to get a really nice spot here, but you don't really have a lot of choice. Just judging from the terrain alone, right? So that you either get a mountain or a flatland or the compound or Chumacharo itself, right? There's not many ditch you can really play around with this location as well. Even just looking from Happy Squad Tantri's point of view as well, it's just incline hills and mountains. You don't really have a lot of choices here. So seeing this massive loss of life is actually not too surprising for me. But yeah, great tag. But looks like again Team Newbies on the edge here. This is exactly what Team Newbies did yesterday as well. When they had one last remaining member, he just tanked out the zone in a phase 4 circle, in a phase 3 blue zone. He just used whatever mats he could until he found a moment to just be an absolute nuisance for a solo player here. I mean, sure, you get like 2 elimination points, but you just put pretty much a wrench in the plan for that initial team yesterday as well.
I mean, so far, it's only 2 games. And again, I kind of look at the leaderboard from yesterday for Team Newbie. They got a decent amount of points. A lot of those coming from placements.
Placements, right? Yeah.
and I think that's really a sign of a team that's probably not as confident in their firepower, like you were kind of talking before. Are they as confident in their ability to sweep edges, go for kills? It's very much a classic case in PUBG where you have certain teams in lobbies that are going to value compounds. They're going to value deep positions. They want to try and play center. And that's really what's working for them. That's fine. You can stick to that. It's the beauty of PUBG. Many different ways you can play it. Good shots from Sevi to get those onto Anarchy. Very much still slow moving, of course, coming out of a standing still vehicle, moving forward. It doesn't go that fast straight away. Now, Paul is still there, but the Blues enveloping that position. So it's going to be a very difficult revive and very difficult for Team Newbie to actually get themselves moving forward. Their best hope here is someone else gets eliminated and they get themselves a free placement point by getting into the top 8. But Anarchy is going to go down into the blue. And so Snipe will be the only one remaining. Really good power position here for Savvy. It's still in good high ground. They can get some really good scouting. Teams are eventually going to want to start to make their way towards Chumacera, but there's so many stuck because of this giant cliff. And you can see on the minimap, Zanshin, Roman Kill, Happy Squad. You've got DBH in the middle of all of this as well. You have to fight your way out of these positions. That's got to be a kill right there.
Just dancing his way to safety. Oh, barely. Just finds any cover at the cliff to find it, but he gets knocked down in the end here. Tantrum on the other hand, on the other side, did manage to spot them out, but just don't really have the right angles here. So I guess they just decided to make the call, just want to salvage the situation as well. We're slowly getting towards that later stage of that circle as well here. So just really want to try to get that compound as quickly as possible here. Especially since they still have full 4 men here, they do drop down they do find a little ditch for themselves here, but not really the best. It's still Savvy. We'll still have that nice eagle eye view here. We do see CJ currently playing point Vanguard here to try to keep him at bay as much as possible here, and seem to trade for the blow for blow. Seems quite effective for now, but they are slowly making their way forward. And Zanshin, of course, is relatively nearby. They know for a fact that there's 2 squads that are going to be going head to head with each other for now.
Yeah, been a solid game from Happy Squad. Really liking what I'm seeing from them so far here on night 2. And going up against Zanshin as well. I mean, not an easy fight. Zanshin are doing a really decent job of just staying alive. Unfortunately, staying alive for now is one thing. It's only temporary. How do you move out of this position and have a late game game? You probably don't. And Ken's going to be the last one standing now for Zanshin. But they've got themselves into the top 8. They've also got the 7 kills. It's been another solid performance, but I don't imagine they're going to be able to survive much longer. No frag grenades for 10 Trip. They lose CJ and they lose Aya as well. Algenbot's still alive, but he's not close. So it's a solo 10 Trip. Spray into the smoke will connect onto Ken's. Good headshot. 8 kills for Happy Squad. And they eliminate the lobby leaders. But the lobby leaders gap just continues to grow anyway with those 7 kills, 7th place position. It's another hefty point collection here in match 8.
Yeah, it's really good. I mean, so far, even like the previous, at least the initial 5 kills, right? The first 5 kills is pretty much from just their initial positioning as well, right? Every time they just find a compound, they lock themselves down. It has been yielding great harvest for them every single time. So just the fact, even though they are not able to get to that final 4, the fact that they're just able to just leave the round with 7 points additional, even though they're already ahead. They're still absolutely fantastic. But by the way, great shot coming from Savage, just making full use of the vantage point advantage that they have for themselves here. But eventually roam and kill. They will have to descend these mountains here, and they've been pretty loud and making quite a commotion here. So a lot of teams will probably anticipate them descending eventually soon, especially Old Blood. It's relatively closest to them right now at the current moment of time. Open AI.
Got to remember as well, Unlucky only came into this game again with the 3 players due to a PC issue for IMHack. But, you know, just managing to stay alive. I always say the old adage, if you've only got the 3 players, it's not a death sentence. You know,
Yep.
you just change your idea and your philosophy a little bit. It's all about center positions. Can you get compounds? You definitely are not going to be a team playing edge and sweeping and being aggressive.
Yep.
I would say, can you get to that 20, 25 minute mark? Then you can be a little bit more expressive because the lobby's wounded.
I mean, you also don't really have a choice, right? You just want to secure your surroundings for yourself here. But, you know, unfortunately, Xenos, we don't really have this massive highlight reels of a specific player. We don't see, like, a player really just annihilating the entire squad by himself in those 1v4 scenario. No montage performance, unfortunately, here. But, you know, currently in this tournament, I guess, with the teams that we have, everyone's the whole, it's just more like a team effort here, as all the components just really coming together here. But Lun seems like he doesn't really have his setup, his size for it. It feels like he had at least some of the members of Roam and Kill dead to rights here. Just waiting for that opportune moment. But next phase coming in. Seems pretty great for some of these teams, at least.
Well, I mean, Chumacera now is very much, you know, the embodiment of a POI. Things will slow down. 5 teams alive. I imagine this goes easily to phase 9. I'd be quite surprised if it doesn't. Roman Kill, very lucky with the triangles. You can kind of hide behind them. You only have to watch out for nades, which right now teams aren't going to be getting close enough to really throw those in. So they can kind of sit nicely here. And you can see the terrain in front of OpenAI as well, where teams in Chumacera are going to find it difficult to kind of spot these guys. And they're in the circle, phase 7. It's very, very nice for them. If they had to push into Chumacera, it'd be far more difficult. But yeah, this is where things very much just slow down. Now, Ed King's going to get a freebie. Now, Leo, you've got to be far more careful of that. So that's a really good highlight for people watching who want to, you know, learn about PUBG. Check your corners, check your angles. You're playing a POI
yes.
like Chumacera. Like, it's not just vacant at this point. There's 16 people alive, was 17. You've got to be wary of the fact that Roman Kill on that south side is probably the only team that's playing out. Everyone else is going to be in Chumacera, and you're just running into concrete like that without checking left, without clearing, without flashing, nothing. So it's a good lesson. You definitely don't want to do that. And Ed King will get a free kill. Roy Esports will get their first kill of the game.
But honestly, Xenos, which one do you feel like is the more difficult part? Clearing out playing around the final circle in compounds like this, maze like compounds, or usually just open areas like this one?
Well, I mean, you can make a case for both. It's not black and white. You know, it's not one's easier or better than the other.
It's always just a preference kind of thing.
The open areas have the downfall, of course, that you've got to be very sharp because you haven't really got the cover, and then clearing out the cities. You might have cover yourself and certain positions you've locked down, but it can be very difficult to clear out so many different rooms, so many different locations, and all it takes is just that one mental slip where you kind of go to half check an angle, but you're not really fully committing because it's clear, and then suddenly it's not clear and there is someone there. You got to be very switched on. These rounds here really, really play with the mental because you're so locked in. Anyone could peek out of a window. Anyone could peek out from a roof. That's the beauty of PUBG. You know, you can obviously, you know, calm down a little bit if you're pushing back into a building like this from Jeff, where his team's already got it locked down. Carly has been knocked here by Savior for X-Men. You've just got to be so cautious when you are clearing and you are pushing.
But you know, that's why I'm saying, right, with the teams being locked down as well, they're getting a relatively of an audio queue for a lot of these teams currently checking things out as well. Unlucky so far has been pretty silent. Same goes for Roy Esports as well. I mean, until he actually got that nice pick out due to lack of due diligence coming from Leo to check that corner, that specific buildings here on the other hand. Moshing on the other hands of Old Blood, they are definitely intending to try to farm a couple of more elimination points as much for themselves here. It seems like they're going to be able to find the remaining members of Roy Esports here, and we will have our final 4 here. They do manage to get picked up.
Sebi,
Speed's gonna get a nice
what are you
pick
doing?
up for himself, man.
That's a moment, a lack of concentration and understanding for Roman Kill, and Lemma's going to peek as well. I shit you not, I was about to say they can win this game, and they've just thrown it. You know, you're playing outside, and you've still got circle phase A. They've been very fortunate that a lot of the outside part of Chumaceria has stayed in that circle range, and they just start running around. Why? Because they got bloodthirsty. They got happy. They started hearing shots. They thought this is their time. No, it wasn't. Certain buildings still haven't been cleared. And OBS have got themselves the big building, and they got high ground advantage, and they punish. Now, RK didn't have to move the way that they did, and they still had smokes available. You can go play off of the fence line. You can go play off of hard cover. And Lemma shouldn't be peeking at the truck. And Blessed going for a wrap, which is overly aggressive, and he's going to cost his team. Now, OBS making a mistake as well now. You didn't need to do that. You've got 8 kills. You've got good center position, good compound control. Now you're down to 3. You're not going to get that revive, although fortunately they get the quick trade, and RAK had already thrown their game away anyway. Old Bloods should be able to win this game from here now. Now X-Men are very much stuck. There's already a knock, so they're not going to have key position. Blessed is going to get back up, so 4 versus 3. Jeff's got absolutely superior position here on the roof. He's played this wonderfully. And yeah, for Roman Kill, I understand. That's a wonderful spray from Jeff.
Insane.
Absolutely sharp. He's going for more. He wants to go for the back-to-back kills here on the upgen as well. That'll deny any res potential. Phase 9, Blue Zone coming on in. That knock, though, even more an upper hand goes the way of Old Bloods. Pop up. Lun Lun did get speedy, but he gets traded by Moshing, and they're going for the high ground. Up they go here inside of Chumacera. Jeff's going to eventually drop down, force down. Only the one up, though, for X-Men, and that's upgen over towards the left side. Can't find the connection that he was looking for, and eventually will get flushed out, and it will be Old Bloods. That takes match number 8 here in the ROA qualifiers. Really solid performance, great positioning, had great patience and understanding of the way that Chumacera works, using the high ground. I mean, Bless did go for a very cheeky wraparound, and then to convert the outside got punished, but yeah, fair enough. OBS very much the deserved winners. Roman Kill will be kicking themselves that they couldn't play that outside advantage, go for third parties, get a bit more from it. X-Men couldn't do much else from their position. All Bloods definitely deserving that one.
So it can be quite punishing if you try to descend upon here, by the way, before they get towards the last stage, especially since this is day 2 now, where you start farming, where you start trying to get as much points as last as possible here. But we do see a little bit of a max pain.
So quickly. But the Orc spray is very much good.
Quite dead on. But wait, hold on the phone. Monk, try to make the mid.
They're going to have some fun. They're still trying. They want to win. They want to qualify. They want to go all the way. But it's a completely different comparison from them versus other teams. They're on the wrong side of the hay bales though. And E-pickup will arrive. 10 Trip will get the kills though. Essentially, unless you're Monk. Monk are different. They're a different breed. They just do what they want. Luke goes for a peek over, gets the headshot onto Runax. I mean, getting back, so kind of playing Overwatch, but he can't do too much to help. Good shots from CJ.
Great. Seeing this massive loss of life is actually not too surprising me, but yeah, great tag. But looks like, again,
that's really what's working for them. That's fine. You can stick to that. It's the beauty of PUBG. Many different ways you can play it.
Just dancing his way to safety.
Staying alive for now is one thing. It's only temporary. How do you move out of this position and have a late game game? You probably don't. He's going to lose Aya as well. Algenbot's still alive, but he's not close. So it's a solo 10 Trip spray into the smoke. More difficult. But yeah, this is where things very much just slow down. Yeah, Ed King's going to get a freebie.
Yeah, we will have our final 4 here. They do manage to get picked up.
That's a moment, lack of concentration and understanding for play off of hard cover. Lemma shouldn't be peeking at the truck. It's a position, good compound control. Now you're down to 3. You're not going to get that. And yeah, for Roman Kill, I understand it's that's now. Only the one up though for X-Men, and that's upgen over towards the left side. Can't find the connection that he was looking for, and Old Bloods taking out match number 8 and 10 kills to boot as well. Sets them up very nicely going into the back end of night number 2 here for the rest of APAC Open Qualifiers, Leo. Solid game. 2 really contrasting matches of Miramar in the end as well, which is always really good to see. When obviously same with Erangel as well. Erangel probably isn't the same necessarily as Miramar, where it changes so much, so dramatically depending on where it goes. It's a bit samey, but Miramar very much the case where, you know, match 1 you play in the open fields, match 2 over to Chumiseri you go, and suddenly you've got a big POI that you've got to play out of. But Old Bloods played it perfectly. Death Valley was kind of part of it a little bit. We saw some moments with, you know, Happy Squad, Monk and JFT, of course, went out early. They went roaming. It didn't work for them. You know, a really, really solid match. And so far, again, you're seeing the quality of this lobby in terms of the even spread. It's there. You know, all 16 teams are capable. All 6 teams are having a really solid crack. And maybe a part of that is when it's a 10-team qualifier, you've got so many positions that are up for grabs that if you are in 11th, 12th, 13th, in other tournaments where it's top 4, you can start to drop away a little bit. You know mathematically you're unlikely, but certainly when it's top 10, you're basically in it until the end of tomorrow night. So it's a lot easier for this lobby to be even.
It's the kind of thing where you feel like there's a little bit of a breathing room, right? Or that kind of leniency where you feel for the fact that, okay, there's 10 spots instead of the usual 4 or 6, then you don't feel the same amount of drive coming from a lot of these teams here, especially if the goal is just merely to qualify, just to really get into the tournament here for themselves here. So we probably won't see that kind of same drive as we see in other qualifiers where the stakes is a lot more high, the priority as well, it gets a little bit more pressure, a lot more intense as well. But even towards the last round as well, I'm happy to say exactly what I somewhat expect when it comes to day number 2, right? The teams really just stepping out from day number 1, where we're slowly running out of days running out of matches for a lot of this team to farm up the necessary amount of points. And I'm not going to say that it's like having the points between the teams currently at the bottom half of the leaderboard is like heaven and earth or whatsoever. There's still a chance where they may not even qualify, but the points have been quite close with each other, where they still just have to perform pretty profoundly, just enough to really get through in. However, Old Blood, as usual, they didn't meet the record for yesterday's game for match number 1, but they had the most amount of kills in total. Still 14 kills, still standing that record. Now even the total amount of damage. I am very interested to see a different kind of stats. I want to see the amount of damage taken here, not damage, the receiving damage here, because I feel like Old Blood has been taking quite a substantial amount of damage. Same goes for Monk as well from match number 7.
Yeah, it's just on that previous screen as well. It was one thing that caught my eye, roaming kill. Only 5 smokes used, which for OBS, they had the 7, but that makes sense because of the positioning. But for roaming kill, you're playing outside. You've got to get your smokes out. And it goes back to the way that they tried to push into Chumisera. You know, you saw Sevi kind of running across out in the open. It's just not the way that you kind of try to enter into that sort of position. Get your smokes out. And you've got them. They had them. You got to use them. You got to obscure that vision as much as possible. It makes entry a lot more easier. Getting to fence lines of compounds is very much an art, and you know, use those smokes as much as possible. 13 kills for All Bloods, and obviously their second win of the tournament so far. 23 points from that match, and yeah, they're looking very, very good to qualify top 10 at minimum now, and they've put themselves into a position where I think they can very much fight for top 2. You know, considering first is probably going to be out of reach. The way that Zanshin are playing, they're very consistent so far through the 8 matches. That will be a very difficult ask, but I think for second, very much still a possibility for quite a range of teams that they can get into that position, and Old Bloods will be very much thinking that, yeah, there's every chance that we can get straight to finals in the APAC qualifiers. That's a good position to be in. So 75 points they earn there at the moment. You can see Roy Esports 73 just behind them, and a decent gap. I mean, again, Kiwa only the 7 placement points. I can't trust them. I can't trust the team that's only got 7 placement points that are in 4th. You got 45 kills. That's amazing. That's bloody fantastic. You've got to be living if you're going to be contending for a top 2 spot. That's just a reality, and they're not doing it so far. X-Men finally got themselves actually quite a decent amount of placement points that game. They went from 2 to 8 placement points, and what happens? You go from then, you know, 10th to 7th. You know, you're matching your kills now as well. A little bit better with the survivability aspect, so really good from them. And this is where you can start to get a little concerned for UG and NRG. You're still in the 10s. You know, roaming killed 24. Okay, you're 12 points off Happy Squad. That's not too bad. The others are all on the 30s. They're close by, single digits. But NRG and UG, this is the wake-up call moment now as we're getting closer to halfway through this tournament. Got to start firing. Got to start getting kills. Got to start getting placement points. And if I'm in their position, realistically, you've got to be playing for, center compounds, try to play safe, try to survive off of that. Then you can try and get some kills late game. Don't try and be the heroes early on. It's not working for them. So we'll keep an eye on those teams towards the bottom, of course, and see as we can continue on. 4 games still to go tonight for the rest of APAC Open Qualifier. Is going to have a short break. When we come back, of course, we'll continue on.
Hello players, this is Kim Tae-hyun, Director of PUBG Battlegrounds. Welcome to the 3rd episode of Dev Drop. In this video, I'll be going through some questions about the 2025 roadmap. I'll also touch on topics that are not in the roadmap but might be on players' minds. Hope you enjoy it. Questions and feedback that aren't covered in the video will be answered in a blog post. Shall we get started? Let's go. With or without Unreal 5, I feel the developers need to take a step back from content for a month and focus purely on game optimization and fixing stutters. We actually have many different teams. There's a team working on Unreal Engine 5, another team focused on optimization, and teams that handle live service content and various updates for PUBG. So even if we pause work in one area, it doesn't necessarily mean we can immediately shift focus to another. We would love to say everything is working perfectly, but we know there is still work to be done, especially on optimization. We understand player concerns about optimization, given the recent Sanhok issues. We made some optimization improvements back in April, so we hope you give it another shot. Of course, we'll keep working hard to improve performance moving forward. Really looking forward to 120 FPS on console. That's all I've wanted since the game came out. Wait a second, about this comment. Pretty sure we've never officially announced this, so we're not exactly sure where that information came from. But as of now, we haven't made any decisions to confirm 120 frames per second support. We would need to explore the technical feasibility through development first. We know there are a lot of expectations around the shift to current-gen consoles. We'll do our best to figure out how we can meet them. Despite the long-standing dominance of the AR meta, weapons like the M16A4 and SCAR-L have remained underused for years. I believe it's time to either enhance their strength or rebalance them in some way to make them more viable. There are several different aspects to consider when balancing weapons. We've seen quite a few discussions and comments about weapons such as the M16A4 and SCAR-L, and many players have been asking us to improve underused weapons in general. While we do make gunplay adjustments every 2 months, it's difficult to single out just 1 or 2 weapons. Instead, we follow a broader balancing plan and adjust multiple weapons together. The reason we recently rebalanced shotguns and SMGs is that we also consider balance across weapon categories. We've been tuning things across the board. As there are subcategories like 5.56mm and 7.62mm weapons even within ARs, there's no single correct answer. But we assure you that we'll keep fine-tuning the overall balance. I've seen the video and the latest dev talk. Oh, thank you so much for checking them out. I am touched. I'm a bit scared to see destruction being added to more maps. The performance issues in Sanhok with destruction have not been fixed. There are 2 types of destruction in the game: terrain destruction and building destruction. To explain a bit more, terrain destruction affects only the terrain, while Sanhok's destruction also includes destructible buildings. When we mentioned destruction in the roadmap, we didn't mean that Sanhok's destruction would be applied to every map. We meant that terrain destruction, which was first added to Rondo, will be expanded to other maps. There are currently no plans to bring building destruction to every map. And we will need to resolve optimization issues on Sanhok first before considering anything like that. That's something we may look at much further down the line. Don't worry, we won't do it. Keep the bots how they were. It's casuals. It's where those who aren't as skilled can come and play daily. Let's see. I think we got 2 questions here. One about bots and another about the casual mode. First off, let's talk about bots. Our goal isn't to make bots stronger or threatening in any way. Instead, we want their movement and behavior to feel more natural, so that they can better fit into matches and provide a smoother, more enjoyable experience for players. We want them to act as a support element, like oil in the engine. As for casual mode limits, we know there are players who only play casual mode. These players log in, play their 3 matches, and then log off. While raising the limit could help boost playtime, our goal is to encourage players to gradually transition from casual mode to normal match. That's why it's not easy for us to simply raise the cap. That said, we have been discussing this internally. We are exploring different ways to expand the limit.
So we head into the third match of this evening for the grand finals of the Road to APAC qualifiers for the rest of APAC. And obviously, so far through the opening 2 games, we got rid of Miramar. It's done now. We move forward. We've got Tago, we've got Rondo, and of course, then to finish off, Erangel, the old classic, the old lovable. So far, though, it's been a little bit top heavy in terms of Zanshin and Old Bloods, you know, picking up the wins. But in terms of the overall aspect of the first 2 matches, Leo, it's actually been a pretty decent even spread. You kind of look at the teams that were at the bottom from last night have actually started really well tonight. They're just not picking up the wins. That's fine, of course. So, you know, Old Bloods, and you've got obviously Zanshin. They're the ones picking up the wins. But there's a lot of points being distributed around the leaderboard currently. And that's a really, really good sign. Healthy lobby obviously means that we're going to have a really solid night tonight. And then it's going to be close going into tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, the focus is very much going to shift to 10th. Right, I kind of have the feeling Zanshin's going to probably lock up at least the top 2 spot tonight. So a lot of the focus tomorrow night will be very much in terms of who's 11th, 12th, 13th. Can they get into a top 10 position? And that means, considering how even the points are distributed, I mentioned before the break, I kind of looked at those 2 teams at the very bottom and thought, you know, UG, NRG, are they doing enough? And so far, the answer to that really is no. They've got to try and be now a little bit more aggressive. It's not the time to go overkill. We're halfway through match 9 of 18, heading into Rondo. But you do need to start thinking, okay, we don't want a gap to form. We don't want to be 20 points behind 10th. That's a long way back for teams that struggle to pick up points. It's not the same. Let's say you're 20 points behind first and you're in second. That's a good enough team that's in second that they can overcome that deficit. But if you're the team in 16th and you're 20 points behind 10th, clearly you're not playing at a level that's going to be then capable of overcoming that deficit. So you've got to just keep plugging away.
I mean, that's when you start have to shift up in terms of your goals, right? Like if you just want to really try to qualify, then yeah, sure, you still have to step up, especially for our bottom 3 or 4 teams here. If you really want to get in there, sure, you got to step up in terms of, like you said, being more hyper aggressive, getting a little bit more of those placements as well. Try to be more proactive around the map here. But you know, the same could be said for a lot of these teams as well, as they're not really giving it each and every one of the team currently is not really giving a free win either way. Look at Monk currently as well. From comparing for day number 1, just 2 matches alone, they already qualified. They already got themselves all the way up to that 7th spot for themselves. Same goes for Savageman Esports as well. No longer playing with that borderline 10 placing or 11 anymore. Slowly moving up just from those first 2 games of performance as well. It's to be expected too, since it's day number 2. Everyone's getting a good feel of the game as well. What's to expect from most of the team, the play style as well. They don't see anyone like mad fragging or having their own personal highlight reel as well. And even from the previous match on the map of Marama, right, I really love how in the end Old Blood really just somewhat deconstructed. It's the matter of how it happened, right? How they deconstructed Savage Man's gameplay as they were trying to play around with the side at the edge of Chumacera as well. Sure, courtesy of course Jeff making some really insane shot, being on point, and also playing on point, and also being on point with those shots as well. Really somewhat draw the attention as they really just broke them all down. Although Rome Kill, no matter how many times I think about it as well, felt like maybe the reason why they pushed forward out there from their previous positioning as well on the flatlands, I think they just weren't comfortable with the idea where the potential of 2 teams just somewhat just focusing them down as the main point here, or being bombarded with respective utilities. I think that's why they could just decide to be a little bit bloodthirsty, just ran straight to side. I mean, there's a lot of things that could be happening during this kind of situation as well, as pressure gets on, especially once the adrenaline starts to somewhat kick in for a lot of this team. But Kiwa Esports this time, they did have instead of going straight into the circle, I think they weren't really satisfied with the initial loot that they have, since they're going to be playing around with the Bay Lee City here to get a little bit more resources from the south before they get in. This is the kind of map, I mean, Tago and Rondo, relatively more recent or new maps that was somewhat introduced to PUBG this year as well. I think this is even in the international scenes, right? Not a lot of teams really have this map down to the letter here. It's not really like the bread and butter compared to like Erangel and Marama here. Everyone has those maps down to even the muscle map, to the timings, for the third-party timings even here. Tago and Rondo is still a little bit of a mystery for some of these teams here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that when it comes to Tago and Rondo, they've been out long enough now that I wouldn't give a pass to the top teams, the global international teams in terms of knowledge.
Still wildcats, I guess.
That'd be a cop-out, right? Because at the very top level, you've got to know all the maps that you're playing. You've got to know them inside and out. So I think for those top teams, it's a bit different. When it comes to, this level, you got to think logically, and we'll stop this and talk about it later. As Old Bloods are getting aggressed upon here by NRG. This is not what you want to be doing. Doesn't matter what map you're playing on. You don't need to send a compound 4 minutes into the game. And whether or not they knew they were here, it's irrelevant. I mean, this is just not working out for NRG. Old Bloods are good enough. They should be able to deal with this. Speedy, really solid kill and the push out. Gets caught, though, unfortunately, by Maple. Jeff will jump down. Now, they're going to make sure Speedy doesn't get flushed here. So they're going to be aggressive, Old Bloods. You don't want to be losing a player to a fight like this to a team that's 15th at the moment. Good tags from Jeff. Maple, very, very low. And clearly, NRG not in a position where they can get the free flush onto Speedy. Jeff is so lucky.
I can't believe it.
18 health. There was a jump out from Maple. I think even Jeff is wondering, what is this guy doing? He's playing so aggressive. Nade from Maple in hand. This has got Jeff's name on it. It goes way too far, though. It does do a little bit of damage. Jeff may take the moment to heal back up, but he could be prepared to try and defend, not just for his life, but also for Speedy's life. 1 HP. So fortunate to still be standing, trying as best as he can to help out Speedy, who is still knocked, needs to keep himself up. Now, the other two members, bottom left, Moshing and Blessed, finally in a vehicle, making their way over, as it is only Jeff and Speedy. Now, Jeff has done a really good job in buying some time. Speedy still hasn't been flushed, jumps out the building. Maple's still hunting, and I'm surprised that NRG haven't just quickly gone for the flush, but I guess that's because Speedy's outside and behind a fence. They cannot see him. They cannot get a clean flush without pushing it into the sight line of Jeff, and the reinforcements are not too far away. In the minimap now, Blast and Moshing have made their way over, but Speedy continues to bleed out. And as those two make their way in, they've got to try and get close as quick as possible so they can get the revive. And in that kill feed, JFT has been wiped out by Roy Esports. That's a huge, huge start to this game of Rondo. So Moshing pulls up quite a distance away. And Speedy's still bleeding out. So this is not the way that I would have played this. I would have played this more aggressively and played for the life of Speedy. Old Bloods, though, may be looking to just try and entrap NRG. They'll give up Speedy, they'll take space, and they'll make it virtually impossible for NRG to get out of here alive.
Could be playing with could be trying to go for the long game as well, since initially this was Jeff's initial original territory as well. So pretty much they know for the fact that the entire place has already been looted out pretty cleanly as well here. So gotta go with the battle of attrition here as they seize this compound as it is. They know that for a fact that they came from a separate area here, so they may not be fully equipped in terms of resources here. But we do see Jeff just trying to create a little bit of distance for himself, at least to try to get some intel of any potential teams coming in. They didn't make quite a commotion here before for this prolonged fight. Unfortunately for Speedy here, but NRG, I guess they decided to play with playing a little bit of safety instead of trying to flush out Speedy or the rest of the squad, or Jeff at least in this case for this manner. Just try to go prioritize a little bit on the revives here, because this is still phase number 1, and JFT getting wiped out by Roy Esports here. I can tell you this. Roy is probably, once I felt a little deja vu, but hold on, a little bit of due diligence, but they don't expect the danger that's currently lurking within the midst here. Yeah, you gotta step him up, but of course Jeff will not miss an opportunity to get a nice free pickup here.
Yeah, but I think he's going to lose his life to CJ. You can see lovely camera work to spot that one. That's a really good opsing. And yeah, All Bloods, this is a disaster of a game in terms of looking to keep top 2 secured for as long as possible. I think they may lose it already to Roy, who has picked up 4 kills. They've got 4 players up. Trick with the spray. Now, Unlucky, by the way, have got all 4 players back in. Hack is back in for tonight's action. Hence why we had the 64 players for the first time tonight. And Blast is keeping the momentum here for All Bloods. At this point now as a duo, Blast and Moshing, you've just got to see, can you find a kill each? Get your kills up to 4. You know, get 4 to 6 points. That's fine. But yeah, tag at the back, Purdy Squirty. And Sparkwing will just play back defensively, fall back, wait for the reinforcements to arrive. And the question is, do All Bloods just get back in the van and get out of here? And yeah, that's going to be the answer. As Moshing says, let's go. This is not the fight we need to be taking as a duo.
But not the greatest getaway vehicle either way as well.
No, it's fine. Monk's playing the Rock. They're not gonna try and hunt this.
Yeah, they won't hunt it, yeah, for sure. But I'm just saying, like any other team that's within the vicinity.
But yeah, going back a little bit to because we obviously had a bit of an early send. It was Kiwa that I wanted to kind of talk about because you mentioned that they were obviously going to Bailey. Good spot to loot. You get good loot, and then you rotate in on that very far western side down the highway, and it's safe because it's not a loot spot. So, and that's exactly what ended up happening. So now. And we'll see the map in inside the next 30 seconds as we shift into phase 2, but they're on that western side. So you go up, loot Bailey, then wrap back in on the west, and now you can play western side on the circle where, again, there's not really that many teams there. You've been able to get good loot, you'll have good resources. It's a really good strategy for Kiwa because they haven't been great in terms of placement, living, getting late game. They've set themselves up to do just that in this match of Rondo.
But we do see the emergency pickup being utilized by the side of a team Zanshin as well. They did drop out slightly towards the south side of the map as well, relatively late from the flight path originally as well. So after seeing the circle here, looks like they're gonna take quite the gamble. Just drop right dead set. Would they choose to drop dead set in the center actually here? Or maybe they just want to try to take the attempt towards Zhao Tim because at least that feels like a compound with a lot more cover for themselves if they want to drop down here. Does it feel as heavy or as contested compared to some of the spots that we're currently witnessing for some of the teams here?
Oh, this is not ideal for Zanshin. I mean, they're very fortunate that it's just a two-man obs. If that was a full squad, they're dead. I guarantee it. Full squad and Zanshin are just absolutely dead. And in fact, they may still be if... Dream Bounty can actually get some extra tags because 2 were knocked by the duo of Old Bloods. But yeah, they're very, very fortunate that they have only lost the 1 player. A full squad, they would have been completely wiped off of that E-pickup drop. And yeah, they're very, very lucky. And I mean, honestly, it's the price you pay, though, for getting an absolute center position for phase 2 circle pop. They are dead center, but they did lose a player. It limits their ability to dominate this lobby now in this round, but it certainly doesn't limit their ability to win.
I mean, we even seen from the last map, or at least the 2 maps they weren't finding great success from day 1 as well. It's usually the only time they never had great success is usually when they were forced out of their respective territory here, when they either get flushed out or in the midst of rotation here, because they're the kind of team where once they're like spiders, right? They're like this massive spider, right? Once it spawns its web, as long as you're playing within its webs, right? It's very hard for you to really get any form of success or control from Zanshin, but you can lure him out of their territory. You lure them out of the web, right? That's when you can see Zanshin gets really quite the pickle for themselves to deal with here. But honestly, that drop on top of on Old Bloods, I actually felt a little bit worried, concerned slightly as well. It's like what you said. It's a full 4-man squad that could have been quite a precarious situation for themselves.
And I'm expecting the lobby to slow down now, even though it's 12 minutes, because there's a lot of teams in good positions. Circle Pop for phase 2 kept things rather central, and you're not going to be seeing too many teams needing to rotate unless you are a Kiwa. They got a little bit unlucky. Circle went slightly more to the east than it did the west, but they're going to make their way in. Fortunately, because that western side of the circle wasn't heavily populated, they should be able to make their way in rather comfortably. But yeah, it's a really, really big circle. Lots of space, lots of room. I mean, and Rondo has so many buildings, so many compounds, tree lines. Yeah. It's a very big map. You're going to fit all of these. And we lost 2 teams as well. So you're going to be able to fit this lobby in. 30 seconds till phase 3. Everyone's set. Everyone's happy. The question is, where does this next circle go?
Yeah, I mean, the first team was probably just a very similar scenario like what we witnessed just now, where NRG was just trying to just rotate from one compound and another. They just crashed to a side where Old Blood was there initially. The only difference was Old Blood only had, I believe, just Jeff and Speedy. Speedy was just pretty much caught out right in the open. It was just pretty much like a 2v4 scenario. Raw Esports, we didn't really get to see their POV initially, but I believe they were pretty stacked up together at a certain area as well. So they were really prepped to just annihilate one of the initial teams as well. JFT in particular, unfortunate for them here. But of course, next circle has somewhat been dictated as well. Seems to be pretty fair. We do see still a majority of the team within the vicinity there. So Zanshin, of course, still smiling with glee. Don't really have to re-rotate too much anymore for themselves here. But for the other squad here, Rohani Samurai, we haven't been ever since from match number 7, we haven't been seeing much action for them, and honestly, I'm not too surprised. Like I said before, it's a team that really likes to play really slow here. There were times where they had a moments in the sun here, like match 7, for example. Day 1 as well. Day was, I believe, was match 5. But other than that, it was just back to this turtling phase, which I'm not a big fan of. I'm really not a big fan of. We love a little bit of aggression.
This is going to be a fun circle to watch for Team Newbies because they haven't got dead center. They're forced out on edge here on Rondo. They've come in late. So I spoke about them in the previous map and the way that they were kind of playing on Miramar, playing for compound, playing for placement, and slowly but surely teams are catching up to them. They had a really, really good day 1. They had the 43 points, sitting 5th. Their gap to the teams outside the qualifier was 22 points. Now it's 14, so it's shrinking. And suddenly now you've got to play in a way that maybe isn't quite as beneficial for your team. They're going closer to Jiao Tin. They're going to have to fight. So I'm very curious to see what their fighting style is going to look like, how they rotate, how they move around the map, because they're going to be forced into playing that way. Because it's virtually impossible now with the way Phase 3 has shifted. They will not be in a dead center position. They're not going to get gifted a circle pop. They very much will have to fight and maneuver their way into this lobby. And if they can't do much from this position, then they've still got a lot to work on. So very curious to see how they play this kind of game. Minute 20 till Phase 4. Expecting, obviously, Savageman Esports and Happy Squad and Roman Kill, Southside, outside the circle. They've got to make their way in, but where do you realistically go? There's not actually that much space in this Phase 3 that's available. There's not compounds that are just sitting there unoccupied. So someone's going to have to fight. And honestly, I'm looking at Zanshin. They've only got the 3 players. It's a small compound, but it's one you can crash and send into quite safely. So they might not be fully safe. At some point, they may be forced out, depending on how the fights go down south.
I mean, it's not just south, right? It's even to the north side as well, depending on where the next circle is going to be.
Yeah, but the north side, no one's moving. No one's moving right now. And if
like
they're moving,
mountains,
they're not moving until the end of Phase 4. You've got mountains, you've got compounds. There's no need to move.
Correct.
The circles are not too bad for you right now. Happy Squad going for an E pickup. I don't actually know if I like this, but they may not have another choice. If you don't have the vehicles, you can't make the rotate. So E pickup may be your only way. The reason why I don't like this is you've got a mountain terrain. So Monk's going to be pretty close to being able to get decent shots onto them. And where do you necessarily land, right? Like, there's not really good landing spots available. You're more than likely, as you're coming down, going to be coming down pretty close to other teams, and therefore you're just going to be getting picked apart. Wow, that's a huge shift. That changes the complexity of everything, and Happy Squad would probably now prefer to not take this E pickup because they don't need it anymore.
Yeah, they
can get an absolute hard feed. Over towards the eastern side, big battle. X-Men and NRG. X-Men, of course, rotating from their more southern position. And if X-Men can win this fight, they will have most of the east under control outside of the cliff of Monk.
It seems like they also have somewhat of a lead as well, right? As they slowly make their way in. They do have the man advantage here. It's a 2v3 kind of scenario here, but they don't really have the necessary decent spots, right? Like you have like a 3 or 2, but other than that, that's pretty much why we see the defensive smokes being preset by the side for X-Men Savage here. Malosa X-Men is not planning to take the challenge head on. They feel a little bit, since they don't hear a lot of audio cues happening towards that southeast side of the circle. Feels like that's pretty much why we do see one of the members here currently trailing down south, just to get a little bit of intel, just at least validation of the fact that is there really no one playing down south. But it looks like Roman Kill, or at least DBH, if I'm not mistaken, will try to make that intention pretty clear. We do see Zanshin actually had one of the members knocked down here. Looks like Kent, and that's actually going to be the play that's actually playing long haul here.
Yeah, and you can see Happy, by the way, in the house, and I was right with the E pickup. They immediately, as they got over the cliff, started getting lit up by Monk, and they lost a player in CJ, and they had to divert away from the mountain down to this little shack. It's something. They're enough distance away from. They're enough distance away from people that they're not going to get naded, at least not right now. And provided they don't peek, they'll be fine. And Zanshin's not in a position as a 3-man to, evacuate this position, give it up, have others backfilling behind them. Towards the south, it's Kiwa that have gone for a massive wrap through the blue, coming in towards Roman Kill. Lemma getting tagged. Samoy should be able to find this kill. If not, before him, it was Trick. Samoy will finish it off, though. Good teamwork for Kiwa. They have lost man, but they've got good position. South side, away from a lot of eyes. They've got a little hill they can play, keep the vehicles safe. Sevi, really a nuisance to deal with right now. Only the 2 up for Roman kill, but he's completely split away from Open AI. They're not even remotely close. It's like 2 solos. That's an easy kill onto 2 and Max. And yeah, this is it for Team Newbies. This is not an easy push. The good news is they've got a lot of smokes using those now, but they're pushing into a building that's not really in. This is not a position that you want to be expending all of your smokes. So they're using a lot of utility. They have to fall back. And yeah, this was my concern. Their ability to kind of roam, rotate, push into positions. I didn't really get to see them last night, but so far they were playing the way they were playing on Miramar suggested to me they didn't back themselves in on this kind of play style. And yeah, clearly there's a reason why.
Yeah, but it seems like they're also getting peppered out by the side of Monk as well. So they're pretty much like boxed in between the battle of 2 fronts between NRG and Monk on that north side here. They did manage to, but it seems like the Monk is also somewhat juggling between 2 sides here. Possibly we do see Happy Squad also slowly taking a couple of pot shots here. Well, that's unless then she starts joining in the fray and hopefully keeps Happy Squad in check here. However, Monk surrounded from all 4 angles here. They do have the vantage point of the mountains here, the north side. But sadly, because of the new circle as well, they really want to make sure they have this nice smooth entry into the circle edge here for themselves. They really need to try to clear out that top side first. Whereas on the other side, Blow trying to find a nice opening here. It's just love to see how Monk really tried to deconstruct this kind of scenario to try to get this out. But what a shot coming on top of Harwell as well. Hopefully that just makes things a lot more easier for them here. Give them a little bit of a breathing room here. Looks like Xiao Wei is also going to be joining in the fray on the other side.
And it's a classic case there. Team Newbies, what they needed to do was take the fight to NRG. You needed to push into the building. Because once you get into the building, Monk's influence is just going to be pretty much 0. Tree lines cover, it's a longer distance, and they can't shoot if you're inside a building. So you needed to get close with your vehicles, throw the smokes out, close the gap, run in, take the fight with NRG, force commit to something. Instead, you kind of fell back, and we got to watch it earlier from the POV of NRG. Team Newbies were trying to push up, they couldn't push, so they fell back. And they fell back into a position when then they were sandwiched with Monk. They get wiped out, 13th position, but a good lesson. You need to commit, you need to make sure you do not hesitate in those kind of situations. PUBG is a brutal game. You will find yourself getting sandwiched, get pinned, get third-partied. So many different things that can happen if you don't make your mind up and then commit. And they get a valuable lesson.
Actually, that's what I was about to talk about, right? There could be the chance that that's pretty much why they set up all those smoke trails, right? So they probably had the initial plan to actually siege NRG. That's until Blow or Monk on the other side started peppering down. Then I think that's pretty much where they just decided, just started doubting.
But again, it's where you got to commit, because you basically they ended up choosing an option that was just never going to see victory. You know, every chance they don't make it to the building of NRG and things still don't pan out. But at least you would be giving yourself more of an opportunity to be successful. So
you know, it feels like they're playing chicken, right? It's just like who chooses the chicken out in these kind of scenarios.
Yeah, and 30 seconds now till phase 6. So this game's gone pretty quickly, down to 9 teams. The beauty of Rondo, very open map. Yeah, good shots here from Trick. Kiwa, again, finding kills, but can they get the placement points this time? Seems like they may. Like this outside position, they can play the slight elevated terrain. These little hills mean that the teams north of them can't really peek as much towards. Egba peeks over. Yeah, okay, takes a shot, falls back. He's safe. That's kind of the beauty of this terrain, and they know where X-Men are. And Zanshin is just sitting still, by the way, as Yan Li will get himself a free kill onto Muck, or it's just the down. Ronnie's going to get the trade for ISG. And UG, by the way, this is a good talking point. 6 kills, 4 players up, having a tremendous game right now. Over on the western side, by themselves, they can actually wrap in towards ISG, collect a couple more kills, and now they start to get placement points as well. So they're starting to put some pressure on the team slightly above them on the leaderboard, closer towards the qualification positions. In fact, just passing Roman Kill now up into 14th. So big game for them.
Well, this is just one of those situations where you just hopefully have just enough smoke to really get your way in. But what a nade coming in. Going to be able to knock down Jin. Kitsuna, he's going to be able to salvage the situation as well. We do see the defensive, or at least the offensive smoke being set up. At least try to obscure some vision, try to go for the revive. But I don't think they're going to be... I don't think no one of them is going to be allowed to go for the revive for Jing. They might just have to take this fight handle with the 3 standing members that they have at the moment. Oh,
ISG is getting pushed on here by Kiwa as well. So this is the third party coming in.
Oh,
and Trick though with a nade onto Kitsune. Now Leah going for the revive, will be able to complete that one. Gets Jing back up, but they're feeling the pressure here by Kiwa. who is very close by to ISG as well. So 3 teams all in this very close vicinity. And without 279, yeah, they're just outnumbered. 279 is actually pushing towards Monk. Gonny's going to pick up the free kill onto Kitsune. Down to the blue goes Gonny. Monk is now the only one up for ISG. They've picked up the 7 kills. They had a decent game so far, into the top 7 as well, but it may be coming to an end soon. X-Men actually get wiped out by a combination of Kiwa and Zanshin. And it is going to be Leo getting the final kill onto Muck. Another kill for UG. They go to 10 kills this game alone. 30 points overall. This has easily been their best game of the tournament so far. And at a time where we're halfway through match 9 of 18, and they needed to pick up, they needed a rev up. I said it actually before this game. There's teams in the bottom 2, and they were one of them. And they've absolutely had themselves their best game. And it can be such a confidence booster to really build the belief and suggest to the team, hey, look what we can do. We can have a good game. We can play this lobby. We're not a bottom 2 team. We can compete, go for top 10. And yes, it does come to an end, but a 10-kill top 5 game is absolutely perfect for a team that was just starting to trickle out of this tournament, and it revives their ability to get closer to the top 10. Monk up to 6 kills, all of them with Luke 13, and we're into the final 4.
But we do see a little bit of a spread here. We do see Purdy just playing that nice eagle eye view Overwatch here, just trying to keep track. They do know that the fact that okay, roughly where Kiwa Esports is here, but they definitely for sure there's someone playing on a shack. It looks like Purdy is going to be able to find Arjun Boss on the other end, and Luke 13 playing from another different angle to see if he can get a better shot at someone there. But looks like no one's going to be trying to do any dry picks here. Kens on the other hand, alongside with Nicel, they're not going to be hiding out for too long, knowing them. Especially from the past few games. If the time to be aggressive, then they will. It looks like Spark Queen not going to be finding opportunity, as Trick is going to be able to find for the long shot from the other end of the circle.
Yeah, fascinating to see if Zanshin come away with the win here. They've gotten that early compound. You think all the way back against Old Bloods, if that had been a 4-man team, they would have got wiped out. But it was a 2-man. Very, very fortunate off the E pickup. And from there, they can actually have a solid chance now to get the chicken dinner. It's going to be very difficult for Monk to close this gap. They've got to have a lot of smokes. Luke's got 5 alone, so they've got the smokes resource available. And Kiwa only the 2 players, so less influence that they can have really at the end of this. And if they're going to have any kind of influence, it's probably onto Monk as they try and close the gap more out in the open. And also making moves. You can see the way that Trick and Egbro are kind of looking in their direction. Luke peeks out, and yeah, immediately it's really good for Zanshin. I think another win could be on the cards. I can't believe it, but sometimes you can have a live tournament, and it's kind of happening for them. A lot of little things going their way.
But sadly, it's the little things that somewhat dictates how the game for you is actually going to go for them. And sadly, it's somewhat in the favor for our dear friend Zanshin here as well. They did lose a player initially, but they're still totally fine with this current state of time. I believe the same goes for some of the team, right? Not necessarily had to be over greedy about it, because someone just waited, duke it out until phase number 8 as well. The distance as well is not really good for any nades as well. It could be a little bit tough as well. Seems like some of the members of Zanshin is currently out on nades as well. They do have necessary utilities like smokes and flash, but
that's big for Monk.
Be someone saved from the Nicel.
That's probably more important for Monk. And then you get the knock as well from Purdy onto Nicel. Now, it's technically a 1-on-3 because someone's got to get that revive. So Juan's the only one that's got to gun up. And that's the time to move. You get the knock, you move. Blow, now making the drive, needs to survive as he gets out of that Darcia and does do so. Juan playing the contact. Luke can now follow him behind. The revive has taken place, but Nicel is low. So Monk has taken really good space, really good position off the back of that knock. That one knock doesn't get you the win, but it puts you now back into a really good winning position. Smokes go out from Nicel, and Purdy can play hard anchor at the back. So they're really well set up now, Monk. Monk are going to hope and pray that Phase 8 gets Zanshin out of this little position for them. And it does. It does enough.
Slightly does, yeah.
Yeah, that's enough, though, because of Phase 9. As long as there's patience here from Monk, now it becomes a patience game. Don't have to overpeak. You don't have to take any more position. You know full well that Purdy's got best position. So you don't have to be the aggressors now. Zanshin have actually now got to be the ones to get out of this position. Unless blow goes down, that will be, no pun intended, a huge blow for Monk. Yes, Luke still has rock cover. And Purdy's still got the god spot on the north side of the circle. The Zanshin will have to run out in the open to get towards the end of Phase 9. Monk can only win now if this goes to Phase 9.
But they do have enough smoke to actually someone set up the smoke trail to the nearest rock nearby. It's a massive rock as well. So as long as they can really get all the way to that position and someone set up someone with a foothold, that'd be pretty great. But also at the same time, like you mentioned as well, they did a great job. They had the initial, so before Blow actually got knocked down, they had this nice surrounding.
Getting the revive, there's the shot.
What a knock
double!
coming in. Beautiful as well, but wait, hold on. Still 1 man remaining, and Shren, the last man standing, is 1v2. Can they do it? And it feels like they find great success with it. Sorry, made it a 3. They actually, were able to get the necessary revive.
This is absolutely over. Even if Juan gets the revive under Ken's, Monk have taken space. They know exactly where Juan is as well. Now you can start to actually push in on this. You've got the numbers up. You know if he goes for the revive, it's not gun up either. Blue Zone nade as well to try and push Ken's out of that position. This is absolutely tremendous. All off the back of that double knock from Birdie. And it's Monk that take the win. Huge result.
Absolutely well done. Completely surrounding the compound. They know exactly what's the name of the game as well. Just try to lure them out. They already had the circle somewhere in favor as well as the Blue Zone will naturally force them out of the position. So sure, initially with the Blow knockdown, it feels like they were able to equalize the balance. But that 2 knocks, that insane amount of knocks coming in for both Luke and Spirit and Spark Queen as well, just somewhat reset the board for the side. Really just break the entire game board for the side here for Zanshin as well, forcing back. They even got the revive, and things is pretty much as history written as well. But anyway, let's quickly check out the highlights, see how the game really went down.
You know, this level, you got to think logically, and we'll stop this game. And whether or not they knew they were here, it's irrelevant. I mean, this is just not.
Yeah, you gotta step him up. But of course, Jeff will not miss an opportunity.
Oh, this is not ideal for Zanshin. I mean, they're very fortunate that it's just a 2-man not take this E-picker because they don't need it anymore. Yeah, they Zanshin get an absolute coming in towards Roman kill. Lemma getting tagged. Savoy should be able to find this kill, if not before him. Open AI. They're not even remotely close. It's like 2 solos. That's an easy kill.
Just love to see how Monk really tried to deconstruct this kind of scenario to try to get this
phase 6. So this game's gone pretty quickly, down to 9 teams. The beauty of Rondo, very open now. Where X-Men are. And Zanshin are just sitting still, by the way, as Yan Li will get himself 279 is actually pushing towards Monk. Johnny's going to pick up the free kill so far into the top 7 as well, but it may be coming to an end soon. X-Men actually get wiped out by...
The distance as well is not really good for any nades as well. It could be a little bit tough as well.
Zanshin have actually now got to be the ones to get out of this position. Unless Blow goes down, that will be...
They had the initial, so before Blow actually got knocked out, they had this nice surrounding.
Get the revive, there's the shot.
What a knock coming in.
Not gun up either. Blue Zone nade as well to try and push Gens out of that position. This is absolutely tremendous. All off the back of that double. Solid win for Monk, and getting to see really just how things change so much in the course of a PUBG match, where at one moment it looks like Zanshin may be best position. Suddenly things then just tumble and change. Monk needing to deal with Kiwa, they deal with Kiwa, and then from there they had really good position. Then there's a knock on Blow, and suddenly things change again. And then Purdy gets the double knock, and that basically seals it. So I think Monk tonight have probably shown what they would have been expected to do last night. Yeah, what they're supposed to be playing like. Last night was more of the outlier, the opposite direction, where you've got a team that has so much firepower, so much experience. They know exactly what they're doing. And in this kind of lobby, they've got the quality to dominate. And it was surprising to see when I was coming in tonight that they were not even in the top 10. But now they're firmly entrenched in that top 10. It's going to be very difficult to envision them dropping out of it. So they've set themselves up nicely going into the back half of these qualifiers now, past halfway. Match 9 done, match 10 coming up soon. That I think they'll be pretty confident that they can now actually feel like the shackles are off. We're dominating. We're very much in that top 10. We can keep playing at an aggressive level.
Yeah, even in the last round, especially during the final fight towards the for the top spot for match number 9 as well, as particularly as well, the way they actually just really draw out the way. Sure, there's a little bit of a close. There's some close scenario, especially with Blow being knocked out at the same time. But it's just those timings, right? Knowing the fact that okay, we really need to lure them out. We really need to just draw out their resources here. Of course, courtesy the minute they saw all the smoke trails being set up, they somewhat have a firm understanding. Okay, these guys, they want to get to that rock. before they get to the rock, this is not the time where we play passive. We need to be a little bit more aggressive. So once the smokes actually popped up, they still pushed through, gets those 2 phenomenal knocks. I didn't expect this for them to actually get the double for themselves here. So that really threw a wrench into the plans here. Then Zans just went in a full turmoil because what are the other options left for them? Smoke's about to dissipate as well. They're lacking with number of members as well to make matters worse. Every time they want to try to go for the final revive of one of their lone knockdown members, blue zone grenade came down, forced them further out in the open, and they were so aggressive about it. They knew exactly that the win was in their hands. They're not going to let it slip. They're not going to let the victory slip from their fingertips as well as they push forward with that boldness and aggression. So really well done coming from Monk. Even the total amount of damage, just back-to-back damage totals, insanely high.
U Gaming as well, obviously a really big game from them. 16 points yesterday, up until Rondo 1 point tonight, and then they go and get 10 kills and I think it was 5th. So they were able to almost double their overall points and go from dead last back into the conversation as being a team that's, capable of getting into the top 10. And you kind of look at 2 of their performances now. Game 5 last night, they finished 3rd, got 7 kills. Okay, this game here, 10 kills and 5th. While they're not consistent, Leo, they've actually showed what they can do in a big game. They can actually go and score big in a singular match. So that to me says they can very much get into the top 10. That if there is a 10-point deficit, they can overcome that if they perform at their very best. As for Monk, and we'll obviously give them sort of the plaudits and the praise for their match here in match 9. You kind of look at where they were at yesterday. It's really difficult, but 18 points and 14th. It's staggering to think how much they've already climbed off the back of last night, then coming into tonight. And you just have to beg the question, what went wrong last night and necessarily what's working so much better tonight? And obviously I wasn't here yesterday, but you can clearly see the way that they're playing tonight is just let the shackles loose, play aggressive, look to dominate, don't be scared. I imagine though, yesterday was just the outlier of probably trying to play in a similar fashion, and it just didn't work out. You have those kind of games. We even saw that on Miramar where, again, they were roaming around in that previous one, game 8, 14th, 2 kills. That can happen when you're playing aggressive, but you can also finish 3rd and get 14 kills like match 7 and then get the win here and 21 points in total from match 9. So you go and look at match 7 and match 9 and it's like 80% of their overall points for the tournament in 2 games.
I mean, I guess that's the importance when you're playing like a battle royale game like PUBG, right? The ability to just constantly be flexible and be adaptive as much as possible, right? Whether it's yesterday's where you decide to just hurdle out, try and play for midpoint, then sure, that wasn't working out for you. Then like today's game, hey, that's fine. That's not our only playbook here. We have other play styles. We have the capability with the firepower. Let's just play around it. We adapt around it. Compared to like some of the teams that someone noticed as well, not really comfortable with change, not really comfortable with just switching up their play style here. Some teams are generally just more comfortable with, all right, we just like to just play for midpoints and just turtle it out for as long as possible. Maybe because we're not as confident with our firepower, or maybe some teams are not a big fan of doing those long pot shots as well. I mean, I'm pretty sure they have the capabilities, but when you go out, when you see like what's the score like, the kill score, the kill feed for some of this team, especially after day 1, they just went through the whole VODs as well from yesterday's game, and then realized, okay, this team is pretty insane. This team is pretty crazy. This is a team we can target, or this is a team we should be trying to avoid as much as possible. Then teams doesn't necessarily research, because let's be honest, some of the more consistent teams, sure, there are a few VODs you can really research upon, and there's all intel you can actually gather for some of the more consistent teams. However, for the newer teams, like for example Zanshin, or even in this case here, which is Monk as well, sure, individually they're amazing. Don't get me wrong. Individually, all of these players are amazing. But when you put together in a roster, in a specific team, how is the play style? How do they usually play off each other? Do they have great synergy with each other? Is there a little bit of a complexity within themselves as well? So I think after day 1, everyone pretty much got warmed up or got the necessary amount of intel. I think that's why pretty much in day 2, we do see a little bit some teams getting a little bit more confident. JFT being for one, Monk as well, finally kicking it into gear as well. We even see Savage Man Esports and Happy Squad also picking things up from what they left up from day number 1. Even UG as well. Sure, Still a little bit slow, but like you said as well, that match number 9, was possibly one of their best matches so far, just in terms of kills alone here.
This team on our screen right now want to talk about roam and kill, and unfortunately they're not living up to their name. They're struggling to roam and they're struggling to kill. They haven't had a match where they've actually got 4 or more kills, and that's a concern. You know, you can be consistent with your 2 and 3 kills, etc., which they've been somewhat consistent, but over the course of an entire tournament, that's just not going to really work out for you. So roam and kill, NRG, the 2 teams now at the bottom that need to emulate what we just saw from UG. If you can't show us that you can go and pick up, 12 to 18 points in a single match, I don't know how you're then going to be capable of getting into the top 10 without a high level of consistency, which they just have not had so far. And Palladium as well, just a little bit quiet over the last couple of games, right? Such a talented roster. It's, again, veterans of the Oceanic region that have been around a long time, absolutely capable on their best night. They've all got the firepower, but they're sitting 13th. They're outside of the qualifying positions right now, struggling to get kills, struggling to actually use that firepower that they have. And I think you can probably see it on their faces right now. It's just not really clicking, right? It's not really kind of the night where things are going really well for them. They got a 6-kill 9th place game to start back in match 7th, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. You pick up 6 points, those add up. If you do enough of that throughout a tournament, you're probably fine. But then you get nothing from game 8. You get really nothing from game 9. And suddenly, just in the span of 2 kind of matches, it's like if all the other teams around you are picking up points, you do start to trickle down the standings. So, they need to really have a big game. Yesterday, their best game really was game number 5, where they finished 2nd with 6 kills. I think they're capable of getting matches with even more than 6 kills, and so far that's been their limit. It's happened twice now. They've been able to get to 6 kills. I think that Palladium can definitely be a 10 kill plus kind of team if they have a really, really solid match. So I'm looking to see if they can do that, not on Tago, but maybe on Erangel. As for Zanshin, again, they're just doing a lot of the basic things right. They're just playing some really good fundamental PUBG. Monk are starting to hit their stride, which is, I think, the kind of team that, I'm going to be honest, if they had have had another night like night 1, it would have just blown up and they would have just kind of like said, okay, well, we just don't care anymore. We're just going to troll. Not troll in the sense of actually trolling, but just more so doing what they're doing, but even more blasé, even more brash. But now that things are kind of clicking, they'll lock in, they'll keep focusing up, they'll keep playing the way that they're playing, but they'll do so with confidence that they're actually getting the kills, and they'll get the reward for it. And considering there's only a couple of games to go tonight, 3 more games for tonight, and then 6 games tomorrow, they don't need that many more points now realistically to qualify top 10. So I think they're sitting pretty nicely.
Yeah, but I mean, that's also. I mean, by the way, before we talk later on, by the way, do you see the scoreline for Zanshin? It's all pretty much just like similar numbers, like 66. And if the total amount of damage was just instead of a 3, it would have been 11,000. It would be 1, and then we have a 4, and 66. It's pretty much similar numbers. But yeah, anyways, jokes aside, Monk today pretty much gives you somewhat of an impression of like somewhat similar of a snowball team kind of thing, right? If you're snowballing, if you're doing well, then that's great. But if you're not doing, if you're not snowballing, if you're not really just not finding that kind of opening or the necessary pickups that you're trying to look for, then it does somewhat slow things down for that kind of thing. But Monk doesn't seem that kind of. Monk doesn't really give me that impression where, like, if the game isn't going well, then everything slows down. Doesn't really feel that way. Day 1, sure, Day 1, I feel like they were trying to go for maybe a certain play style or trying to get a gist of the game. But that's usually how Day 1 usually goes, right, for most teams. Sure, some teams will be more explosive or more obvious than the rest. But once we get to Day 2, once all the teams get warmed up, I'm actually expecting to see a little bit of change in some of them. And we are seeing those respective change. Oba, on the other hand, they had probably the team who had the most explosive start. Let's say Day 1, they actually ended around on the match 1, they ended around with the chicken dinner and the most number of kills, 14 kills to boot. They had set quite the standard, even in the total leaderboard, right? They had like about 24 points, and the rest of the team was just like 10 or 11 points. It was very skyrocketing at the time, but then after that, it just really went downhill. And I believe in the last match, even on the match 6 of Mirama, they really wanted to try, because the scoreline at the time before Zanshin won out that round in match 6, the scoreline was pretty close. And All Blood just had a really good. They were really looking for a good game to just really overwhelm Zanshin and get back that top 1. But what really went down was probably the worst thing they could have really expect, which was just at phase 1 as they were doing mid rotation, they crashed into Roy Esports, and Roy Esports just heard them from a mile away, and they just was really well prepped to actually remove them away. Roy Esports did lose one of the initial members, but All Blood just lost the entire squad. And that was pretty much the end for their run for day number 1 here. Probably not the way they wanted to end the night here, but coming towards day number 2, still a little bit slow, but they are slowly somewhat picking up because everyone else is also seems to be picking up the pace as well. Same goes for Happy Squad here. Feels like Happy Squad and Savage Man Esports, even in past tournaments as well, their scoreline has been somewhat fluctuating. I feel like once they have a really good game, then they really start popping out. But so far, Happy Squad hasn't really found that good game just yet. We do see them getting towards that top 4, top 5. That's great. But I know that once they really start popping up, we're looking at, I'm talking about 12 kills and the chicken dinner. That's the Happy Squad that I know. Sure, they're all Sir Cloud, call them ancient. I think that's terrible. Sure, they have been playing even way earlier than the Continental Series when they were known as Archangel Predators. I call them mythical. They have such a vast amount of experiences in the PUBG scene here as well, and that experience is so invaluable for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're mainly talking about CJ and Elgin bots, right? Because obviously that's the kind of the core 2 that stayed together.
Yeah, the core, yes, the core.
So, yeah, 100%, I agree. I think that, you know, those two especially have got the capabilities to go and put on a big game, especially in this lobby. I think if this were, you know, the APAC qualifiers, you know, essentially what these guys are qualifying into.
Day train and Buriram, my God.
Yeah, it'd be a little bit more difficult maybe with the new roster, but in this lobby, it's probably more capable. Ray Esports have been actually a bit fascinating tonight because they haven't really been flashy. They did more of their work yesterday. You know, 13 kill wins, 7 kills, 2nd place, 5 kill, 4th place. You know, really solid. Really big and consistent night yesterday. And so far tonight, you know, 4 kills, 5th, 2nd, 4th and 2 kills, and they've just been kind of doing enough to just keep the points ticking over, which sometimes that's all you can really ask for. I should mention as well, by the way, it just seems like we've had a little delay in getting one of the players in for UG. PC issue, and will not join this game as we are now getting underway in the next minute or so. That's been confirmed. So unfortunate for UG because they've just had their best game of the tournament so far, Leo. Now they have to go play as the 3-man. And mentally that can be, you know, a little demoralizing, but you've got to move on. You've got to move on quickly as a team. Said it before. And it's always what I say, when you go into a game as 3, PUBG is such a unique esport like that. It's very rare. You don't see other games, you know, 5v5 games where you go in and it's a 4v5, totally different story. In PUBG, even as a trio, you got to remember, these pros, if they're playing ranked, if they're playing pubs, they'll sometimes solo into squads, right? And they do it for fun and they take that challenge on. And yes, at this level, a 3-man, big disadvantage, but the way you play it and the way that this game is, you can still have a decent... I've seen teams win coming as a 3-man. I mean, you do enough matches, it's bound to happen eventually.
Oh, yeah,
you gotta have that understanding, you gotta have that belief. You just gotta change the way you play a little bit, and that's really all it is. And for UG, okay, big pop-off game done. The challenge as a 3-man this game is, can we get 4 or 5 points? Whether that's placement or placement and kills or just kills, just get 4 or 5 points. PC issue will get sorted. We'll get our player back in for the last 2 games and we'll get underway. For now, though, we head to Tago, match number 10 here for the rest of APAC Open Quals.
Still very beautiful, man. I think both Tago and Rono, beautiful, well-mapped design and very large as well. Love the way how most of the team actually really tackled this map so far. Sure, I think even now, yes, like you mentioned, all these pro players, they would have played probably hundreds of probably, if not more than thousands of hours on these two maps alone, just to really get a good feel about this. But I dare say that it's not really like somewhat of a bread and butter for some of these teams just yet. There's still somewhat of a wild card for some of these 2 teams here. It's not like Erangel or Marama where you play the map long enough until the point where you're just like, okay, I know the third-party timings. If I move now towards this team, I'm going to be able to find someone there. If I move towards that side, I'm going to find someone there. It's like a guarantee for them. It feels like cyclically linked for a lot of these players when you play on the map of Erangel Marama, which is what someone I was expecting during day 1, where see a burst of performance when it comes to Erangel and Marama. And then on Rondo and Tago, we'll see a little bit more teams being more slowed down. However, that wasn't really the case for day number 1. Day number 2, even just not the previous map Rondo, we do see a little bit more action as well, as the teams was trying to convert more grounds for themselves, trying to pivot for themselves. Even like some crazy emergency pickup drops coming from Zanshin here. Sure, 2-man squad. If it's a 4, could have been a different story. But you know, that's probably in another alternate universe that we might have seen a more different results. But other than that, a very decent flight path. Everyone should be able to go exactly where they want to be here. Not too surprised. And Monk currently making massive progress in the leaderboard as they slowly grind their way all the way up here. If I'm not mistaken, they were like 12 or 13 place, and now look at it where they are.
They were 14.
2 to 3 rounds alone. Yeah, 14. Yeah, 14. 2 or 3 rounds is pretty much enough for them to bounce all the way back to top 5. Catching up to Zanshin, well, that will require Zanshin to be inactive for 2 rounds. If Monk keeps up this performance and Zanshin was pretty much inactive for 2 rounds, I think a lot of these teams should be able to catch up to that scoreline. But other than that,
they don't need to catch Zanshin though, right? Because like, I mean, the gap firstly is so large, but they're also only
it's a flex, right? Like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, if you're satisfied with top 10, that's great, second. Right?
Yeah, they can easily get second. That's on the cards here for Monk. You know, I think Monk, Old Bloods, Roy are the 3 that I think are fighting for second. I think Kiwa are going to have to improve in their placement game. If they do that, they're in the mix. Obviously, they're sitting 4th right now.
Which is why I'm so surprised, because seriously, like Kiwa Esports, like in the multiple past tournaments, they always love to play for placement. Like, it's always like placement was the name. Like mid center position was pretty much the name of the game for them. Even phase 1, they're just like they get the minute they get vehicles, they just get the most basics of resources, right? Of economy. They just drive straight to that center of that circle, park themselves there. Pretty much like what Zanshin is doing, right? So it was a very weird turn of events for me when I see the reverse of play style for them. And I thought maybe in day 2 they might swap things up, but what a drop coming from Monk.
Yeah, and this is just the way that Monk's going to play. They're aggressive. They have no fear, they have no respect as well. It's a really solid combination, and not ideal for Old Bloods because it closes the gap now. 15 points the difference, and you're putting, 2 players out at this game. That's a big start for Monk, and I think they're going to thrive on Erangel as well. If I had to go the early crow, I think that Erangel is going to be a map that they're just going to be so familiar with that they can just really dominate. Roman Kill going for an early pickup. And, they need a big game. This is now the time where they're going to start to crack on. I said it before the last match for UG and NRG, where UG responded massively. NRG haven't yet, and Roman Kill need to. The pressure's on for them. It's early. There's still 8 games to go. Don't get me wrong. There's enough time left. But the later and later you leave it, the less and less room for error and the more points that you then need to make up. So even though it's only match 10, if I'm Roman Kill's coach, I'm saying, boys, this is it. We need to start winning. Not winning, getting chicken dinners, but we need to start getting points. And if it doesn't happen by the end of tonight and you find yourself, let's say, 25 points, maybe 30 points out of the top 10 with 6 games to go, is that something realistically that team can possibly overcome? Well, so far, statistically, the answer is no. So you need to start turning it now. It has to be a big game now. It has to be 5+ points now. Otherwise, if they have another stinker, history says you're not going to qualify.
Yeah, I mean, you really just got to farm out whatever you can, right? Even if you just end up being the last team, like what we've been seeing so far from Team Newbies, having that 1 remaining members trying to duke it out in the zone. Just try to get it, just farm out whatever you can, right? Just at least get something out of that round. Even though it may not be the most ideal, it may not be exactly how they plan. Just really try to get something from themselves. By the way, if you notice those vase, by the way, which we passed by, those are actually like fermentation vase, right? Like that's where you make that your kokujang, your doenjang as well, soybeans. It's just a very classic Korean cuisine. I mean, now modern days is still used for fermentation as well. Last time they was just usually also used the whole water as well. Pretty good stuff.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the map right now. So north side, which means water play and less room to actually get into good positions early. So I'm looking at Unlucky very far south, and they're going to have a trip. If they don't have an E pickup, they're going to be coming in very late. And Zanshin as well. Now, we've already seen them used before so far tonight. If they've got one, they'll probably end up using it again. but it means coming in late. If they don't have an E pickup, then they're going to have to rotate in late. They'll have to change up their playstyle, but they're more than capable of being fluid with that playstyle.
Which is why I think it was a really good call coming in from Rome and Kill, right? Because they had a very early E pickup as well, and they chose to drop towards the shipyard. Because from the flight path we saw just now, it was like what, northwest towards the southeast side as well. So they didn't really see or expect some teams doing the long dive towards shipyard as well. So really good call. They really dropped there relatively early. They managed to somewhat situate themselves somewhere pretty clear in the circle, but they do have their back against the water as well, surrounded by like what, six teams is currently based around that area as well. But, you know, I guess you could say this is day 2. Everyone wants to just want to farm points. So I guess getting towards those good spots is the name of the game. But what a spray coming to Xiaofeng. It's really covering the team's back as they drive into the compound.
Yeah, it's a big knock, very quick as well. Upchen has to defend the compound. So he hasn't done anything really wrong there. Maybe overextended his spray a little bit because he wanted to get a knock. Could have just quickly sprayed, fallen back to cover. But he extended it, and it's cost him his life. Yeah, Roman Kill, these are the fights you got to take. It's NRG. This is it. I mean, whether they know it or not, it's irrelevant. You got to be aggressive. Got to back yourselves in. Open AI in the vehicle, driving on in. Now he joins the fight. Hardcore, lovely knock onto Turtle. Now you got the intel. So now you know it's the team that's dead last. You need to wipe them out. This is where you've got to put emphasis more than ever on making sure you take this fight to the death if you have to. Lemma gets knocked down by Pangska. Crazy Dog knocked as well, and it leaves the veteran as the only one up on this roster. Pangska has so much experience in a 1v2 now. Bolts on out. What? Good shot. Gets the knock on Sevi. OpenAI is there, though, for the trade. And not only do they get the 4 kills, but OpenAI can get all of these revives as well. And Roman Kill needed that squad wipe. 4 kills, and it also puts a huge nail into the coffin for NRG because they're going to be dead last. They give up more points to their direct competitor, and they're going to get nothing from this match, starting to stare down the barrel of not qualifying for the Apes.
Really fantastic positioning coming from Roman Killer as well, just covering as many angles as much as possible as well. But of course, winning those crucial fights also make things a lot more easier for them, as you know, the minute you lose some of these plays, huge gaps tend to be made and too many areas for the respective NRG remaining members to cover as well. So it's just pretty much the matter of just securing the final killing blow here. So they managed to secure it. That's a decent amount of points from the cell. We will hope, like you mentioned as well, we're hoping for a little bit of aggression. It's really somewhat required, as this is currently like what, our 4th match into the night here, 2 matches remaining, and that's pretty much the end for day number 2. You got to get as much as you possibly can before we get to day number 3, especially you want to try to secure that top 10 spot. And Roma Kill, they're not in a good spot like most of our top 10 teams currently are in. They're comfortable in the top spot. They're pretty confident to earn more points as well. It's a really long haul for some of the bottom five teams here to really get to that top 10. So this kind of aggression is somewhat required, and I guess in a way somewhat expected as well.
Yeah, Zenshin, by the way, do have an E pickup, so despite coming in from Harpo, they're going to be able to get to this circle.
Yeah. But where? That's the real question, right?
I'm thinking probably the mountains south of Army Base, because you get so much information when you're that high up. You can really scout out pretty nicely. I'll probably find that spot and drop down. You
think not the terminal, or or maybe they just already suspected that some team might be playing?
Nah, you don't go terminal. Not with this circle. It's looking more in favor of the Northwest Island. I think you would want to go south of Army Base. Ken's is actually driving as well, so he hasn't actually taken the E pickup. So it leads me even more so to believe they'll go for that western side of the zone.
That western side, you're right. I mean, the vehicle is necessary. It's a large map, especially since there's
unless they want to go south, thinking there's still a chance. We can see the map here. I was thinking maybe also west of Yongcheon, but they haven't dropped it yet. So it has to be the mountains, which again, they'll get so much information this high up that they can see that it's largely vacant. And it's a good spot.
Is that a crash?
And the phase 2 pop as well on the Northwest Island confirms it as well. So big push in onto Teddy from Killer Root. Trade will come through pretty quickly though from Ed King. And Killer Root's going to get flushed for it as well. So he gets flushed out, and it's another poor start for Palladium. They do get 1 kill, but you lose a player for it. Not ideal.
All right, not too much to the mountainous area. I guess they're still going to be dropping towards the. Oh no, yeah, okay, no, they're still drifting down. Sorry, I thought they already landed down the south here. Still,
Yeah,
I guess in a way,
the mountains.
but they're just being caught up between so many teams, right? I mean, at least so far, DBH has somewhat of a view for them as well. Seems they managed to land it down, just managed to catch it down, a happy squad at the end, on the other end. We do see Unlucky finally coming into the circle here, but they do need to take quite a precaution here, as this potentially could be someone just trying to gatekeep them at the bridges here.
Well, I think they've made their way through. Seems pretty safe. No one close by. The question is, where do you go after that, right? That's going to be the hard point. They may be forced to just have to beach land and hold close by to that bridge. Not a lot of space. Yeah, it's an interesting one as well for Roy Esports, because they're stuck out on the mainland, just south of Shipyard. Yeah, Palladium as well as a 3-man over towards Shipyard. So those two aren't really, in this phase 2 circle, not good positions. And by the way, Ken's is the outlier as well for Zanshin, because he drove. So he has to find a way to get to those mountains to the rest of his team and get caught up with them safely without losing his life.
Yeah.
Now, driving is fine, because you got to remember, with an E pickup, you're dropping into the mountains. Guess what? You don't have vehicles. So if you can get Ken's in there in a vehicle, at least it's something that may be useful later in the match. As Roy finally make their way over, they've gone for a soft rotate rather than going on the main bridge. They'll actually follow in behind Unlucky, which Unlucky have actually sent 2 players back over. And I don't know if that's intended as a bridge camp. I'm not too sure, but I think Roy may be able to avoid them here.
Or actually, they just might run straight up into the run. I mean, it depends on whether both those two teams really want to take the fight head on. The circle is getting a little bit too tight with the remaining teams. We are looking at 15 teams still remaining at this phase of the circle as well here at phase 2, and such very little land area to share for all these guys here. So it looks like Unlucky. Not gonna go back to the main. Not gonna go back to the mainland here. Gonna go straight back up towards the northern islands here. We just probably have to make do with whatever area that they can. Just probably playing around to the side of the beach here. Setson, on the other hand, was able to spot us someone from the long side here. Probably sending a clear message. It looks like Ken was able to safely reconvene with the rest of the squad as well. But other than that, I don't see any team plan to. I don't think we're gonna see any massive movements anytime soon. At least not until that phase 3.
So slow down as we head into phase 3 as expected. Everyone's pretty content with their current locations. Circle Pop goes away from Happy Squad, so it doesn't go out west. More easternly on this circle does mean that for Happy Squad, a lot of the large terrain that they have actually occupied is now irrelevant. It's right on top of ISG. It's a good circle as well for Zanshin, but Happy Squad will probably push in behind them. Monk will probably push in behind them. Teams coming out of Yongxian will push in behind them. So Zanshin are going to have some questions here. Do you push further inward? Do you fight on the edge? I expect them to be heavily involved over the next 10 minutes.
I mean, DBH is also someone making their way through to the side as well here. So with all this pre-firing commotion as well, I'm not too surprised the team is just somewhat aware that a squad is just currently positioned at this age to try to be not necessarily to be the gatekeepers here. It's just more of the fact that just ran out of options here to where they really want to go in. They came in probably the latest among all the other teams as well here. So you don't have that luxury to really decide where you want to go, where you want to position yourself here, since a lot of teams had initially had already well placed themselves here. But looks on the other side, we do see Dusky going for a couple of knocks on Unlucky as well. And I think this is Unlucky, probably one of the stragglers who's just trying to scout things out here. And Kiwa Esports also rather in the vicinity of sharing territory with JFT and even Savageman at the same time. Very tight city that Yongxian is currently being utilized by 3 teams. Actually, it's not even a city area, by the way. Thank you so much, Observer, for zooming in. Pretty much the rice field currently, where Unlucky is currently stationed and playing around with the cargo boxes for cover.
Yeah, I mean, they've just got no room to push out. There's nothing really free for them, and yeah, it's intriguing to see what Roy Esports have been trying to do as well. They went from the South Bridge back up to the North Bridge, coming out of Shipyard. They're really struggling to get to the Northwest Island. It's the kind of game where you've just got to scrap. You've just got to try and get fortunate, get smokes up, get the vehicles moving fast. Teddy now making his way past this bridge. Roman Kill praying that they get a knock and a free kill. They need all the points that they can muster up. But Roy have made it through. It's not a full bridge camp. You know, bridge camps are very much when you're positioned at the end of the bridge. Roman Killer just playing a compound that happens to be in close vicinity. There's a drop in the background as well. Now that's Monk. E pickup. They drop down and right onto Palladium as well, close by to Roy. So Monk are now in that vicinity of the map, closer to the compound of Palladium, which is not easy to push out of, and I don't imagine it's going to stay in the zone, but it's a good short-term fix as Lemma doesn't quite make the parkour jump.
Need to be a little bit more of an earlier running time start here, but you know, other than that, it's team just somewhat just, even no matter how small it is, it's just even sharing territory. I think even from the other side, Roy Esports was just, I'm actually surprised they were able to just get into this site for free. Actually, I thought there was going to be a little bit more. It's going to be a little bit more damage going to be putting out from Roman Kill here, but I guess it's probably just OpenAI and the rest of the team just being more prioritized and just keeping an eye on the rest of the nearby neighbors here. They choose to be a little bit aggressive. They want to try to push war here, but we do see a little bit of contention between Happy Squad here and Zanshin. As this time it's going to be Zanshin, it's going to be Nash, going to be the Gate Guardians here.
He's got to be careful. Yeah, Happy Squad starting to get close. Starting to close the gap here onto Zanshin. Ken's wanting to get aggressive. At least he's been able to make his way to the rest of the squad after being quite a distance away for a large portion. He's going to be able to heal back up. Adrenaline shot's going to be used. ISG right now are very much sitting, very happy with their position. That's 10 trip though, exposing, doesn't matter. He's just better with the M4 spray. He's going to go down. And suddenly this is where Happy Squad could look to get aggressive onto Zanshin, knowing that they've got that initial knock, less guns up, less bodies to deal with. CJ will get the full flush, and Zhuang gets caught at the rock on the back. He has to fall back, and they need to probably play this building. Not in the zone. Phase 4, minute 40, so the blue is moving. This will be a moving fight between Happy and Zanshin. You do not want to stay in the blue here. Got to try and also maintain position into the next circle.
That's why you see 10 Trip also pretty much trying to playing on point here, especially just trying to somewhat cut them off their route of escape or retreat into the circle here. But looks on the other side, we do see a couple of clash finally between Mong and Palladium and Knight here. They were able to find Spark Queen to knock him out, remove a play. It's a nice point for themselves. But Luke 13, of course, naturally intending to return the favor here and still trying to equalize the playing field.
This should be a full squad wipe. He knows exactly where Suspect is. When he's running, he makes the noise. Luke then plays it really nicely with sound whoring. Well, Suspect, though, does turn around. Does get the knock, and Blow now down on 1 HP as well, but Lucky Purdy is there as well. So just enough bodies, but here comes Teddy, and here comes a good timely push from Roy Esports onto a Monk team that's down to just the 2 players now. A fight that wasn't clean enough. Fortunately, Blow and Purdy both at least high enough in health that they can be aggressive here and holding the angle, and that is a wide swing from Teddy. He will get punished. Jaxie's there. Now Setsuna making his way in as well, looking to flash his way into this building, but it doesn't quite connect. That's not a time for the nade from Blow. Gets caught with util in hand. And over at the very back of this compound, Purdy trying to get the flush onto Teddy. But I think Teddy's going to be able to crawl into the building, and indeed he will, and that's going to be a revive. Roy will have 4 up with their 3 kills, but they're not going to have this position for much longer.
That's okay, you know, they have the mentality of the good game, have fun, see you all next time as well. But of course, seems like they draw the attention of their respective teams. Now we're focusing back towards the northwest side of the map this time. It seems like Happy Squad was really able to really just gatekeep them out, and Zanshin just decides to take the gentleman's way out here and will succumb to the blues, so to not allow any of this team to farm an elimination points here. Well, you know, that's fine. It's unfortunate Happy Squad can't farm the next additional elimination points for themselves here, but since they were able to remove at least a major key player for this round, I believe every team is currently contesting for that top spot is pretty happy about this one for now. But one member still remains, of course, could still try to play for the placement here, but still stuck between a rock and a hard place, or at least 2 teams in the hard place here.
I think 5 kills as well for Monk is fine. As long as they're getting 5 to 6 points a game from here, they've qualified, no issue. Not ideal that they go out to Roy if they want to obviously battle for second, and how much emphasis they really care about getting straight into the finals. Circle shift, not bad here for Roman Kill. Need a big game. They've got the 5 kills after wiping out NRG earlier. And Zanshin has been wiped out.
Yeah. Two succumbed to the
JFT's been a
zone.
little quiet over the last couple of games. So is this a match for them now where they can get involved? 4 players up, Kiwa close, they've got better position. Is this where you want to be? Alder goes prone, hoping that Kiwa will run past him. He can then get a free knock and kill. It may happen here if Egbert is not careful enough. Alder will be able to hear that he is close by.
Still waiting out for the opportunity this time. I mean, so far JFT has been pretty opportunistic players as well, but they do hear the roaming times. Elder.
Oh, he
What?
doesn't get the kill.
What?
You've got to win that. That's the fight you've got to be winning.
Oh,
Panzerfaust in hand for Shoehorse to try and at least maybe get a guaranteed kill. Egbert not sure exactly which way to make his way in. Frag grenade does get Shoehorse down to half health. He leaps on out with the Panzerfaust. Does get the knock. Can he get the flush? No. Probably could have if he had have actually just really gone for it. Great hit by a spray. Landed a headshot onto Samoy, but ultimately he's not getting any more than that. Surrounded. Pivy by himself. No frag grenade to just throw in towards the corner. And he's going to be flushed out. And JFT lose another fight and still outside of the top 10.
they really played off with the elevation as well, just constantly just crouching back and forth, making use of the terrain of the cover that was somewhat given to him by the walls as well from the incline hills. Well done. Well, of course, unfortunately for JFT. Happy Squad, on the other hand, feeling pretty great at the fact that they were able to get pretty much win out the fight for the western side. They were somewhat move forward here to join in some of the spray. It looks like they're going to be able to remove away Irohani prepared to Samurai here. And was constantly continue with the initial onslaught here. They do have one of their members knocked down as well. Will they be allowed to pick them up? It's still within the vicinity of all bloods here. We'll just have to see then. Still trying to find the time. We do see Roy Esports also slowly making their way from the east side to the north. Drawn in by the commotion here. I want to see if they can try to farm a couple of elimination points for themselves here. They do have a nice pincer maneuver between the two squads here. But looks like Speedy decides to forego the remaining members here and will focus more on the sides.
Elgin Block's taken very low. Numbers with Happy Squad though, and also elevation. CJ doesn't get knocked down, able to just barely stay functioning. Jaxie, the only one up for Roy Esports. But they've been able to get themselves a couple of placement points. They've got 6 kills. It's another decent game where they're just getting points ticking over. 10 Trip's going to get revived. He is going to go for the peak though. Wanting to go for the flush onto Tete, copped the headshot by Jaxie. May have just done enough to actually go for the revive, but electing to push up. And then he sees that Happy Squad got 2 players eliminated. I think he hesitated a little bit. At one brief moment, wanted to go back for the revive onto Tete, but it was too late. And Trick can't land the finishing blows here onto Aya. Last one up now for Happy Squad. A very, very good game for them. Not done just yet. Aya with a knock on a Samoy, but man is there. The numbers with Kiwa. And a 12-kill performance for Happy Squad cements them deeper up into the top 10. Into the final 4 we go. And Roman Kill, still just the 5 kills, but they're into the top 4. And this is where they're going to start to push out, look for kills onto a team like Unlucky. But they've only got the 2 players up at the moment. And Kiwa also getting critical placement points, Leo. This is a big, big game from them.
I mean, this is exactly the keyword I was waiting for. So, someone to be expected for or waiting for the longest time from day number 1, 2 here. So glad to see them finally back in action here. Placement and including kill points all well up, lined up perfectly for them to try to see if they can try to secure this winner chicken dinner. And from the just looking from the remaining top 4 and the health of their teammates as well in terms of resources as well, seems like they have the highest chance to secure this too. But not really the most ideal spot they want to look for here. They're still playing around the edges here, not really at the midpoint of the circle. But you know, they can slowly make their way in because they know for a fact at least that northwestern side, there's no other team that's going to be trying to backstab them anytime soon. So they just primarily focus on who's the team that's currently in front of them.
And OBS also the kind of game where they've just been able to scrape some points, you know, 3 kills, couple of placement points, keep that ticking up. And
do they know where he is?
Closely contested to Roy. Kiwa should win this. Roman Kill, probably not the kind of team you would imagine can just take Kiwa 1-for-1 in terms of, you know, firstly, they're also down a player, so it's a 3v4, but you got a bottom team versus a top team. better position for Kiwa as they continue to scout out. Can't find Speedy, still a distance away. Speedy's goal here is to very much stay hidden. You want to hope that the other two teams start fighting, and then you can get up and have an influence.
I mean, it's always great to take advantage, right? That kind of thing. But other than that, just still playing slow. Everyone's just really checking out the corners. I mean, it's doing.
Well, look how much you got to clear. Look at the point of view here for clear. Look at all the trees. They're absolutely playing this the right way. You don't just start running around.
Yeah.
So many tree lines, so many positions that people can be hiding behind. You don't know if Roman Kill are close. You haven't seen them. You haven't really got the information. So they're playing this well in terms of their hesitancy. They've got good discipline. Just slowly moving tree to tree. Everyone's kind of close by. Trick the front man. Speedy's at the rock, by the way. He has been spotted by Trick.
No nades, unfortunately.
Just puts the red dot on.
Just have to do this the old-fashioned way. Oh,
Well,
now they know. Now he knows that he's been found out. The jig is up, ladies and gentlemen. We'll siege upon him. No way to run Speedy, unfortunately.
Roman Kill need to push out. They got the knock. They just don't have space, though. And they're so far away that naturally, by the time they even get into a good position, it's too late. The revival have taken place. That was their opportunity. I mean, to be fair, Lemon's actually going for a massive wide wrap. So if you're OpenAI and Sevi, really your job is stay alive here. Lemon's your win condition. If he actually can keep wrapping all the way up, they may not spot him, and he could actually have a really big influence here for Roman Kill.
I mean, I guess that's pretty much why we do see some of the members of Kiwa still playing around the top side here, just trying to get a nice live view. Ah, no, but you got a tree in time. Spotted out instantly.
I don't think they can't win now. He needed to get that knock, and then the match really opens up. But you don't. Your position is now known. They're ready for the wrap. Everyone else is far back. OpenAI gets knocked. He's dead. No one's close by for the revive. Lima and Sevi, the last two up. Both positions known. And it should be formality now for Kiwa, and it's a big, big win. Very much sets a three-way race for that second spot. A four-way if you want to add in Monk. They're a little bit behind the other three, but enough games for them to close that gap. But a huge result for Kiwa. This was the one little caveat was like, can they get these placement points? That's been lacking until this match here. They've been capable of getting good kills.
Oh, such good
Obviously
flash,
finished third in the previous match as well before that, but 13th, 7th, 8th, 7th, 9th, 9th, 12th. That was the run they went on. Now they get the win. Huge win for Kiwa. It's their first one, their first chicken dinner so far here for the rest of APAC qualifiers, and a big one at that, with the kills included, and sets them up very nicely for that race to second for a spot to go straight to the finals in the APAC qualifiers. That's what this team is capable of. We know that, they know that, we all know that. They've finally been able to show that.
Really great. I've just been probably waiting for the most longest of time. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly check out the highlights for match number 9. This is just one farm point, so I guess getting towards those good spots.
No, it's irrelevant. You got to be aggressive. Got to back yourselves in. OpenAI and the vehicle driving on in now. This is where you've got to put emphasis more than ever on making sure you take this fight to the death if you have to. Lemma gets knocked down. This roster, Pangska has so much experience in a 1v2 now. Bolts on out. Good shot. Gets the knock on Sevi. Phase 2 pop as well, and the Northwest Island confirms it as well. So big push in onto Teddy from Killer Root. ISG right now are very much sitting, very happy with their position. That's 10 trip though, exposing.
On point here, especially just trying to somewhat cut them off their route of escape or retreat.
When he's running, he makes the noise. Luke then plays it really nicely. Good sound whoring. While the suspect though does turn around. Fortunately, Blow and Purdy both at least high enough in health that they can be aggressive here and holding the angle, and that is making his way in as well. Looking to flash his way into this building, but it doesn't quite connect. That's not a time for the nade. Here we go.
Elder.
He does get Shoe Horse down to half health. He leaps on out with the Panther Bounce. Does get the knock. Can he get the flush? No. Probably could have if he had actually just really pivy by himself. No frag grenade to just throw in towards the corner.
Happy Squad, on the other hand, feeling pretty great at the fact that they were able to get pretty much went out to fire for the side. There was someone move forward here to join in some of the spray. It looks like they're going to be able to remove away Irohani.
Numbers with Happy Squad though, and also elevation. CJ land the finishing blows here onto Aya. Last one up now for Happy Squad. A very, very good game for them. Not done just yet. Placement points, Leo. This is a big, big game from them.
No, I mean, this is exactly the key. Yeah, now they know. Now he knows that he's been found out. The jig is up, ladies and gentlemen. We'll try to...
big win. Very much sets a three-way race for that second spot. Previous match as well before that, but 13th, 7th, 8th, 7th, 9th, 9th, 12th. That was the run. Yeah, really solid match in the end on Tago. A lot of fun, a lot of good fights. We had a little bit of both. Some of the top teams doing well, and also seeing, you know, a team like Roman Kill also perform far better. You know, that's kind of been 2 games in a row now that we've looked at UG, then they performed. We've looked at Roman Kill, then they've performed. You know, NRG now is that next one where it's like, okay, all eyes on NRG, bottom of the leaderboard, got wiped out by second last. Now it's like do or die for them. 2 games to go on Erangel tonight. You cannot go into tomorrow if you're NRG still dead last and thinking you can get top 10 through the final 6 games after putting in the shift that they've done over the, you know, the first 10 or so. That's really the reality for them. This is it. They've really got to look at these next 2 games as almost qual games. You know, if you're not performing in these next 2 games and it's a couple more donuts, you're probably done. You might be the first team where a line goes through your name. But for Kiwa, you know, as I said, very much in that race now for second with a couple of other teams. There was just that one small asterisk, and they've been able to blow that out of the water. I think they've got so much quality, and really at that top end, we're really starting to now see the leaderboard shape up probably the way I would have anticipated coming into this tournament with these set of teams. There's not really any surprises besides really like a Zanshin, who obviously I haven't really seen perform over the last couple of months and their journey here. They've been playing exceptionally well though, and the reason why they're in first.
Yeah. I mean, even like just looking back, like with some of the teams as well, look at today at least. Okay, maybe let's not talk about day 1 pretty much, because I think we pretty much just cover pretty much everything that needs to be said about day number 1. But day number 2 in particular, just the first 4 matches that we have, right? Just looking at the teams currently, like Monk, for example, right? This is I have to say literally for Monk, just getting this kind of performances, this kind of victory as well. I'm pretty sure a lot of alarms is pretty much going on top of some of the teams currently heads at the moment, because I'm pretty sure Team Newbies, Team Kiwa Esports, even Roy Esports, they thought, you know what, fine, Zenshis is on top of the board, but second place seems pretty much doable. It feels like it's gonna be that 3-man horse race among the 3 of us. But with Monk's current performances, now everyone's started gonna be a little bit worried. Okay, what do we do about this guy? Even Old Bloods, everyone's somewhat trying to step up. But not too far behind, we also see Monk also catching up to the leaderboard as they slowly make their way to the second place. But Kiwa Esports making quite the difference, finally showing who they are and what they're capable of. I'm very proud, I'm very happy to see them this. But 28 small, that's a substantial amount. But you know, it's a large, it's Tago, it's a very large man. Everyone was able to, and it's a really good flight path, so everyone was able to just respectively loot where they needed to loot. And Kiwa Esports didn't really play around for the center of the circle. Sure, eventually they did reach that point at one time in one of the phases, but other than that, they've just been farming the edges. They're just finding the great control, getting some really good calls, making some really good decisions as well, good execution timing and places of utilities. Just able to just constantly just farm out the loot box, rinse and repeat until we get to that final circle here. But like you mentioned as well, during that one crucial moment, Lemma really played a very crucial, it was a very pivotal moment where if Lemma had got that knock, the round could have been a little bit more different for these guys here. Could have been a boost.
Absolutely. He was the win con, right? He gets that knock, suddenly it's a 3v3, and you know there's no way that knock's going to get revived. You know, it just really blows that round open. It doesn't guarantee them a win, but it just makes it a bit more interesting. Yeah, 15 kills overall as well is an incredible performance to go along with the win. And you know, over on Rondo as well, they finished third. So third into first quells any fears of this team and their ability to place well. That's done now, right? 2 back-to-back games. I mentioned before, prior to these 2 games on Rondo and Tago, 13th, 7th, 8th, 7th, 9th, 9th, and 12th. Now, if you get given those numbers and you follow PUBG and you think, is that a team that's finishing second? Your answer is no. Like, that's just not going to happen, regardless of kills. So 22 placement points overall now, and they've got the vast majority of those in the last 2 games. They've been getting kills. They're actually slightly matching Zanshin in terms of kills. And they look like they now belong in that top 2 because they're starting to finish games out a little bit better. 87 points, 86, 85 for second, third, and fourth. It's hotly contested for that second spot. The gap is still large enough for Zanshin, but may I add, with those 3 teams, starting to pick up points. If Zanshin, 2 games to go tonight, 6 games to go tomorrow, Leo, just cool off a little bit at the wrong time, there's enough teams there that are playing well enough that one could overtake them. You know, a 30-point gap is not infallible. So you've got to make sure if you're Zanshin, you just keep that scoreboard ticking over. You don't need 20-point games. You don't need to go and smash the lobby. 6+ a game probably gets you top 2. So they just need to make sure that they don't really cool off and suddenly, you know, completely just fall off going into the last 8 games.
I mean, yeah, that's what I was saying, right, during the matches, where it's just if Zanshin just was to be like completely inactive for 2 rounds, right, it's very relatively quick for all these teams to really catch up as well. Sure, Monk is also slowly catching up, but there's still that 20-point deficit as well. Still got quite the grounds for them to cover, but the same goes for the rest of the team as well. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a quick short one, but we'll be right back with more PUBG action coming to you guys right after this.
Hello players, this is Kim Tae-hyun, Director of PUBG Battlegrounds. Welcome to the 3rd episode of Dev Drop. In this video, I'll be going through some questions about the 2025 roadmap. I'll also touch on topics that are not in the roadmap but might be on players' minds. Hope you enjoy it. Questions and feedback that aren't covered in the video will be answered in a blog post. Shall we get started? Let's go. With or without Unreal 5, I feel the developers need to take a step back from content for a month and focus purely on game optimization and fixing stutters. We actually have many different teams. There's a team working on Unreal Engine 5, another team focused on optimization, and teams that handle live service content and various updates for PUBG. So even if we pause work in one area, it doesn't necessarily mean we can immediately shift focus to another. We would love to say everything is working perfectly, but we know there is still work to be done, especially on optimization. We understand player concerns about optimization, given the recent Sanhok issues. We made some optimization improvements back in April, so we hope you give it another shot. Of course, we'll keep working hard to improve performance moving forward. Really looking forward to 120 FPS on console. That's all I've wanted since the game came out. Wait a second, about this comment. Pretty sure we've never officially announced this, so we're not exactly sure where that information came from. But as of now, we haven't made any decisions to confirm 120 frames per second support. We would need to explore the technical feasibility through development first. We know there are a lot of expectations around the shift to current-gen consoles. We'll do our best to figure out how we can meet them. Despite the long-standing dominance of the AR meta, weapons like the M16A4 and SCAR-L have remained underused for years. I believe it's time to either enhance their strength or rebalance them in some way to make them more viable. There are several different aspects to consider when balancing weapons. We've seen quite a few discussions and comments about weapons such as the M16A4 and SCAR-L, and many players have been asking us to improve underused weapons in general. While we do make gunplay adjustments every 2 months, it's difficult to single out just 1 or 2 weapons. Instead, we follow a broader balancing plan and adjust multiple weapons together. The reason we recently rebalanced shotguns and SMGs is that we also consider balance across weapon categories. We've been tuning things across the board. As there are subcategories like 5.56mm and 7.62mm weapons even within ARs, there's no single correct answer. But we assure you that we'll keep fine-tuning the overall balance. I've seen the video and the latest dev talk. Oh, thank you so much for checking them out. I am touched. I'm a bit scared to see destruction being added to more maps. The performance issues in Sanhok with destruction have not been fixed. There are 2 types of destruction in the game: terrain destruction and building destruction. To explain a bit more, terrain destruction affects only the terrain, while Sanhok's destruction also includes destructible buildings. When we mentioned destruction in the roadmap, we didn't mean that Sanhok's destruction would be applied to every map. We meant that terrain destruction, which was first added to Rondo, will be expanded to other maps. There are currently no plans to bring building destruction to every map. And we will need to resolve optimization issues on Sanhok first before considering anything like that. That's something we may look at much further down the line. Don't worry, we won't do it. Keep the bots how they were. It's casuals. It's where those who aren't as skilled can come and play daily. Let's see. I think we got 2 questions here. One about bots and another about the casual mode. First off, let's talk about bots. Our goal isn't to make bots stronger or threatening in any way. Instead, we want their movement and behavior to feel more natural, so that they can better fit into matches and provide a smoother, more enjoyable experience for players. We want them to act as a support element, like oil in the engine. As for casual mode limits, we know there are players who only play casual mode. These players log in, play their 3 matches, and then log off. While raising the limit could help boost playtime, our goal is to encourage players to gradually transition from casual mode to normal match. That's why it's not easy for us to simply raise the cap. That said, we have been discussing this internally. We are exploring different ways to expand.
So we're heading into the final 2 games tonight for night 2 of the rest of APAC Open Quals. Erangel, the lovely green luscious classic map to come. And we've got all to play for still. A couple of teams very much still fighting for that second spot. Zanshin still out in front. And then there's that battle for the top 10. NRG, can they pick things up? Currently dead last. So far, you've had a couple of other teams being able to make a little bit of headway. With UG in the 2 games prior. In the last game, Roman Kill finally had a better performance. That's really what the onus is now for those teams towards the bottom. Can they start to pick up some points, make a little bit of headway? At the very least, Leo, just put themselves into a position where at least going into tomorrow night, deficit, if there is one, isn't so large.
I mean, I believe a lot of teams also would love to close the night with the 2, especially with the 2 of the maps. So the 2 remaining matches being Erangel is probably one of the most go-to maps. Everyone's by far figured that map out from A to Z, from top to bottom, from left to right, whatever direction you guys are trying to go for. That map is pretty much just muscle memory at this point here. And interesting enough, right, despite that all the teams know this map ins and out, you would somewhat expect, like, okay, that means the gameplay for this map is not going to be as slow as it used to be. It's going to be a lot more faster since everyone knows the roundabouts about this. Actually, technically, that's not been the case. Stats shows over this past few months, or at least this past few years now, that the gameplay for Erangel has been a lot more slower and longer than to be expected here. But I guess it's just because everyone just knows the timing, who's going to be running to who, especially when it comes to those third-party timings as well. And then just looking past all these games as well, and I'm just going through the score, the total leaderboard that we have accumulated this past, at least this past 10 matches so far. Xenox, I'm just starting to see this pattern where, like, sure, if you're able to be pretty consistently, like, top sec, like you're getting that nice placement of within like 2nd or 5th place being consistently, that's pretty, like, quite the achievement, right? You don't it doesn't feel like one of those, it doesn't feel like those old days where if you're not getting that first spot, then you're totally not having a good game, you're totally trash. That's not the case anymore. It feels like if you're pretty consistent with getting that 2nd or 5th, at least that top 4 placing with kill points on top of that, it feels a lot more great. It feels a lot more better for a lot of these guys, especially since this game is not really a sprint. It's always been more of a marathon kind of a situation.
Yeah, and I think, you know, going back to that conversation regarding Erangel and maybe it playing a little bit slow, it's just the nature of the map. But I don't think it necessarily like Miramar, for example, plays actually very, very slow in the first 10 to 15 minutes, but then it ramps up to incredibly fast pace, whereas Erangel is a little bit more spread. It's not as super slow at the 10-12 minute mark, but it doesn't then ramp up and explode out of nowhere. It's more of a slow burner and just kind of slowly picks up, whereas Miramar is like nothing and then everything. Erangel is always a map that I look to as the one that's a really good map to highlight the best teams. The best teams play well on Erangel. The best teams can dominate on the #1 map. And I think that's kind of conducive to the history of the map being, of course, the OG, the original. It's a really good test. If you can do well on Erangel, you're a good team. If you struggle on Erangel, you're probably going to struggle in tournaments. It's just the reality of it. And don't get me wrong, we've gotten to a point over the years, many years now, where it's like some teams play a little bit better on Miramar, some teams play a little bit on Erangel, and I understand that. And you throw the 2 tertiary maps, and I call them tertiary maps because you only play Rondo and Tago once a night individually. So we had a little conversation about this earlier regarding, you know, practice and teams kind of looking at those maps. If you're only playing a map once a night and then you're playing other maps twice a night, well, naturally you're going to put a certain amount of work into your Erangel, a certain amount of work into your Miramar. What's left over in terms of your workload time then goes into Tego and Rondo, which means it's a little bit more scrappy, it's a little bit more hectic, because naturally teams don't play it don't play it as much as the other two maps. Like, it's just fundamentally the way it works. You play 4 games on 2 maps, and then you play 2 games on 2 maps. You know, so the numbers just don't quite add up. But yeah, like, Monk is the kind of team on Erangel where they might not actually be able to play the way they've been able to play tonight as they did on Miramar, Rondo, Tego, because on Erangel, it's not always zone dependent, but it's not always as free flowing. There's more buildings you can play out of. There's bunkers. There's bridges that you sometimes get involved. You know, there's key positions that get locked down. Everyone knows the big POIs. And so there's less room for teams to be rotating and you know, driving around the map for Monk to then go and hunt down. And they're 20 points off of that kind of top 2 battle right now, 8 games to go. I think they're a good enough team that they can absolutely get themselves into that battle for top 2. I don't know how much of that will happen on Erangel. That's where my question mark is on Monk with Erangel, because we haven't really seen them play it since last night. And as we know, last night wasn't a good night for Monk, including the 2 Erangel games. So yeah, it's going to be quite fascinating. All Bloods are certainly in the conversations for top 2. They're in that top 4. I don't think we've really seen them fully click tonight outside of the win. So inconsistencies there. You know, you look at match 7, 13th, nothing. You look at game 9, 15th, 2 kills. You look at kind of like game 10 as well, and they got 3rd, but only 3 kills. You know, kind of okay kind of game. And then game 8, the win and 13 kills. The 23 points there in that one game, and then not much else in the others. So Old Bloods have shown, yes, they can hit those higher highs, have a really big win performance. Where's the consistency? That's the thing. In fact, I'd say that's kind of turning into a trend with this lobby as a whole. Outside of Zanshin, they're out of that combo. They've been incredibly consistent. Kiwa hasn't been consistent. Roy hasn't been consistent. Old Bloods, and you can then really, because I'm listing the top 4 teams, obviously then it's going to go down the whole way through. There's not been good levels of consistency, and it's probably because the overall quality of this lobby is rather equal outside of the top 4.
Yeah, I totally. If we were to just combine with the stats that we have for day number 2, then yeah, I think there will be a little bit of a flow of inconsistency, right? Like, if we just look from day 1 stats alone, you do see like teams like someone like Zanshin, for example, the team that checked in the spot, even that second place. Sure, except for that 2 rounds, which was like 14, they had 14 and 12 placing. But if we're just looking like majority of the halls, there's like pretty much in terms of stats, like roughly 70% win rate on top of out of the 6 matches, 70 or 80% win rate for now for just day 1 alone. But now when you include into day 2, teams are slowly stepping up. There's also a factor of the circle so far, because pretty much day 1, I dare say that it was pretty fortuitous for the side for Team Zanshin as well. But that has been someone favored quite greatly as well. They didn't really need to reposition too hard or too much. Even if they did, it was just pretty much like within the area, within the vicinity as well. It wasn't too much of like they need to set up smoke cells like some of the other teams that we were witnessing as well. Day 2, we did have like seen 1 or 2 rounds where the circle has been variable, but other than that, it hasn't been really going their way. Whereas for the other teams who've been slowly, instead of depending on that kind of RNG, has been somewhat making their way into the fight itself. And like you said, when we get into that Erangel, and I'll be honest with you, to me, Erangel, I felt like that kind of. The difference between Erangel and Miramar has always been like, Miramar is like kind of, if I had to put it on a plain slate, right, it's like, you just want to get to the middle part of the map as quick as possible. Right? At this point, if it's possible, if you can't, then find a ditch, find at least a decent amount of cover from all angles, which is pretty much the sniper's guy, right? Whereas Erangel is like, you don't really want to go to depending on the circle, you don't really want to go to that center part of the map just yet, right? You just want to try to play around these 2 off-the-speed teams to really play around the edges a lot more often, trying to gain some form of control, some kind of assurance of security, before they slowly make their way into the structure here. But that wasn't really the case for day 1, map 1, the match 1 of Erangel. That circle shifted towards, if I had to give you a visual example, Xenos, it was shifting towards the west side of it, hard shift west side of the map, right above Gatka. But it didn't go towards the plains of Gatka. It just kept going towards the mountainous area. The final circle ended up in All Blood's favor, where they were controlling a one mountain, whereas the other team had to descend their own personal mountain just to try to get on top of All Blood. They were able to secure a chicken dinner and of course 40 kills. But with that being said, the wait's been currently over, the wait's been long. Finally jump into one of the OG maps here in PUBG, the beautiful map of greenery land of the Wrangle, for our second last match of the night.
Yeah, and a lovely playing path as well to kick us off on Erangel going into match 11. And I keep harping on it, but probably for good reason. You've got to talk about all of the teams, and NRG may be dead last, but they're a good talking point again because the onus is on them now in a map like this and in the next one as well. So far, they're the only team in this competition, 10 matches played, that has not once finished in the top 4. They're the only team in the entire lobby. So again, quite telling where they're sort of at, that they haven't finished in the top 4 once in 10 games. It limits their potential to have big pop-off games and do that consistently to overcome a deficit and get into a qualification spot. Naturally, the team that's in last, and someone always has to be last. That's just the reality of the competition. Yeah. It's just the way it has to happen. You just don't want it to be you. The NRG need to look at these two games far differently than a lot of the other lobby. Even coming into this, if you look at like an X-Men in 9, obviously not safe, right? It's not a massive gap, but by no means safe enough. There's still 8 games to be played, 2 tonight, 6 tomorrow. But mentality-wise, it's not do or die for them. You know, they just have to go in, play their game, bring the game plan into Erangel. Match 11 is just another match. But NRG can't have that same mindset because of where they sit right now. You know, they're now 22 points from a qual spot. And it's not just 22 points that they get. Like, if you were to say, okay, let's say NRG go and get 22 points in the next 3 games, it's not like you're into the top 10. Those other teams are getting points. Yeah, so really, the gap is even higher than that. It's closer to like 30, 35 points to actually get in to that top 10. And so far, they've only gotten 23 points from 10. So where are they getting these 35 points from with 8 games to go? So now it's very much go time. This is it. 2 games to go. I look at it for NRG because, again, you watch enough PUBG, you look at these tournaments, and you see those teams towards the bottom. They don't just naturally go into day 3 and just go and pick up 80 points and suddenly, and you think, where did this come from? It just doesn't happen that often. It's very, very rare. When it happens, it's the outlier. It's the unexpected. It's not the norm. So they've got to try and shift things now. 2 games to go on Erangel. Got to pick up some points. And this goes as well for UG, suddenly for Palladium as well. Roman Kill, unlucky, but no means are these teams out of the conversation. They need to start really banking points, fighting to get into the top 10, get close.
I mean, it's not
the end of tonight.
Yeah, but it's it's if you talk about not all the no, I dare say it's actually straight out of a fairy tale, right? Because we're talking about 20 to 30 points deficit, right? And the other teams, is naturally they're not just going to be inactive. They're just not going to lie down and die while you're just gathering all these points, right? It's not just placement anymore. You're getting placements. You're making sure you're getting like a decent amount of elimination kills. And when I say decent amount, I'm not talking about like points. I'm talking about like what the other teams have been doing lately. Or 12 to 15 kills on top of placement as well, and you need to keep doing this like consecutively, right? That's why I say it's not even all the norm. You need to do this for like the next remaining like 4, at least the next 4 rounds in a row. Only then would you like somewhat surpass like the other team that's currently ahead of you to keep that borderline top, right? So it's it's really quite a surmountable mountain for them to climb for sure. A lot of ground for them to cover. Definitely not an easy task, but definitely they will try to attempt for it. But naturally, it's not as easy as it sounds at all. But then again, let's just also slowly talk about that circle at the same time. Yeah. Again, the circle did somewhat position towards the western side. Hopefully, we do not see the same repeat of match 1 of day number 1, because that was really unfair for a lot of teams. Like a lot of teams just somewhat knew that area. Literally by phase 1, phase 2 Xenos, everyone was just moving there. I never seen so many teams just so positioned that spot. I mean, it's also due to the flight path as well. Yes, that map 1 flight path was practically from the east to west side, but closer to Sonoff military island as well here. So a lot of teams was just at least half of the lobby was generally already positioned towards that western side of the map. So everyone was just somewhat contesting for those mountainous areas. There's barely any compounds, or sure, there's probably like those one or two small houses, probably a shack or two, but there's just barely any cover. Everyone was just really contesting for those spots here. But Happy Squad, I'm really happy they're really popping off. Not as consistent for day number 2 so far, but at least they're putting in the work for sure. They're slowly making their way. At least they're no longer dangling between the borderline of top 10. They finally made all the way up towards top 7. Savage Man, they did get knocked down back to 7th place from their 5th initial spot. But that's just how it is, right? Like because the scoreline, at least the point differential between most of the teams, has been relatively close to each other. So just 1 or 2 teams, relatively close. However, Esports was able to get to that top 2, relatively satisfied with this, but not really out of the woods.
3 E pickups as well for this early phase 1. So Zanshin's got 1, Unlucky's got 1, and Kiwa as well. But they're already there, so they're not as late. They're not coming in late. Zanshin's going to be the one coming in very much at the latter stages of these 3 E pickups, which means there's definitely going to be less room for them to land safely. So where do they go? Probably South Quarry. In fact, you can play even still West Side Quarry, which is actually a decent spot.
Yep. Ooh.
The reality is, though, when you're coming in on these E pickups, you're landing somewhere, and, well, 279 has had a couple of people land on his compound. Nate does not make its way through the window. They need some help. They need some reinforcements. Even though Jin is here, he can't really do much to help out on the player that's on his roof. Jin needs to get this kill onto Man, but Man hits the headshot. 279 did get the down onto Egpa, and Egpa's taken low. Trick also half health as well out in the field. Kitsune, the drive-by. Leo, big knock, and suddenly 2 down for Kiwa. The 2 players on the roof are the last 2 up. This has not been an E pickup drop that's been successful. That's a wonderful spray from Samoy, but he's lost more of his team. Man has been knocked on the roof. 279 and Jin have done a tremendous job for UG. Big Nate to try and stop Samoy from getting the full confirmed flush. One more peek over and he may actually be able to get it though onto Leo. No, there's a defilade there. And 279 makes his way up onto the roof.
Wow.
Big knock again from Samoy, showcasing all of his experience, but so far still outnumbered.
But sadly, the Bloods in the water and the Sharks are coming in, drawing quite the attention. Even Old Blood, we do see a slight movement coming from their south and northern side. Both the Samurai, Runux, and Speedy slowly making their way there. Not really rushing to the side just yet here. Just waiting out what's going to be the final outcome between this confrontation between the 2 teams here. But NiceSail is going to be able to find Jeff on the other side for them to get the drop. Hopefully this divert the attention of Old Black away from Kiwa Esports.
Oh, wonderfully played from Samoy. Deserves this kill, gets this kill. In the end, UG are wiped out. Now, what ended up happening was a couple of other teams ended up driving by. They got a kill onto Kitsune. But Samoy did the vast majority of the work by getting 3 of the 4 in a tremendous solo effort to turn that around for Kiwa. Jeff knocked down. So a lot of the top 4 teams, in fact, all of the top 4 teams are in the fights right now. Jeff eliminated by Juan. Good start for Zanshin. Leo gets a tag.
Oh, barely just got to the hill. The hill just the top of that hill was pretty much the lifesaver for Shren as well, as it was just trying to find the cover. Savage Man, I believe Savage Man Eastwood pretty much was ringing in his head. It's just, I had you dead to rights. Can't believe you didn't really get the knock on you for sure. But other than that, very early confrontation. We did lose UG relatively early, but they did a significant amount of damage towards Kiwa. Since they did manage to get that early drop, even that last fight between the 2 teams, right? That exterior, the fight towards outside of the compound was so crucial for either one of the 2 sides. In the end, UG had the advantage, but just quickly shifted it so quickly as well. But well played. In the end, it just really came down to that individual skill play for that within the battle, within the houses itself. So really well done for Kiwa. 2 members down short, but they got 2 points out of it. So they just probably had to take this nice and slow as they slowly make it to the circle. And that's been fine so far. They've been playing so far with the edges 1 step at a time. Just that won't be able to cover as many grounds with 2 members standing here. Might have to play a little bit more of a tighter formation as they make their way through. Roman Kill, on the other hand, I think they've been pretty silent so far, right? So ever since we left someone Mirama, right, we didn't really see as much action as much as possible. I thought there was a chance, thought there was a little bit of a chance on the map of Rondo, but other than that, it's just been pretty silent so far.
Yeah, and we spoke about Monk and their way that they're going to play on Erangel, and you can clearly see the difference already in comparison to the earlier maps. It's just the kind of map, Erangel, that's just not going to facilitate their ability to just run around and kill people. You have to hold your position a bit more, play off circle pops, see the way people are going to rotate. They're going to have to push in. They may look to go towards Roman Kill, DBH as well. A bit of a nothing circle pop. Again, not much changes with these, because like fundamentally, you look at it, and who really does need to move? Well, UL have got an E pick up. They reckon they want to get a bit more central. Obviously, Palladium is coming in quite late in the blue. Team Newbies, there's the drop off. I came into tonight and I looked at them, and Miramar game 1 and 2, I thought, yeah, these guys, I'm a bit surprised they're in the top 5. And as it stands, they're 5 points from being out of the qualifiers. So, you know, like it's been rough for them. They're not getting circle feeds. I wasn't here yesterday, but I imagine they were a little bit more fortunate, got center positions, played that, got the placement points, because that's where the vast majority of their points were. They're just not finding the way to get points when they're not getting good position. They're coming in late. Circle goes south, but you're a north side team. These are things you have to deal with when you're playing on the north side of Erangel. There's a lot of south circle pops.
Yeah. I mean, they were pretty passive yesterday as well. Not much action. There was just like some glory moments as well, especially since with the solo plays. But other than that, they weren't really getting much as well. Just getting that top 4 was pretty much the name of the game for them here. Today it's not. Sadly, today is not going to slide, as every team is pretty much just stepping up here. And it's just like you mentioned as well, small things really makes really massive waves eventually as well. But beautiful corner of a dish. They thought they found Sanctuary, but it looks like Kiwa Esports, despite two members short, still trying to be a massive nuisance to the team here. Not going to try to go for the finisher here. Not going to overcommit for this. Just satisfied at the fact that they were just able to do some form of damage, foster some resources here. It looks like Savage Man Esports not having the best of time in this 1v1 crash.
Savior, very much fortunate if he can get out of this position alive. Indeed he does. Zanshin did indeed go for the west side quarry, but there's a couple of teams here now as well, Unlucky and X-Men. But the position of Zanshin is actually pretty strong, with a couple of compounds facing in towards Swamp. Only issue is they do lack a little bit of that elevation. Savior tries to step up, sunny side up, able to get the knock. Upchen through the fence, lands the tag. They have lost Overly and ImHack. Big double nade. Upchen's got a couple more. Throwing in towards the warehouse, and now goes for the revive onto Savior. They don't have Lunlun. Can Carly find a way to get involved here? So far, no. I think Carly's playing a little bit more defensive, expecting a push-up here by X-Men, but Upchen gets to the revive. And now Leo comes in on the backside. They may not be aware of this. And based on their current positioning, certainly not ready for it.
Beautiful.
Despite the revive, ImHack is just absolutely shut down. The barrel too strong. Now looking to push in. Can't go for the revives now. They've started to take space. The flush is good. I don't know what this guy's doing. My goodness, sunny side up, buddy. Panicking. Left, right. Like, you just got to push one way, get info, do something. You're just standing there like a sitting duck, and that's an easy fight for X-Men.
Oh man, I think he was trying to actually mitigate away from the flashbang as well, right? He lost his, and I love the fact the priority coming from Blue as well.
If you push forward though, you also get away from the flashbangs. You gotta just push, gotta push there, take the 1v1, and then you can kind of consider what's gonna happen. He's gonna die there either way. That's really good work from X-Men, but could have played that substantially better. It's an interesting circle. So Roy suddenly have now path out of Primorsk. They can play the beach side on the west. There's a good compound out there, and no contest. And if I'm JFT, I maybe even think about crossing the road over. They can scout that compound and make the cross. They'll know that teams are going to want to push in behind them with this circle pop phase 3. Yeah, I mean, this is an intriguing circle. Certainly not a common one. You know, it's probably more in the uncommon basket for Erangel circles, but one that does pop up every now and then. And the hills are very, very good. They're very strong hills to play out of, take good space, get a good intel. but there's not a lot of actual real estate in terms of compounds.
Oh yeah, not a lot of cover either way. You don't really get a lot of forages as well either to really play off with as well. You do have a couple of rocks as well, some ditches for now, but that's pretty much like the north side, northeast side of the map here. If the circle keeps proceeding towards the ocean, at least the beach side here, the western side, then where else do you go? You're pretty much right out in the open. We did see a small, like a tiny compound area here as well. We're not sure whether most teams going to really try to play around that kind of position. I was somewhat hoping before we got to that phase 3, I was somewhat hoping for a quarry circle here, because it's always great to see teams for really fighting around the quarry area as well. But don't think I'm going to be getting that wish anytime soon here. Hopefully tomorrow I believe we still have another three more Erangel matches as well. Might get my dream back. Might get my dream then. But yeah, the side looks like Blow is going to be able to find a nice pickup on Anarchy as well. Will they get the opportunity to go for the revive? I'm not too sure. They do have their backs against the walls. They're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Not really the most ideal place, and not barely any cover as well. But Blow will try to get for the knock here. Good attempt, but no success other than that here. Monk currently just at a really good spot, just dishing out quite an amount of damage. But did they get tagged out from behind there? Looks like Happy Squad is going to be joining in the fray as well.
But this is the kind of game for Monk where they actually switch up to more of a placement style game. You know, you're going to obviously go for your long range, and that's a wonderful steal for Birdie. Glad we got to see that. Really good effort. Reward paid off for those shots. They get the 2 kills. But primarily, they're going to be looking for positioning this game rather than looking for the kills straight away. And that's a big wipe on ISG. Elginbot's knocked as well by Blow. So Monk are actually, despite a long distance between their shots, getting quite a lot of reward for effort. It's just a knock right now. I don't know if it's going to be converted into an actual kill. And Luke actually gets the kill onto Art God. So yeah, Monk are actually making the most of this. They went early, got good position, and they're actually able to get 3 kills from such a long distance. Those are some valuable pickups. But I mean, the unfortunate reality for them is if you look at that leaderboard, 6 kills for Kiwa, 2 for OBS, 1 for Roy. You know, those top teams are still picking up points. So yes, there's a gap, but they're going to have to go absolutely massive, and NRG do the opposite. They absolutely explode. 23 points out, 1 game to go tonight. And dare I say, if you were a betting man, I don't know if they're going to be able to get into that top 10. There is one good thing, Leo, though, for them. And not so much good for the other teams. But look at that leaderboard. 10, 12, 13, 15, and 16 are all out. So if you're Palladium, if you're JFT, this is your time to rack up some points on those teams that are close by around you in your position, especially with the ISG out. They're the cutoff at the moment, 45 points. Hardwell's going to get eliminated. Team Newbies, again, just struggling in these open fights. And 7 kills now for Monk, cleaning up. Despite pushing, getting good position, they've still been able to find these kills. The difference is the kills have kind of come to them a little bit in terms of positioning. They've still had to shoot at people long distance. It's not the same style of play, though, from Miramar, from Rondo, from Tago. Different style, and shows the quality of this roster and their experience being able to win in different ways.
I mean, it's also because of the map design at this section of the map, right? It's just mostly just flat lands, roads as well. They're pretty much like pretty much there is this massive Monk being this massive gatekeeper at this edge of the circle as well. And each team has to pay quite the toll, and the toll is pretty much their life as they make their way through here. But then again, at the same time, like you said, a lot of this confrontation wasn't when they were passing by Monk. No, Monk was getting some really amazing long shots here, making use. 7 kills was just mainly just from long shot picks. Some could have been stolen, and some could have just personally been secured for themselves. But Spark Queen coming in with just an absolute drive-by, Mad Max style as well. We should be able to try to secure this north side of the edge. This gives us some form of security. But we do see one member of Team Newbie still standing, still someone just tanking out the zone here. Kiowa Esports also slowly trying to make their way in, but just not a lot of things happening. And I love that you actually brought up with the opportunity for Palladium and Knight and even JFT to try to rack up points, since the bottom half of the leaderboard is currently out of commission here. But just looking at positioning as well, I'm just a little bit concerned, as it is not an easy way for them to siege them through. Roy Esports, top 3, at least top 4 team with the firepower to boot as well, currently might try to just gatekeep them as much as possible here. And Savage Man really stuck between a rock and a hard place here. It's not the really best of cover either way as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of just playing the shack, which is never really a good feeling. Upchen also just playing behind a vehicle. 3
shack games, actually, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Oh, does he get knocked here by Speedy? No, able to go prone.
Almost got it.
3 frag grenades. Speedy, is this going to land? no, I think that just actually blew up right in front of the vehicle.
He's getting a good
That was
feel.
pretty close.
Yeah, he's getting a good feel of it as well. But not.
Well,
But
he knows Upchen's there as well. So if he peeks over this hill, he knows that Upchen is going to get involved. So Speedy's playing very careful. This is good PUBG. Not just rushing in, sensing that there's one that's very much available for getting is Palladium. Again, just having a shocking night tonight. Nothing is working for this roster. On paper, it's just such a star-studded roster from Oceania, but it's just not clicking. They're not finding kills. They're not living. They're not winning fights. That's a good one from Suspect. Asper struggling to play off of him, though. He's got his own battle to deal with against Shoehorse. JFT, this is a big fight. They need the points. For Palladium as well, they do need him too, but only Suspect remains, and he's very much on an island by himself inside of this little shack. He's going to get surrounded. He does get one, but his numbers are very much against him. JFT wipe out Palladium. They only get the 1 placement point and 1 kill point. It's not a lot, and JFT getting closer to getting into the top 10.
Roy Esports. Just hear all the commotion. I want to see what they can actually take advantage of this kind of situation. But the compound just seems a little bit too solid. It looks a little too good. They know there's a couple of houses for them to utilize here. But what Jaxi has somewhat confirmed and relayed the information to the rest of his team as well. That territory is completely fortified. We're not going to get much out of this. Not even for a long battle of attrition. So it's better to just wait out for the circle to see where it really dictates. If it still keeps towards this compound, that could be an idea for them to potentially try to seize. Zansha, on the other hand, on the other side, being seized from all angles here. It's not really the kind of territory they not really like to play with here. And the worst part about it is they're not within the circle as well here. So trying to get some form of control. They get a really nice knock on Kiwa Esports here, but they're not really out of the clear here. Kens will secure the kill. Kiwa Esports last man standing. It's gonna be Trick playing point guard here, but I think this is pretty much the end of the road for Kiwa Esports here. Unless Happy Squad decides to join in the frame from the long side, or maybe even Monk. From here, from all this commotion, we do see them making their way there as well.
Zan should just continue to impress me. A really impressive night tonight. Obviously yesterday as well, but to continue on night 2 in a very similar fashion, you know, winning in different ways, playing in different ways, showing that it's not, you know, just one-dimensional, go center, get compound, get fed, do it over and over again. Seen plenty of teams do that in tournaments before. Oh, Pibby, big headshot. We just panned away from it, but he actually connected onto E. And more made to follow as well as they make their way over towards Monk. Well set up. Firing range style. Double knockdown. And Zanshin, well, just off the back of me giving them some plaudits, they've absolutely gone headfirst in Monk in their direction. And they've lost a couple of players, and Ken's now the only one standing. Monk racking up the kills this game. Savior bleeding out to bloat, gives them their 11th kill of this match, and just keeping a tail on those top 4 teams, and really not that far behind now whatsoever, and the gap of the top 5 is also starting to really expand.
I mean, it's really good as well, right? They got, sure, it's right now at this current, maybe around phase 4, around phase 4, phase 5, Monk wasn't really able to secure that central spot anymore. They were initially They were previously initially in the circle around phase 3 and phase 4, but it's like what we were discussing earlier, right? You get a good position, naturally you should be yielding a lot more points, and Monk is naturally with their firepower capability as well, just securing all these long shots as well, and it's not really ending anytime soon as well. Currently uncontested, king of the north so far of the circle, still somewhere within the vicinity as well. But just not enough, not a lot of cover, right? There's no rocks at that road pathway as well. Sure, you got this hill for you to play around with, but other than that, there's no trees for you to play around with. And Savageman Esports Leo slowly crawling, he's creeping his way into safety here. Roy Esports hasn't really snuffed him out just yet, but you know, Leo just being as patient as possible. Just waiting for the most opportune moment to just pounce and try to farm as much of these points as much as possible. Or just be an absolute nuisance for some of these upcoming teams. Old Blood as well. Not really, I mean, sure, if you're fine with top 10, that's fine, but you want to get that top 2, really need to try to make your way, especially since Kiwa is currently out of commission as well. The point differential between
but
the two
they don't have
sides
to do
not
it this
that far.
game. They've got 2 players. It's not going to all happen here in match 11. Old Bloods are fine. They don't have to stress about being in, you know, top 2 right now.
Right.
And you're down to 2 players, top 5. Really, now you just kind of rank tank a little bit. You're going to play a bit differently. JFT, they're the ones that probably need the points more, right?
Oh,
so they've still got 3 players up.
Of course.
They're the ones that are little bit different. Leo out on the road. He's now road kill. Setsuna will put an end to him. 4 kills now for Roy Esports into the final 4 teams remaining. Again, more points acquired for JFT in terms of placement. They go to 48. So now into the top 10 firmly. Looking to close the gap to Team Newbies, who are just dwindling down the leaderboard. And JFT very much just going to play passive, slow. They know they've got the eastern side. Scout out, get some information. Ob's doing the same out west. Monk have got north control. Roy has got south control. It's the 4 corners of the phase 6 circle. 40 seconds until phase 7. Triangles out towards the road. Purdy does know where Blessed is. I may wonder why he doesn't take the shots initially, but there's not easy shots to land. And even if he does get the knock, may not convert to a kill. Can he close the gap? That's the thing. And Purdy's also in a very, very aggressive position. Dead center point. If he starts shooting, you know, JFT, Roy may start pushing in his direction.
I mean, that's probably the reason why they didn't take the shot as well, I guess, right? Since he's so far forward away from the rest of the squad. But I guess this is an opportune time since Blast was able to get a necessary amount of knob, but gets traded back instead. Moshe is still the last one standing here. Xenox thinks it's not looking great for All Blood currently at the moment.
No, you go down here. You go down. You find a way to go to blue or get the revive. You could have point denied that one a little bit. Only because you know that those that are still up in this lobby, you're going to be giving points over to Roy or Monk. If you're OBS, you don't really want to give those points. And let's be honest, you're not surviving that. But the blue zone, to be fair, was still a little bit of distance behind.
Ooh, pretty
knocked headshot from Teddy. Now, this is big for JFT as well. You want Monk and Roy to fight. You want them fighting out. Pivy gets involved, trying to catch blow towards the back. He's hard anchor. Look at Roy pushing forward off of that knock. Really, really good from them. You get that knock this late in the game, you got to push. Be aggressive, take space, get close. You know they're going for the revive. Less chance to lose members as the push in. Luke did get a good one onto Tatsuna and a second as well to follow. And suddenly it's only Jaxi. Now you got to beg the question here if you're Jaxi. There's enough space. Do you go for the revive? Luke's down to 7 HP. He's going to heal up. Jaxi needs to go for this revive. You need numbers. You can't just be going for the kill. Setsuna gets a little bit of intel. He does lose his life, but now that revive will be confirmed, knowing that Luke's still a distance away. So 2 up for Roy and Monk, 3 for JFT. Big battle on the north side, and a 1v1 blow. Very, very low. Really should be going over and having a look at that fight. There we go. Elder over at the tree. Good molly, but just the shoulder still peeking out, and Pivy's able to land it. Now suddenly Luke by himself needs to try and push this fight against Roy because he knows he'll have some pressure on the back. Coming in very late. Prone. Teddy needs to get his feet on up. He cannot do it in time. Well done from Luke. 19 now for Monk, and knows he's in a 1v3 against JFT. Unless they cannot go for that revive. It's a 1v2. Shoehorse and Pivy are going for Luke, and Pivy's going for a long wrap. There's Luke switched on for this. He knows where Shoehorse is, knows that Elder's knocked on the north side. But I don't think he's going to be expecting Pivy. And let's be honest, seen this story a million times. Pivy's going to shoot him in the back here in about 5 to 10 seconds. I think Luke's going to die.
Yeah. Oh. But good, but
sooner than that. It was sooner than 5 to 10 seconds. It was straight away. Yeah, that's really good from Pivy. Yeah. Well played.
Yeah, really good.
Well played from JFT, and a good time to have a big game. They needed that. That's a relief game if you're JFT. That's where you sit back and go, okay, that's what we know we can do. That feels better. And you can see the smile on Pivy's face off the back of that game. It's not a celebratory game. It's not like, woo, we're top 2 or we're locked in. It's just, okay, now we're back in a good position. Now we can breathe, be a little bit more comfortable, less stress on the shoulders going into tomorrow night. I know we've still got another game to go. Of course, before we get into that, let's go through some highlights. Getting the full confirmed flush. One more peek over and he may actually be able to get it though onto Leah. No, there's a defilade there. 279 makes his way up onto the roof.
Hopefully this divert the attention of all Black away from Tiwa Esports.
Oh, wonderfully played from Samoy.
Just satisfied at the fact that they were just able to do some form of damage for some resources here. Looks like Savage
on the backside. They may not be aware of this. And based on their current positioning, certainly not ready for it. Now looking to push in. Can't go for the revives now. They've started to take space. The flush is good. I don't know what this guy. I mean, the unfortunate reality for them is if you look at that leaderboard, 6 kills for Kiwa, 2 for OBS, 1 for Roy. You know, those top teams are still picking up points. So yes, there's a gap. They're the cutoff at the moment, 45 points. Hardwell's going to get eliminated. Team Newbies again.
Some could have been stolen, and some could have just personally been secured for themselves. But Spark could.
Star-studded roster from Oceania, but it's just not clicking. They're not finding kills. Then Asper struggling to play off of him, though. He's got his own battle to deal with against Shoe, and he's very much on an island by himself inside of this little shack. He's going to get surrounded from it, but he actually connected onto E. And more made to follow as well as they make their way over towards Monk. Well set up. Firing range style. They're the ones that probably need the points more, right? So they've still got 3 players up. They're the ones that are a bit...
Well, I guess, as well, right? Since he's so far forward away from the rest of the squad. But I guess this is an opportune time since Blast.
No, you go down here. You go down. You find a way to go to blue or get the revive. Really should be going over and having a look at that fight. There we go. Elder over at the tree by himself. Needs to try and push this fight against Roy because he knows he'll have some pressure on the back. Coming in very late. Prone. Teddy. Needs to get... He's going to shoot him in the back here in about 5 to 10 seconds. I think Luke's going to die.
Yeah.
So, one more match to go tonight. There's the highlights there from match 11, and a good one for JFT. Monk as well, another massive, massive game. I think it was 19 kills in the end for them as well, and firmly putting themselves in the conversation for second place, maybe even first with the way things are going. Big wipe onto Zanshin in that match, but again, you know, in terms of this game, another team now makes their way into the top 10 for JFT after a little bit of a lackluster night. Bam, that's what they're capable of. And there's quite a few of those teams, you know, on that precipice from 13 to about 8. I think they're all very much capable of those kind of games. It's just a matter of how many times can you do it. You know, that's the thing. How many times can you do it? Can you build some momentum going into the back end of this tournament? Teams certainly can get on a roll. I guarantee you there'll be one team tomorrow night that's sitting anywhere from 11th to 14th that has a good night tomorrow and gets themselves into the top 10. It just always seems to happen that way.
Oh yeah, of course.
Just a matter of it's whether your team or someone else. And NRG, again, another donut for them. It just makes it so much harder. And it gets to the point now where if they don't get points in this next game, I'm putting a line through them. I'm pretty hot heavy when it comes to my pen and putting lines through teams, and I've got a good track record. And I think for NRG, if they don't have a good game in the next one, I'm going to cross them out.
I mean, it gets pretty tough, right? Like, if it was probably the start of day number 2, then sure, there is still a chance for them to really want to bounce back, right? But now we're going towards the last match of the night. It's practically 12 matches in here. Teams are not sleeping on the games. Yeah, everyone is farming in their own way, in their own manner, possibly in their own circumstances as well, to get as much points as much as possible. And if there's no much progress, I don't blame you for just completely crossing off, because it's going to be like a straight out of a fairy tale book, right? If they were to suddenly just miraculously 4 rounds in a row just get chicken dinners with 19 amount of kills, like what Monk just almost pulled it up. It could have been a very almost clean finish from Monk here with that amount of kills with the chicken dinner, but of course, you know, JFT really played their cards out really well alongside with Roy Esports. However, I believe Roy Esports didn't expect them to actually suffer that much as much they were pushing forward. I'm pretty sure they had a totally different picture in their head as they were moving forward. They say, all right, great, they're pinned down, one person's knocked. It's pretty much like a written story. We just had to keep moving forward. But Luke 13, he just, or Nikos in this case here, just went for an absolute No,
it's Luke 13.
Sorry.
Luke, bring it. No,
Luke 13, sorry.
If you want to troll,
Luke 13.
if you want to troll and you want to, you know, that's just the way it goes. So, you know, they know that. But yeah, I do agree with you. And I think that what we've seen tonight, who's played the best overall PUBG tonight? Night 2. It's probably Monk. Yeah, like in terms of just what they've been able to show. I mean, you could make cases, I think, when you kind of look at Zanshin in their ability to get wins, but they've got the 1 win tonight. Monk's also got the 1 win tonight. So they've matched them in that tonight. But then you look at damage numbers. How many times have we seen this graphic and Monk are over 2K? How many times have we seen them go and get double-digit plus kills tonight?
No,
3 times.
That's so, what I was hoping. Oh, yeah, sorry.
No, I'm just saying, like, they've been that dominant tonight that it's just mind-boggling that as to what happened yesterday. I got no idea how they just so underperformed yesterday. That they only got 18 points through 6 matches yesterday, and now we're seeing the Monk that we expected.
Yeah, I mean, exactly right. That's how I was hoping we could have seen an additional stats probably in terms of damage taken, right? Because sure, you could say like you're getting first place every single round, and don't get me wrong, it's probably not a simple win as well. Probably quite difficult to secure like multiple wins in day number 1, right? And trying to trying to be consistent in day number 2 here. But if we do see an additional stat like damage taken, on the other hand, on top of total amount of damage you were dealing as well, then we somewhat get to see like how active these players are currently in. Because if you see like a certain player have massive amount of damage, but the amount of damage they take is like what, 10 single digits, double digits, then you somewhat have a rough idea. Okay, this team wasn't really facing a lot of those head-on fights. It's just usually long-range sniping, probably just picking out stragglers, or just punishing team that was just somewhat trying to crash into their respective territory as well. And that's why I said, I think especially when you have this additional stats, you get much more of a clearer picture on like how this team is usually playing around the rounds itself here. But day number 2, if just to answer your question you were saying as well, Xanox, I definitely do. I'm more of a player. I'm more of a person that likes to see a team that really fight out their way to really secure those wins, right? Like what we've been seeing from Monk, even Kiwa Esports, they used to play like exactly like how Zanshin used to play in previous tournament. This time today, they were pretty much just clearing edges. They were moving forward. They weren't shying away from the fight. Completely different from how Kiwa used to play from previous tournaments. So I love the growth. I love the additional skill sets that they apply for themselves, because at least this way, when they are put in a spot where, okay, if we can't play in the middle spot, what do we do? They're not going to have their back against the wall. Now they have options. Okay, we can do this style, and we're pretty confident in this style. Let's just constantly grind with this against other teams as we slowly get better over the years. And this is exactly what we should be expecting as we see teams slowly moving forward in APAC, because this is not the end of the APAC qualifiers, right? We still have another half of APAC to contest with, and that's against the Thai team, against the Vietnamese teams. And those teams has been on an absolute tear in the global scene. So much of a tear that even Paper Thin and everyone else there in the PGS or the PGC dare to call those Thai and Vietnamese teams, though branded them all together as the wall of APAC. That's how significant those teams have been playing. So the required demand for you to succeed in this qualifier is in hopes of the fact that you should be able to overwhelm the team, so we have more mixture of APAC team rather than majority of Thai and majority of Vietnam teams go into PGS. I mean, that will be the ultimate goal, right? But you know, other than that, I also want to talk about the highlight that we witnessed. I was right. So remember that fight we were discussing on like what during the fight between Savage Man Leo against one of the remaining members of Unlucky in the warehouse there? I think in that situation, after seeing the highlight, I believe that actually he was about to charge on that left side. But I think after his teammate got knocked down, his teammate called him out and say he's coming from the right. So that's why he did this quick, he changed his perspective to the other side instead of pushing forward to the right side, where I think was the original or the initial intention here. But you know, with that being said, Xanox, that's pretty much it for match number 5 Erangel. We're finally entering to our last match of day number 2. So it's also going to be another greenery area of Erangel. Let's see where the circle will favor our dear 16 teams this time.
Yeah, match 12. So 6 to go after this tomorrow. Again, day 3 to follow
the final 6
tomorrow night. Yeah, so it's look, I mean, we saw the leaderboard before. You know, I was kind of just analyzing it, looking at it, and I think the top 5 is very much obviously safe. The top 5 is not going to miss out on qualifiers. They're through. They're in their own little battle now for top 2, who can get directly to finals. And I'm thinking Zanshin is not absolutely a guarantee that they're locked in on that top 2. If they have even a remotely quiet to average night tomorrow night, and the other, you know, that 2 to 5 bracket just keep performing, keep plugging away, it's a gap that certainly can be overtaken, because it's not just one team. It's 3 teams outside the top 2.
That's true.
And so there's enough teams there that can force, you know, an overlap of pushing a couple of teams down. So it's going to be fascinating. And then the battle for 10th is very much on. NRG, this is their last game. Like, I know they're going to play tomorrow night, but if they don't get points here, you can absolutely put that line through them. And we go back to the southwest, a little bit more inland to the right though, so not quite as, you know, quarry heavy, but it is going to be very much the, you know, Chinky Fields area. Trick, does he get this? No, just a little death fillet allows Lima to get away. A little 2 to the horn as well on the drive out from Lima for Roman kill, cheeky as it be. But yeah, I mean, Team Newbie is now on the precipice, 51 points. So they've gone from, I believe they were 5th to start tonight. Indeed, they were, off the back of a win that they got in Game 5 yesterday. So they had an overall 43 points, which means they've only picked up 8 points tonight, which if you look at yesterday's leaderboard, for instance, Leo, last place was Roman Kill 15.
Yep.
So if they don't get, another, 7+ points, they're actually going to have the worst night of the tournament so far. Outside of maybe, I guess, NRG really aren't doing that great either. They've only gotten 4 points tonight. So yeah, those two teams have definitely underperformed the most. 4 points for NRG, 8 points for Team Newbies. But it's obviously more impactful for TN considering they were 5th yesterday, had a good night, and tonight it's just gone completely wrong. And now you go from being in a somewhat safe spot, top 10, in that 5th spot. Now you're on that precipice. Now you're in a dogfight. And that's where you don't want to be tomorrow night. Because if you don't know how to get kills, if you don't know how to roam and sweep edges and push in as a team fighting and do all of that, you're not going to win that dogfight. You're not going to get the points necessary. 6 points behind, you've got ISG. And I will say, the teams that are below them now, though, none of them have really shown too much right now. But it only takes one of those tomorrow night to have a good night, and you're out if you're Team Newbies. So you've got to be on your game here.
Yeah, I mean, catching second win, of course, is naturally what all teams really hope for as well, right? But that's just this. That will somewhat decide like how the game goes for tonight, right? If you're able to somewhat create some form of a lead, that has to be a relatively significant one as well, right? But if you're just able to just close out on a good night on your terms, especially just since the final goal will be to qualify for that 9 to 10 spot, then at least that way all you have to do is just really just try to be as consistent as much as possible tomorrow. You work hard now, then tomorrow you don't probably have to put in too much work. I mean, if you do due diligence as well, sure, naturally things gets more comfortable for yourselves here, but other than that, no one's really going to be sleeping on here. Sure, NRG is just really unfortunate, even for Dream Bounty Hunters Gaming, which was by the way previously the X roster for Nirvana Revival Gaming as well. Probably just quite surprised to see like what's really turning out for their previous team as well. But it's the sibling rivalry that's happening here, and DBS is currently in a pretty nice hefty spot not really out of the clear. They did drop down all the way from the 7th spot to the 9th, but they just have to try to work with what they got here. Happy Score on the other hand, I've been pretty satisfied with them so far, including for Savage Men. Sure, it's still fluctuating, nothing too consistent among the matches here, but they've been showing at least their tenacity, their resilience to keep themselves into the round, just bouncing between the 10th and 6th placing here. So I'll just be satisfied with this, especially since Monk was pretty much quite the wild card for a lot of these teams, especially since if they were just playing off with the information from day one alone, just the fact that, okay, day one, they were pretty quiet, they were pretty silent, not getting a lot of points. And suddenly today, they're just being absolutely explosive. Even if they're not getting the chicken dinner, they're still walking out the rounds with like 7 to 9 kills. They're constantly increasing their growth with each round here towards day number 2 here. So something to really need to take into account as they prep for day number 3. But of course, this is the last match of the night. Everyone wants to end it with a bang for sure.
Yeah, and Happy Squad just kind of shooting close by because they want to defend the compound, make sure that it's
sending them the message. It's not about the kill. It's about sending the message.
Yeah, I mean, phase 1, you don't want a hard fight. You just want to make sure that they go off, find their own spot. Yeah, unlucky. Have been a little bit unlucky tonight actually, because they've had obviously PC player issues with IMHack, so they haven't got any of that consistency. You played a couple of games with 3 players, then he comes back in, but then you have one bad game. It's just one of those kind of nights. So I'll be curious to see how they go tomorrow. By no means would I look at this team, judge them off tonight, because it just, when it's not your night, sometimes it's not your night, and there's outside reasons for that. And certainly a team that I think you could put that on them and say, okay, what's tomorrow night going to look like as a core 4, no issues, 39 points, you're only 12 off the top 10. If they can finish strong here in this last game, just builds that confidence up, gives them a platform, goes into tomorrow night. Palladium as well, probably been one of the most disappointing teams tonight. I think when you look at that roster, certainly a lot of really good players, and you just wonder, where's it going wrong? But they're good enough that they can have a good night tomorrow and still make top 10. So, you've just got to have the belief and the faith that, tomorrow night will be their night. UG have also shown good things. RNK have shown good things. So, it's definitely going to be a battle. I don't think DBH, JFT, TN are safe by any means. I think X-Men are good enough that they should be fine. I'd be very surprised to see them miss out. And obviously Happier, they're very much playing well enough. Team Newbies on the E pickup, and they've gotten enough distance away from Blow. There's would have to be some really good Dragunov kills. Not going to happen. And yeah, Monk now 8 points behind the second spot. A really big night tonight. They've had the most points out of all of the teams tonight by quite a distance as well. Like, I was having a quick look before as well, while we were kind of, you know, going through the little break period before this match. You know, they had the 18 yesterday, and it ended up being something like, I think, 73 points so far tonight, or something along those lines. And I looked at Zanshin as a sort of comparison point, and they've only picked up 47. You know, that's a big discrepancy. Old Blood's an unlucky. Old Bloods need the kills, and Unlucky, one of the bottom teams at the moment. Frag grenade, Prime sent in. Speedy knocked though by Heimhack. Not a good start here for Old Bloods. Flash going to get thrown in. Less than Moshing though, able to do the job. Good utility usage from Jeff to not just run in blind. Guns up, blazing. Uses the util first. He'll be the beneficiary of that. They get a couple of kills. Speedy is down. Will he be able to get revived? They do now spot Sunny side up. Oh, there's the last player. There's the flush. And Blessed and Jeff able to confirm, indeed confirming the revive on the Speedy as well. Unlucky, their night is done. 39 points for Old Bloods. Nice 3 kills picked up in the battle for second.
Good two-man swing as well. Not really taking any chances here since this is the final match of the night as well. Just going for the swing with a solid body system. Sure, things could have possibly gone terribly wrong if he really lines up the shot perfectly since they both swung down at the same time. Well, you know, other than that, good secure for Old Bloods. That's gonna be the last. That was pretty much the last one for Unlucky. Thank you for joining us as they, going back to the drawing board as they prep for day number 3 here. You know, I'm not too surprised, especially since we're talking about Kiwa, especially with their performances alongside with Monk, right? Like, Kiwa's really the kind of team where they really just look at the numbers and they just try and then really talk it out with the rest of the team members, right? They just start asking the big questions like, how do we really maximize our situation? What do we really do from here, right? We're getting the kills, but we're not getting the placement. Today, day number 2, I think they had a really good talk because, like, for the performances we're seeing with the growth that they had from the initial 4th or 5th place into the second with a very dominant lead in terms of points. On 99, I dare say previously it was like what? It was like 30-point differential for a lot of these teams against Zanshin, right? But now since Zanshin had a really slow growth towards this past 6 matches here, that gave an opportunity for a lot of teams to really close in the gap. And now suddenly out of the blue, it doesn't really require 2 or 3 matches now. Now it just feels the team just really needs one, maybe 1 or 2 good matches, or maybe just one really amazing match, like what Monk did with the 19 kills, right, or the 15 kill match, like what Kiwa did just initially with the chicken dinner, and they will be able to literally equalize the scoreline with Zanshin as well, or if not, at least closing it so close where it just requires another good game to really cover up here. But Dream
so we get a quarry pop. We get a quarry pop phase 2, and those are very tricky to play. Very tricky to play. There's good spacing around quarry. If you get inside a quarry, it's usually a death sentence. Most of the time, teams that are forced to send it in there do it late, and sometimes even just getting in becomes an impossibility. And you got to play a lot of the tree lines. You know, you need vehicles. Vehicles are very much important on a circle like this, just to give you some extra bunker space. Again, there's no real big POI. Yeah, and so I think that for the teams that are coming in late, that is one of the benefits of Erangel is you've got tree cover. So if you've got vehicles, you come in late, you can build that fort up in comparison to, like open fields of Miramar where, you'll still have the cover, but it just gets blown up so much easier. Yeah. ISG watching as Roman Kill rotate on by over on this north side of the circle. That's an ambitious spray from Runax. Too much of a distance away with the M4.
Still making it way through.
Now, X-Men and Zanshin have actually engaged here, and there's an opportunity for Juan to lose his life as he's getting wrapped upon. That's a really good pinch from X-Men, and suddenly Zanshin are now down to just 2 players. Not the way that you would want to close off night number 2. With those teams in 2 to 5 starting to gain in terms of points, you wanted to get a little bit more of a buffer going into the final night tomorrow night, but they've run into X-Men who will happily oblige to take the points away. Hardwell with a good tag for Team Newbies, who do need to get a little bit aggressive, but they're playing Ferry Pier. Ferry Pier is not really good to push out of for a quarry finish. Crossing roads is deadly. You're coming in late. Teams have got already tree line positions. They're going to be banking on a phase 3 circle pop to come back over to the ferry side.
I know, but the thing is, Xynox, I do love matches, like especially when we go to certain areas of the map, like Quarry, for example, right? Because these are the kind of location which really test the players, right? With all the skills and with all the wits and skills, right? How do they really want to try to get out this kind of spot? How do they find the success? Sure, the circles, the final circle will somewhat determine whether they make the right call or not. But other than that, the build up towards it, the set up the necessary foothold or their somewhat stronghold for themselves here. We'll just have to see how the teams really play, and I just love it, especially since they're always constantly put to the trial. They either best it or just falls to it. Zanshin. 2 members still remaining. It's going to be Doughty and Ken. They lose 2 of the members relatively early. That's a little bit unfortunate here as well. This is phase 2. It's like you mentioned as well. Not the kind of thing you really want to try to end on the night on a good note here. 2 members. Not to say it's not doable. It's just a lot more harder than usual, especially since you're not really in a spot which you like to be in as well. No, and too much grounds for you to cover as more teams slowly try to make their way into the zone itself. We do see some of the teams still playing around the edges here, trying to get a good idea of where's the best position or where's could be the next rotation route for themselves. They're slowly encroaching in here. We do see Kiwa still playing on the northern side. Same goes for Monk, who, by the way, well done in securing the west side of the circle here. So they know for the fact that they just constantly play around the roadways here. No one's going to be able to flank them in. And that is some crazy shit, man.
That's a fun circle. That's a fun circle.
Quarry.
It's fun. Well, it's fun for a couple of reasons. I mean, the beach is not where you want to be, and there's a lot of water as well. So there's a large portion of this circle that's basically considered unplayable. I know OBS are there and UG are there. They're not going to do much from those positions, and certainly the game's not going to end in that position. But it also means that for the 2-man Zhanxi, they get a bit more time as well over towards Primorsk. They don't have to traverse as far as a duo. They can actually maybe get to the late game if things go their way. I don't think there's going to be teams pushing into Primorsk either, as Team Newbies go for an E pickup from Ferry Pier off a phase 3 pop that was perfect for them.
I think maybe because of the fact that they were initially pinned down by UG or
no,
Happy Squad. No,
that's a strange play. Strange play. I don't know where they were thinking that they were going to actually go. I'd be curious to know what the plan was off the E pickup, because I was about to actually also say for that phase 3, that was probably one of the best circles they could have got, because not so much to go beach, but you can actually then wrap the north side and then make your way back in behind a Happy Squad who you're essentially backfilling, because Happy Squad are going to push. So then you can basically backfill in behind them, but they go in E pickup instead on a short circle where there's already teams everywhere, and they get punished for it, evidently. It's down to 1 player now. And there is that push from Happy Squad as well, now coming in towards X-Men. So I know you guys can't see it right now, but this would have been an easy backfill for TN. They would have had all players up and basically just taken the previous position of Happy Squad. And then, because of the way circle is, phase 4 would have gone up north. Most likely it's going to go up north. And that means it would have been good for TN. So they did not need to E-pick-up. Happy Squad lose the battle to X-Men. Down to just the 1 player left. Algenbot's coming in late, eventually picked up by Goni, and they get wiped out. That was a really easy squad wipe from Savage Man Esports. 6 kills for them. Gets them now up into 6. They actually leapfrog Happy Squad with that particular squad wipe. Finally a battle of the shack where you finally pay in the favor of Savage Man Esports, man. I think this past 2 or 3 rounds, whenever they position themselves anywhere near a shack for their necessary amount of cover, it didn't really fare quite well for them so far here. At least this is the one fight they were able to find great success. But even for Team Newbies, like what we witnessed just now, I was not too sure what's really the game plan here. I mean, but probably just in fear, or maybe they want to try to gamble it out like what Zanshin did with the initial drop as well. But I guess they didn't really have that kind of luck that they had for that kind of drop initially as well. Wait, we'll potentially see what's going to be the next final circle for phase number 4. At least it's slowly encroaching in. We do see Monk getting control on the western side here. Someone getting pinned down for Kiwa as well, as the battle for the northwest side is slowly shifting a little bit differently this time. Yeah, there's that north shift.
Quarry. Okay, what are the chances that we goes into Quarry here? I know it's rather slim, but what are the chances that we're looking at here?
I mean, it's not as likely because already the north side ridge is already out. But it can definitely keep a little bit of that south side ridge in. Maple's gonna go down, and Satsuna and Ed King pick up more points for Roy. And they'll get maybe 1 more off of this as well. But yeah, TN would be kicking themselves. They could have been in a really, really good position this game. I mean, they've only got the one player up now over in Primorsk, which is probably not where you really want to be with this circle zone. Monk is holding that west side. You mentioned that earlier. So that's not really a safe passage to wrap on the west side. And the east side is the beach, which is just out in the open. So if you're Primorsk area, it's a very difficult position to push out of. Fortunately, Monk have actually rotated out of their position. Now, Kiwa went around them anyway. They've just sent it straight through past DBH. Pretty much the only play that they had possible at the time when Monk was still occupying West. Little did they know they could have maybe backfilled in, but I think this is a good send for Kiwa, and they haven't really been shot at. There is that kill for Tede and Roy, eventually confirmed. They get 3 kills. They crack triple digits along with Kiwa this game, both now on 100.
So front of time, looks like Mortar's coming in. Not sure going to be able to find any connection with anyone anytime soon here. Kiwa, they did take quite the roundabout for their approach as well, and now they're taking a little bit more of a bold approach as well. Initially, they were just playing. They were hugging the blue zones. They were hugging the edges as well. They barely got past Monk as well. Did a couple of postures, but this time they dive straight head into the center of the circle, where most teams is currently like having quite a visual among each other as well. It's quite a ditch. But I guess in a way, this ditch has become somewhat of a kill zone. Could be the final resting place for Kiwa Esports as 2 members currently knocked down, and the remaining members currently at the mercy of a lot of teams in terms of utilities as well. JFT on the other side also, it seems like they're drowning. 2 members currently getting drowned. Make that 3 actually at the current moment here.
Yeah, JFT had a couple of players, I think, on the south side of Primorsk Beach that couldn't get in because of the duo of Zanshin, who have benefited a little bit from that. And that duo, by the way, has done a really good job of just holding 2 really powerful positions over towards Primorsk, where he's playing the cliff on the outside. It's a very, very good spot. And then you have one on the inside to make sure that no one can push in behind E. E then makes sure that no one can push into Primorsk, not that anyone would now. 20 seconds till phase 5. They will have to leave those posts and make their way into the circle, but they've still got a little bit of terrain to play off of. Their goal is very much just get top 8. They don't need big kills. Just get top 8, try and rank tank a little bit. OBS kind of doing somewhat similar, even though they got the 4-man on the beach. You know, they know they can't really move. They know they can't really get over to the north side of the road or the quarry side of the road. But they do get a really good circle pop phase 5 as well. It continues to just stay a little bit on that eastern side and somewhat south, keeping a bit of that beach in play. So it's a decent pop. It moves us away from quarry, which honestly I'm pretty happy with, because it's really going to open this game up to close going into phase 6 and 7. It's just tree line and open road. And if you're on the south side beach, it's going to be very much difficult to cross that road. So you're going to have to fight and live on that side.
But seriously, one position potentially, if any team were able to get control of that northwestern side, right? Like, you got this nice vantage point as well. But, you know, we are talking about like 1, 2, 3, about 5 teams contesting for that north side of that north side, or at least the south side of Korea, or the north side of the circle as well. All Blood, I don't think going to be seeing them moving anytime soon. They're pretty content with the spot that they have, but it's not really the most safest of spot here, but it's just some kind of sanctuary that they can somewhat satisfy for themselves for now. Pretty great. It looks going to be putting the end towards Eggball on the other side here, and Dream Bounty Hunter Gaming. It's been pretty quiet so far. We did see a little bit of contention, a little bit of contention as they were trying to force out Kiwa Esports. They did play a hand in their demise at the same time. But usually, on the other hand, this time playing from their previous round, the 2 rounds before this, where they actually got 10 kills. I'm playing a nice and safe. They're pretty comfortable with the compound. The circle's been somewhat favoring them at the same time. Don't think we're going to be seeing them moving anytime soon, unless the circle shifts towards the north side once more.
By the way, the solo for TN, Mr. Hardwell, has almost got them top 8.
That's what they did in Mirama yesterday, day 1. They just hogged out the blue zone for as long as possible. I was telling you just now. I was telling you this just
He's very deep though.
Yeah,
he's very deep blue. I would say he's more likely to go out, but he's done a decent job to survive this long. Roman Kill, this is the issue with pushing in first. You mentioned before the northwest side. Yeah, it's open, but if you push in first, teams can then push in behind you. And if you have an X-Men, then go for a third party. But they've got top position. They probably don't want to push out just yet. And Muck has gone down to the blue. So only the 2 up right now for ISG. If they get wiped out by Roman Kill, TN would get themselves an extra placement point off of the blue tanking for Mr. Hardwell. I can see he's actually making his way in behind DBH. If he makes his way in, DBH have not cleared this. I don't think they're putting as much emphasis on those coming out of the blue either, because they got eyes towards Monk. So, and X-Men right in front of them. If Mr. Hardball gets his way in, he could actually easily get top 8 for Team Newbies.
I mean, I believe that's going to be the name of the game, right? As we slowly see him slowly encroaching one step at a time. He's still tanking out the zone as usual, but I guess...
Never mind. DBH turned around. Oh, that's... No, DBH turned around. Yeah, he literally was just coming out of the blue. And Yan Li, I'm watching it back as I got a little delay on the map. Yan Li went back to get a vehicle in the blue. Hardwell shot at him as Yan Li got in the vehicle. Yan Li got out of the vehicle and then killed him. That is so unlucky.
Yeah.
And Yan Li goes down to the blue because of that, as you can now see. So that really ties in that story together. But yeah, Tien go out 9th, no placement points, a kill, a 7th kill for DBH as well.
But then again, we do see a pincer attack as well. As Fever comes in with a
nice little double on the push-up against Roman kill. That's a lovely double kill for ISG. And suddenly an opportunity presents to get into the top 10 and knock Team Newbies out of a top 10 position. 2 players up, 2 points behind. Even though knocked by Sparkqueen, they're so close to the bubble. Of course, we've still got all of tomorrow night, so it's not a do or die moment. But naturally, you want to feel a little bit more comfortable going into tomorrow night. And with E going out from Speedy, there's another point. Now you're on 50. One behind Team Newbies. Xiaowei creeps on up, catches up Chen behind. Doesn't quite spot, though, a couple more up close. ISG do get eliminated, so they will stay out of the top 10. It keeps Team Newbies in a qualifying spot going into day 3, just barely holding on, as Savior barely holding on. The solo now for X-Men Esports.
He's trying to really hold on the line as well. Can't really be bold as he hopes to go for as well. Since it's still I guess he did somewhat of a head count as well before he actually got down to the cover on promo to heal. Mostly that he doesn't really have the man advantage. But trying to work with the smokes here. He does go for the sprays. He tries to go for the dry pick. Finds great success with it, and hopefully this equalizes the scoreboard here. But they did manage to get the revive on Xiaowei. Now still back to that 1v2. Might even be a 1v3 if he can actually pick up the Xiao Feng at the same time.
Yeah, this is a decent game from X-Men. I know they're going to go out here, but 5th, 6 kills, good effort, just keeps them kind of ticking the scoreboard over. Remember when we were talking about the start of the night, where they were just on that edge around 10th? You know, they were just kind of barely in. Well, now there's a little gap. You know, 15 points is pretty solid of a gap going into tomorrow night. I think they should be pretty happy with their performance tonight. Just getting the job done. And 10 kills now for Monk, as they've also got themselves into 2nd place just quietly from 14th to start tonight, Leo. 14th to 2nd is absolutely staggering.
It's an insane climb that they had, man.
They could very well have a 100-point night tonight. They're 13 points shy. They need to wipe this lobby, get this win, and they could do just that. Jeff gets eliminated by Kitsune. So 3 up now for OBS, and UG have only got the 1 kill, but they're in the top 3. Some very valuable placement points, but Monk will get this revive onto Purdy. And they are looking 11 points away from a 100-point night. And now if you're Zanshin, right, that gap is only 20 to the teams behind you. There is every world in which that team could somehow, after leading night 1, leading night 2, miss out on top 2 by the end of tomorrow night. That is incredible. And that's a player spotted. Luke 13 couldn't quite hit the shots with the SLR. Good shots back from Moshing.
Just trying to find the time, but at least they know where he is exactly, yeah. But it's like you said, right? That's just how it's been a crazy climb for Monk. It's been such a crazy roller coaster ride for Monk. Seriously, literally just outperforming, just doing exactly what they were supposed to be doing as well.
Just having their way with the lobby tonight. I mean, they've just been utterly dominant.
Just that with that kind of mentality where it's like good game, well played. You know, if it doesn't go well, then GG go next kind of situation. But no, so far they've just been. Sure, it may not be like back-to-back chicken dinners, right? But it's staggering in the idea where you're getting on like 9 kills to 19 kills. I believe that was like their highest kills that they had.
Yeah, it was 20 in the last game.
20 kills. Sorry, not 19, 20. I stand corrected here as well. They are farming people in this lobby. I tell this, farming at this point, not points anymore.
Yeah, I mean, their night tonight, they started off with a 3rd and 14th. Then it was a 14th and 2nd. Okay, cool-off game. 1st and 11, 13th and 5, 2nd and 20. And now they got 11 and top 3. Just a statistically massive night. Knocked on to Blessed. But you gaming as well. I mean, this is where they really need Old Bloods to go out here. Nice little steal from Jing. These points are super, super valuable for this team. They're only 12 points away from a qualifying position going into tomorrow night. It's not a lot, you know, like that's a team as well in UG that are capable of having good performances. They had a 10-kill game earlier tonight, and they finished 5th in that. They had a 7-kill in 3rd place yesterday. So they can get a decent amount of points in one game. Old Bloods do go out. That's 40 now for UG. And Monk are certainly going to get this win, though.
You know, I also love the initial smoke setup as well, right? Just try to focus on getting rid of Old Blood, but the minute they see the sound cue, the announcement as well, okay, great. There's no third party anymore. Now it's just the classic 1v1. We have the man advantage. We're doing the player count. We're doing the tracking as well. And look at the positioning coming in from Monk as well with this 2-for-2 setup. Pretty tight, able to do a setup for the body system. We do see a little bit of a far positioning coming from UG in the blue zone here. Not sure whether he gets spotted out by one of the members of Monk here. But they are moving in and one member still remains.
I think they're going to be 2 points shy of a 100-point night for Monk. I mean, they were always going to win that. It was a 3v1 at the end. Yeah, 116 points. And look at what it means for Luke 13, a.k.a. Nico's, a.k.a. Moist Critical. And yeah, that is an incredible night. I mean, at this point, I'm not shocked. They're that capable. 18 points yesterday, 98 points tonight.
Oh my god, it was cool. You know what? Let's be honest. These guys work very hard. Let's just call it as a 100-pointer. I mean, 2 points is like it's that kind of thing where you go to your examination, you tell your teacher, hey, you know, I'm just shy of 2 points. Please give me that 100 points. I believe they definitely deserve it. But of course, with that being said, let's quickly go through the highlights.
And unlucky one of the bottom teams at the moment. Frag Grenade, Prime sent in. Speedy knocked though by Heimhack. He's down. Will he be able to get revived? They do now spot Sunny side up. Oh, there's the last phase 3 pop. That was perfect for them.
I think maybe because of the fact that they were initially pinned down by
Ridge is already out. But it can definitely keep a little bit of that south side bridge in.
They dive straight head into the center of the circle, where most teams is currently like having quite a visual among 2 members currently getting drowned. Make that 3 actually at the current moment here.
Yeah, JFT had a couple of players off of the blue tanking for Mr. Hardwell. I can see he's actually making his cleared this. I don't think they're putting as much emphasis on those coming out of the DBH turnaround. Oh, that's no DBH turned DBH as well.
But then again, we do see a pincer attack as well. As a Fever comes in with
a... There's another point. Now you're on 50. One behind Team Newbies. Xiaowei creeps on up, catches up Chimba.
Xiao Fang at the same time.
Second is absolutely staggering.
It's an insane.
They could very well have a 100-point night tonight. They're 13 points.
And 1 member still remains.
I think they're going to be 2 points shy of a 100-point night for Monk. I mean, indeed, 2 points shy from a 100-point night, which is, I mean, just absolutely amazing effort from Monk and truly one of the all-time nights in the APAC region as just pure demolition. Obviously, across the board, got wins, got kills. They only really had the one poor game, which was the second game of Miramar, which, you know, it happens. You play Miramar aggressively, you're roaming around, you're rapping, and you know, sometimes you just lose a couple of players. It happens when you're playing that kind of play style. But yeah, they were definitely the talk of the town tonight in a similar fashion, probably Zanshin yesterday. Well, it was all about Monk tonight. And it does put a little bit of pressure now onto Zanshin to maintain their top spot tomorrow, because there's not just Monk right behind them. And I'm going to be honest, I'd probably say they're more likely of the 2 teams to now finish first. But there's also, you know, you got Old Bloods that I think have shown enough so far throughout this tournament. You've also then got the likes of Kiwa, Roy. So there's enough teams there that if Zanshin are somewhat off their game tomorrow, for example, they will lose a top 2 spot. They will lose a direct spot to the finals of the APAC qualifiers. For those a little bit unfamiliar as to how this works, top 10 qual for the next stage of this, obviously, qualifier, but the top 2 get to skip a portion of that next event. and it puts them straight into the finals, the best spot to then qualify for EWC. So that's where you want to finish ideally, but you know, it's not the be end all. If you do finish third, of course you still get to qualify for the APAC quals anyway. You're just going to play in the play-ins.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can see at least for the top 2, you'll be a lot more well rested compared to some of the teams who still have to go through this whole grueling process once more, another round of qualifiers before you actually get to the EWC APAC qualifiers, which is going to be consistent with the Thailand teams and the Vietnamese teams as well at the same time here. But you know, like, you know what? After just looking back to the highlights, so we were talking about like that missing out that 2 pointers. I was just thinking about it as well. If UG didn't remove the last 2 remaining members of Old Blood, that would have been the 100 marker. That would have been the 2 additional points that Mark was actually missing out for to get the 100-point marker here. But also just going through the whole stats as well. Besides the Monk that has such an insane run as he slowly climb up the ladder all the way to 2nd rank, ending the round with day number 2 from 14th rank to the 2nd rank here. They also ended the night with 80 total kills. Sure, 18 points, like that's including like placement and kills. I'm not sure how many kills was that from day number 1, but the fact that they just achieved almost about 70 plus kills just to catch up to this is absolutely insane to me. That's the amount. That's the exact total amount that Zanshin has. 71 kills specifically, but still, additional 70 kills on day number 2. That's a lot of players that got knocked out.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they're going to get a lot of the plaudits. Talking about some other teams as well, I thought Old Bloods had just a solid night tonight. You know, it's the kind of night where if Monk didn't pop off the way that they did, there would have been a little bit more talk about Old Bloods in their consistency. 52 points yesterday, and they walk away with a similar number tonight as well. I think it was 53 points. That's consistency. That's really good to see. That puts them on pace for 150 plus tomorrow, which is obviously going to qualify you for top 10, but still put you in the battle for top 2. But the night that Monk had just takes away the spotlight entirely. It really just does. And so you lose track of some of the other teams. Kiwa were good tonight. Thought Roy started a little slow tonight, you know, the Miramars, for example, and then they kind of picked up their pace. Zanshin, again, still showed quite a lot tonight, but it wasn't quite the same dominance as yesterday. They had a couple more, you know, donutty games or 2-point games, and that really has seen their lead evaporate with a couple of teams behind them.
Yep.
And then you kind of go to those other teams that, you know, middle of the pack. You look at a DBH. Probably haven't spoken too much about these guys. A 13-point performance, close out the night. They're sitting on 67, just doing what they need to do to get top 10. 6 and below are out of the race for top 2. It's just absolutely no contest. They're all 33 plus points behind 5th. So this is just not going to happen. But if you're looking at the amount of spots that are actually available going into tomorrow night, like DBH, X-Men are both 67, 66, I would be quite surprised to see them miss out. So that's 2 spots that you are now gone. So it leaves 9th and 10th and maybe 8th with Happy on 60. But I think Happy, and you probably agree with me, Leo, at their best, they're good enough to probably get the job done. So really, I'm looking to spots 9 and 10. That's going to be my talking point going into tomorrow night. JFT and Team Newbies. Can they hold on? Can they maintain their positions? Or do we see ISG, Roman Kill, UG unlucky, Palladium, who's in second last? NRG's too far behind now. I've got that line well and truly through them. So 15 to 11, can they look to overtake JFT and Team Newbies?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't really shy away too much also from Isurani, Papato, Samurai as well, right? Sure, they weren't probably as explosive as like what Monk has been doing today as well, but they did have 2 good games pretty much today as well, if I'm not mistaken, right? At least 2 rounds they were able to get towards that top 4 with like 5 kills respectively as well here. So if they have also a nice good game like that, then we might actually potentially even add the Samurais into this 3-man horse race for that battle, for that spot for the 9 to 10 place.
I think they're just lacking a little bit of consistency. So yeah,
right?
They finished second, game 7. ISG second with 5 kills, then it's 12th, then it's 6th with 8 kills, but then it's 8th with nothing, 14th with nothing, and you know, not a lot in the last game. So yeah, I mean, they've got the capabilities. I agree with you, and absolutely, you're sitting in 11th. They're in that conversation. I think again, 11th to 15th, all of those teams I've still got open and possible to get into the top 10, which makes tomorrow night so exciting. But it's just a matter of who's going to actually perform. You know, you only got 6 games. Pressure starts to build.
Yep.
And again, historically, if you're going into like the last 2 games of Miramar and you need to close a gap, teams don't often close those gaps when we're talking about teams trying to get to the lower end of a qualifier. It's usually in PUBG tournaments, the top end gaps. So like if you're second and you need 20 points, 2 games to go, those teams are the ones that are actually able to close those gaps, not so much the lower teams.
Yeah. But you know, thankfully, at least the storyline ending towards day number 2 isn't really too much on like, oh, who's gonna be the bottom teams that's going to be trying to make it through,
it's open,
or the second place. Now it's like, now it's no longer Zenshin that's the top of the story. Now the storyline has been completely changed. Now it's just a matter of fact that will Zenshin perform enough tomorrow to maintain that top spot? If not, there's like 3 other teams that's already quickly caught up to them as well. Sure, still got about 10 to 12 point differential for Roy Esports, and Keyword Esports slowly catching up to them. But Monk, on the other hand, is just, I guess you could say, it's a single-digit differential at this point to really overwhelm for that top spot.
Yeah, that's the end of night number 2 here for the rest of APAC Open Quals. Again, don't go too far tomorrow. You want to make sure you tune in. It's all open. Top 2 spots up for grabs. Top 10 spots up for grabs. There's a solid 15 teams that are looking to qualify for something tomorrow out of arguably 16, unless NRG can do something crazy. But either way, make sure you tune back in tomorrow. Same time, same place. See you there. Pulp has certainly caused a bit of a fight here over on the western side. That's up close. Finish him off. So some good shooting from Happy Squad. 2 kills early on, a couple more ahead as well. Exactly sure what you're looking at when you peek over. Where are they? What's their position? Really good game sense. Switched on, saves them from losing Aspa, gets the kill down to 19.
Misses over one of the Zacian players here, but they do spot him in time. But Isley was able to get the
need to be aggressive, allows teammates to get the heal off, who has finally been able to do it. But Nicel's just better.
So it can be quite punishing if you try to descend upon here. By the way,
they're on the wrong side of the hay bales though. And E-Pickup will arrive. 10 Trip will get the kills though.
Oh,
so
no.
Essentially, unless you're Monk. Monk are different. They're a different breed. They just do what they want. Luke goes for a peek over, gets the headshot onto Runax. I mean, getting back, so kind of playing Overwatch, but he can't do too much to help. Good shots from CJ. CJ to lose Aya as well. Algenbot's still alive, but he's not close. So it's a solo 10 Trip spray into the smoke. And yeah, for Roman kill, I understand it's, that's a 1x spray. And whether or not they knew they were here, it's irrelevant. I mean, this is just not. This is not ideal for Zanshin. I mean, they're very fortunate that it's just a 2-man obs from Open AI. They're not even remotely close. It's like 2 solos. That's an easy kill.
Just love to see how Monk really tried to deconstruct this kind of scenario to try to get
that. Show where X-Men are. And Zanshin are just sitting still, by the way, as Yan Li will get himself. Now. Zanshin have actually now got to be the ones to get out of this position. Unless Blow goes down, that will be. This is where you've got to put emphasis more than ever on making sure you take this fight to the death if you have to. Lemmet gets knocked down. Grenade does get Shoehorse down to half health. He leaps on out with the Panther Bounce. Does get the knock. Can he get the flush? No. Probably could have if he had actually
there was someone move forward here to join in some of the spray. It looks like going to be able to remove away Irohan.
Can't land the finishing blows here onto Aya. Last one up now for Happy Squad. A very, very good game for them. Not done just yet. From getting the full confirmed flush. One more peek over and he may actually be able to get it though onto Leah. No, there's a defilade there. 279 makes his way up onto the roof.
Hopefully this divert the attention of all Black away from Keyword Esports.
Oh, wonderfully played from Samoy on the backside. They may not be aware of this. And based on their current positioning, certainly not ready for it. Now looking to push in. Can't go for the revives now. They've started to take space. The flush is good. I don't know what this guy. I mean, the unfortunate reality for them is if you look at that leaderboard, 6 kills for Kiwa, 2 for OBS, 1 for Roy. You know, those top teams are still picking up points. So yes, there's a gap. Himself needs to try and push this fight against Roy because he knows he'll have some pressure on the back. Coming in very late. Prone, Teddy needs to get. Will he be able to get revived? They do now spot Sunny side up. Oh, there's the last play off of the blue tanking for Mr. Hardwell. I can see he's actually making H as well.
But then again, we do see a pincer attack as well as a Fever come.